Hi everyone, welcome to CSharpCorner Power Platform Virtual Conference. I'm your host Stephen Simon from CSharpCorner, and we are back with another virtual conference. And why did I say another virtual conference? The reason I say is at CSharpCorner we are committed for 2021 to do 2021 to do 21 conferences from January, February, and this is March. This is our third conference. We started this year with the SQL Server virtual conference. That was a big success. We reached over 32,000 people through our live streams, and this is going to be a bigger one too, because this is the longest conference we have ever done. This is going to be a 5 days of virtual conference featuring over 40 plus speakers, CEOs, CDOs, Microsoft MVPs, people joining us from the Microsoft teams. It's going to be a lot of learning, and if you are someone who is joining us for the very first time, CSharpCorner is a global community of software developers and IT professionals started back in 1999 by Mahesh Chand, and we have over 3 million registered people. And we monthly we serve over 5 million visitors, and that's the community that is organizing this conference. And these conferences are very unique in itself. And the reason I say is for every conference, we go ahead and raise funds. For the SQL conference we raised around $3,000 for the Voice of Slum. It's a charity here in India who provides the education right from primary school to the post-graduation level to the kids who cannot afford it and come from the slum. And for this conference, we are going to raise funds for First Responder Children Foundation that provides food, security, and shelter to the kid that's based in the United States affected by COVID-19. So that's how we go ahead and raise funds. And if you want to go ahead and donate it, you can find a link in the description. Every dollar count. It doesn't have to be any big amount. Even a dollar would count. So we would really appreciate if you would do that. Thanks everyone who is joining us. Looks like we are reaching a global audience. There's someone joining us from South Africa, South Carolina, India, Singapore, Korea. I think it's very late for you guys over there. So if now this is the day one of the Power Platform Virtual Conference, and if you want to go ahead and check out the full agenda, the conference website is 2020.net/Power Platform Virtual Conference. And if you hit this link, you would go reach to this platform, to this website. Scroll down and you can see all the URLs for day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, and day 5. Now, if you go ahead and click it, this will take you to the exactly YouTube URL that we are watching, and same is for all the 5 days. Coming down, you see all the speakers that we have for the day, and towards the end, you can find the agenda for day 1. So quick review to what we are going to talk today, starting with Tricia. She's going to talk about Power Platform Love Story. We were talking behind the scenes, and I'm really excited for this session. Then we have Fabio, who's going to talk about using GitHub to improve lifecycle in Power Apps. Let me go ahead and maybe zoom it a little bit. Okay, that makes sense. Okay. Then we have Ben Port, who's going to talk about Power Automate Your Way to Cognitive Services and Power BI. We do know how great Azure is with the cognitive services. Just use APIs and you can add AI capabilities in your application. Then we have Eldert, who's an Azure MVP and a very good friend to me. He's going to talk about implementing ChatOps using a Power App platform. Then we have Karina, who's going to talk about building remarkable onboarding experience for new employees using Office 365 tools. Krishna will cover Power App Canvas, monitoring, and Azure Insights. The Daniel is going to talk about creating value from business process mining in Power BI. And towards the final session, we'll have a very special speaker, Sarah Patrick, who is a student, and she's going to talk about on how she used SharePoint, Power Automate, and Power Apps to build speaker database. So that is the agenda for day 1. Hit the URL and you can reach over there. So hi everyone, thank you for joining. Looks like there's some guys joining us from the Nepal too. That's very interesting. It's an interesting country, very nice place. Guys are joining from Indonesia. Thank you, Erwin. Thank you for joining. So let's go ahead and get started with our very first session of the day. And that's, as I said, by Tricia. Now let me go ahead and read who Tricia is. Many of you do know she comes from Power Platform and all this community background. And she is a Microsoft MVP with over 10 years experience in implementing CRM solutions in various roles from consultant to architect. She's passionate about delivering quality solutions and sharing her experience and knowledge with Dynamic 365 and with the community. And without any further ado, let's go ahead and invite our very speaker of 5 days of Power Platform Virtual Conference, starting with Tricia with a very, very interesting session. Hi, Tricia.
Hi.
Hi, Tricia. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for your time, Tricia. We really appreciate for all that you do for the community. I was looking at your bio and that intro video. Looks like you have been involved in this community for a while now. And how are you doing today? I mean, how's life during this pandemic, and how has life changed, and how are things going on?
Well, let's see. So this actually is very it's been interesting. The pandemic, life has changed. It's a pro that I now get to spend more time self-reflecting. I'm now newly single, and that actually brings me to the presentation and how the topic of this presentation and the content of this presentation. So slightly nervous because it's totally different from anything that I've done before, but please just be gentle with me, you know.
Yeah, so definitely, your session is definitely interesting, and you're gonna talk about a Power Platform love story, which is pretty interesting session. And I love your T-shirt, flawless, right? So
I love this shirt. It's like, I went to a Beyonce concert and I got it.
really, that's great. So Tricia, I know we're only a couple of minutes in your session. We won't take much of your time. Anything you want to go ahead and ask before we start your session? Anything, any disclaimer you wanna give it or something?
Yes. Okay. So absolute public disclaimer. This session is going to be showing some live content of Tinder. So yeah, just bear that in mind. It is my profile, and yeah, but we're going to be using Tinder. So if you are against Tinder, I do apologize. And if you're against live Tinder profiles, again, I apologize. But I just wanted to see what could happen, and I want to share it.
That's good. And we're not promoting Tinder, right? We want everyone to come together, right? Yeah. Just make new connections. That's what we believe. So yeah. So having said that, Tricia, I'm gonna go ahead, and you want me to share your screen?
Cool.
All right. So next 45 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. Okay, so guys, this session is totally different to anything you've seen before. Just see if I can share my screen. Great. So this session is very, very different from what you've seen before. As I mentioned, in this session, we're going to be talking about how we can utilize the Power Platform to automate dating, especially automate dating with one particular platform, Tinder. Okay, any questions, comments, please leave it in the chat. I will read them after and try to respond to as many questions as possible. So please interact. Okay, so let's start off with just a little bit about me, although you've heard about me before, so I won't take long on this. I have over 10 years of experience. I am currently a business applications MVP. I currently work at Avanade. These are my social details. So if you'd like to reach out to me on Twitter or actually comment on the session, feel free to hashtag for the conference and also tweet at me. I do blog a lot about customer service and Azure DevOps. And of course, you can actually connect with me on LinkedIn. So Yep, that's just a little bit about me. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump straight into the session, starting off in a very story format of the history of dating and why I actually thought it would be a good idea in the first place to try to automate the dating process and also create like a hook into Tinder. So let's start off with dating started. In the past, of course, we had courtship, and courtship was a very public affair. I mean, it was something that happened in the outskirts of society, and it was kind of intentions were fairly obvious because men would call upon ladies that they were serious about in front of the families. So it kind of provided a safety net for women against what you would call rogues, to ensure that their intentions were honorable. Now, you would have had your rogues, but in large part, it was, fairly few, because any scandalous behavior would actually deem you an outcast from society. So you actually have to stick to society's rules because everything was public. Now, this experience with courtship was extremely important, of course, because back in that day, like, the experience for a woman was really, really tied towards the relationship that woman had with a man, in terms of having a father, having a husband. It was a very patriarchal society. So it was very important for a woman to actually have that association to a man, because she did not have her own independence. Now, let's double into the turn of the 20th century and women's lib. Now, in the turn of the 20th century, in the era of women's lib, this really coincided with the popularity of cars. And of course, unfortunately, the war. So a couple of things happened here. Because of the war, there weren't that many men. Women gained more independence. Of course, then with cars, again, more independence as well. So with this, you could actually turn away from that public dating that we had in the past to more one-on-one dating. But what these two things have in common in terms of what happened with courtship and what happens with dating during the women's lib era is that you're still dating in and around your own region where you are. You can't actually date someone, say, for example, in the US or in India, if you are based in the UK, because you don't know them, right? You don't know what they're doing. You don't know what life is like. So with this, with the advent of women's lib and the ability to go out one-on-one, unchaperoned, it changed the dating landscape, right? And then it basically allowed the term dating to be coined, where a woman basically told a gentleman, this is a true story, that all the other gents are filling up my dates. So that's actually where the term date comes from, okay? And then if we basically move on a little bit more in time, we have the advent of the internet. So with the internet now, with the first computer-based dating, and this actually came about by two Harvard alumni that actually created a questionnaire, a dating questionnaire using an IBM computer, and they basically allowed everyone to pay $3, which at the time was a lot of money, to basically fill out this questionnaire. They would pop it into the computer, and the computer would come up with their perfect match. So this is actually the first documented sign of actual computer-based dating. But it's actually interesting because, again, it really is down to whoever is actually in your local region. So again, it's talking about shared experiences, and you know these people, and the likeliness is that you will actually have people that are in common in that time as well. And of course, here you can actually go unchaperoned, one-on-one, but now it's just much easier, right? So let's fast forward on to current times. So if we look at the emergence of social media and the impact of dating, where dating is now based on people, which is just a click away, then you can actually see how we've progressed away from the chaperone type of dating, where everything was, out in public. You had less rogues, you had people who were well-intentioned, to people doing one-on-one dating, to people who could date multiple people at once. And now with social media, people didn't have to, be who they say they are. So online dating in the first onset is really where the first origins of this came about. Now, online dating, when it first came about, wasn't actually that popular for the general masses because it obviously had a taboo about it. It was still thought of as, you should date one-on-one and you should have met that person. And online dating, of course, you're meeting a stranger, which is not what dating, according to society, was all about. And so social media changed all this, because now you can actually have a glimpse into someone's life and actually feel like you knew that person, which basically changed the perception of online dating to being taboo to now being acceptable. And then, of course, we move away towards dating apps. Now, dating apps, of course, provides that opportunity to meet more people, to meet people that you never would have had the chance to meet in the past. Especially especially when we look at how we dated in the past, with the questionnaires, with the chaperones, or even with the women's lib movement. So we have now the ability to pretty much, with a phone, actually interact with multiple hundreds of people. And with dating apps, this is pretty much where the gamification of dating really started. And when I talk about gamification, I think Will Dorrington has this really brilliant session about gamification and its effects, where it basically ties you into using it more and more and more. And bear in mind, the whole point of dating is ultimately, well, according to society, to find someone who you can spend the rest of your life with. Now, if you're gamifying it or gamifying it, then that no longer becomes your end goal. It becomes a possible outcome, but it's no longer the point. So you're never really gonna find someone, or it reduces the chances or likeliness of that happening, because you're constantly, swiping left, swiping right. Now, there's so many different types of dating applications. And so if we have, for example, Tinder, which is actually the most popular dating app out there, I believe. And this is pretty much where you're able to swipe according to how you're interested in someone. So you swipe, I think, left for no and right for yes. And you actually have a look at the person's pictures, their profile, and you actually see what they're interested in terms of Spotify, which is like a music service, or even their Instagram, which is another app that allows you to see pictures and stuff according to what their interests are and what they're like. You've got Bumble, you've got Match, you've got so many dating apps, right? Now, the point of that, though, is that with all these dating apps, it's great because you can meet so many people, but they have challenges. And these challenges are pretty much what led me to think, okay, that's great. We need to do something about it. But what are these challenges? The challenges that, I came to face were catfishing, players, and time wasters. Catfishes, AKA people who really aren't who they say they are. Who are you really talking to? For all you know, it could actually be, you think you're talking to a woman, you're really talking to a man. You think you're talking to a man, you're really talking to a woman, etc. You also have the concept of players, where literally they are not really there for what they say they are. They say, I want a serious relationship, but really what they're after is something a lot more casual than what you might want. And then you also got your time wasters, who are just really there for company. Now, I'm there for company too, but they're not really being honest. So these are some of the challenges that as a woman, or even as a man, you'll probably face on these dating apps or these websites. So what does this have to do with the Power Platform, and why am I talking so much about dating? Well, that was my intro. This is basically where we get to the good stuff. I basically created a solution for this. Now, I thought it would be really good to create a Power App that will allow me to see who's actually out there, pull all the profiles into this Power App that will allow me to bulk swipe according to my preferences, right? And of course, I'm a woman. A lot of women have their lists, you know? And if you basically find a woman that says, I don't have a list, that's probably not true. Many women have lists in terms of what they're actually looking for and what they're not looking for. So what I did was I used the Power Platform to create that list of what I'm not looking for, so I can use Power App along with Power Automate to then actually display who I would need to swipe left to according to my preferences and what I've actually put in my list of nodes. And then use Power BI to actually understand who exactly is my actual type. Because of course, as I'm swiping yes or no, I'm actually building up a data set of, you know, people that I have come across with. Because in the Power App, of course, you've got the list, I'm swiping, and then as I'm swiping, then I am basically saving information, not their personal information, but just information about them. For example, utilizing the Face API to get their facial characteristics. Are they blonde? Are they bald? You know, are they you know, do they have mustaches, the sideburns, etc.? I'm saving all this information into Dataverse. So we can utilize that information to generate analytics to understand who I am actually more, you know, saying yes and no to, who I'm actually attracted to. Because I will be honest with you, I gained some insights that I did not know, you know. So now I actually understand my preferences and who I actually will deviate to a lot more. And then we can also utilize Power Virtual Agent to kind of validate my choice. So for example, automating the first message. So I can ensure that this person is one, not a bot, although that is a bot, but make sure that they're not a bot, but also to ensure that they will respond. Because another outcome of Tinder and these dating apps is that a lot of people will ghost you. So you'll basically send a message and they will never respond. So we can remove those matches automatically, which is great. Another thing that we did with the Power App that I'm going to show is being able to predict your choices based on your historical choices. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to pop into my app now, and we're going to basically display what that actually looks like. And yeah, I'm going to show you how I set it all up and what the different pieces of those components are. So let us start off with the app itself. Now, this is my app. Bear in mind, it is not complete. I am not a designer. I've had people that are basically helping me design the look and feel of the app. I'm really good with functionality, just not look and feel. Okay, so we're going to start off with the actual profile. Okay, so Tinder, just so you know, has an off key that it will provide that's valid for 24 hours at a time. So I'm just gonna basically say, can we here? And what this is doing is this is pulling in from Tinder, and it's going to not only pull in from Tinder, as you can see, it's getting the job title, their bios, the ages, etc., and their pictures. All this, by the way, is public information being pulled from the Tinder API. So for some reason it's just there. So yeah, we're gonna use it. It's also going to look through Dataverse to identify keywords that I am saying no to. Because of course, what I would have had to do if I were actually on the app is read all this, go through the pictures, and actually have to swipe yes and no. It's very time consuming, and I'd rather not. So this basically allows me to automate a lot of that. So here you can see the red flags, which are dynamically being displayed according to keywords. One of those keywords, you might actually question it. It's fun. And the reason I made a keyword of fun is because a lot of people take fun, basically say fun, but they don't mean fun in a ha-ha way. They mean like to have fun, which I am not here for. So I basically flagged it. So yeah, so basically it's just going through all the bios to identify which one I am not going to say yes to. Another thing that it's flagging is keywords for dad, kid, wife, I'm married, things like that. And then it basically flags it. So I can basically just bulk say no. So this is pretty much me live kindling on a CSharpCorner session, which is very interesting to me. Okay, so what this is going to do is this is going to send this all to Dataverse, and this is also going to update Tinder to say, no, I do not want these people. Okay. The other thing, though, that of course we can do is we can predict who I'm actually going to like. So if I can click on predict here, what this is doing is this is now leveraging Power Automate to utilize a AI model that I created based on historical data of my past likes and dislikes. And of course, we've got their facial analytics, we've got their job titles, we've got their bios, we've got their ages, we've got a lot of information that we can use to understand what my preferences are. So I'm utilizing AI Builder to kind of help with that. AI Builder and Power Automate is now going to display red for those that I don't want to say yes to and white for those that I do. Now, bear in mind, this is Tinder, and Tinder does not have a good data set in terms of me, for my personal taste for dating. So a lot of this will come back red, if not probably all. It should, because from what I'm seeing, there is no one that I would actually be interested in. So I would be surprised if it came back with anything. Yeah, okay, so I will say this worked, and yeah, I would actually say no to all of them. So pretty much that is the actual app itself. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into the analytics of it all. So here we have the Power BI dashboard, or Power BI tiles rather, that I've embedded within my app, just to get an understanding as to, you know, what I'm saying yes and no to, and then we're also going to go in to Power BI so we can drill in a little bit more. So I just wanted to see, you can actually see the job titles that actually use Tinder, or that I'm actually getting presented with a lot. The hair colors, the matches, there's so many other information and so many other things that we could show. So here we have it in a full, you know, Power BI landscape. But what I also wanted to show is actually something that surprised even me, because if I basically say, okay, this is the data, this is how many true matches I have, you can actually see that I actually prefer people with brown hair, which I did not know. No, it's bald and black, actually. I didn't know that I liked people that were bald or with black hair. I would have always assumed that it was brown, but that surprised me. And then also you can actually see the job titles that I'm actually veering toward, being like engineer, which is apparently the biggest one, software director, IT. So apparently that is probably where I need to focus my attentions on when dating. Software engineers, IT director. Yeah, I've learned from that. Okay, so then the last thing is actually Power Virtual Agent, but that is something that is still in progress. What I've got it to do so far is actually send a message. I'm actually working on being able to receive the message back. So that is something that I'm going to be blogging about and sharing later on. Now, let's see how I actually set it all up. So I've got Tinder here. And when you actually call Tinder, what actually happens in the background, of course, you can use DevTools. You can actually look at the network traffic. And if you didn't know, Tinder, of course, is an app, but it also has a website. So when you go onto the website, you've actually, you can track the call to the web service. And you can actually then look at the network tab and actually see what APIs are actually being called. So here you can actually see that the URL that's being called is, it ends with core, and basically utilize this, pop it into, pop it into Postman and replicate the service. So you've got the path that you need to call, you've got the header that you need to call, and then of course you can see here that every single call it's making, it's using this auth token. So you can utilize that auth token and actually just replicate the service call. So I have this service call here. So if I bring this up in my Postman client, you can see here that's exactly what I did. I took the web service I took the API and I took the necessary action. I then popped in the auth token, which is the exact key that it's needed. And then when you press go, you actually get the response. Now, if you're familiar with Power Automate allows you to do two things. It has an HTTP connector where you don't actually need to go out and build your own repeatable solution. For example, a custom connector is a repeatable wrapper that allows you to reuse the same web service calls by just putting in that, for example, different security authentications, etc. Or you can just use HTTP. Now, what I did was I actually built a custom connector for the Tinder API. And when I did that, that then allowed me to basically pull that information into Power Automate. So, for example, if I pull this here, sorry, 1 second. I need to... 1 second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to populate this so you can actually see what's happening. Yeah. So when I actually then make the call in Power Apps, what's happening is it's then basically making that call, the same call that we had in Postman, through the custom connector and populating the collection. So here you can actually see that I've got a variety of collections. The one that's being populated is the user profiles, right? And within the user profiles, of course, you have all the information, including the additional details of the user. You can also see if they have Spotify, Facebook, what type of user they are, if it's a dead account or if it's actually active, all this information. If they've actually enabled Superlike, which is basically a paid-for service by Tinder. You also can then pull in, so the other calls are being made, of course, is the call to my Dataverse. The Dataverse is basically showcasing what keywords to look out for, and then it's basically sending it to this collection as well. And of course, the facial attributes, that's also another collection that's going to be populated as well. So that this collection is basically populated from another call that is also being triggered through Power Automate. Okay, so if I actually go into each of those Power Automate functions, if it lets me. Yeah, perfect. So here what we're doing is we're analyzing the user bio. So bear in mind where we went from was we had a look in Tinder, we took the API, the calls that Tinder were making, and we created our own Postman collection. We took that collection and we created a custom connector in Power Automate using that collection. Okay, then we're able to pop that into Power App to populate a gallery, and also as a part of that population, as a part of that that formula, we're also calling 2 additional flows or Power Automate flows, cloud flows. One which is populating the red flags. So it's basically populating the collection of red flags. Okay. So here you can actually see that we're utilizing the relevant connectors. It's basically what I'm trying to showcase here is that utilizing the Power Platform, we're just basically pulling in and pulling the components together. Okay, so the next thing that we also then did was we leveraged the HTTP connector, which is how we got the Face API. Because of course the Face API actually also has a standalone connector, but I really just wanted to showcase, you know, what was possible using the different types: custom connector, standard connector, or HTTP, and we're able to do all of those. Okay, cool. So the next thing that I actually want to showcase as well is, one second, my laptop is now going a bit slower than normal, so apologies for this. Trying to click on that. So the last thing that we did was, of course, we showcased the prediction of what I'm actually going to like. And this prediction is basically using that model that is pulling in from my historical preferences, the model that I actually built, and then basically just sending back the prediction and the percentage likeliness of me predicting, of the value of me predicting it. So if I actually click on this as well, great. So here you can actually see the prediction score, the likeliness value, as well as the user ID applicable. Okay. And the last thing that I actually want to show here is, apologies for this, one sec. Okay, so the last thing I actually want to show here, of course, this is my list of absolute no's. So you can actually see what are my absolute no's. And these are things that actually, yes, do get populated, and people put this in their bios. I'm like, no. So here you can actually see the model that I've actually built. And with the model, bear in mind, you have to have a certain amount of data in order to properly train your model. And this model is basically just a quick way, without needing to know a lot of things about machine learning and Azure Machine Learning Studio, you can actually create your own model that actually is a low-code way of interacting with that service. You don't need to be a data scientist. Okay, so I have been able to create this, and what it does is it basically utilizes particular fields that I have basically given it. So it uses the data, the relationships, and you basically specify what you want to add as an input, and it understands, it learns from that, and then it trains the model several times. And basically, the more the model is trained and the more data is provided, is the more accurate it's going to be. As you can see, it's not the most accurate model, but it is trained daily. And because it's trained daily based on more accurate information, then the best model could actually, so because it's trained daily, then it could actually likely increase. So I think yesterday it was actually at C, and I didn't publish, and I should have. But you can also see what data is actually influencing the scores that it comes up with. So what data is actually being influenced? If you're a Power BI person, it's like using Key Influencer. What's the influence of the data? Okay, cool. So I just want to basically go back briefly to my presentation. If my laptop will let me, because it's so slow. Okay, so one second. Great. Apologies for this. My presentation just closed. So I'm just going to basically finish the presentation whilst I reopen it. So basically what I just showed was pretty much four main key things I want you to take away from this. One of which is data. Now, bear in mind, this is not possible without data. We're using Tinder's data, but what data do you have in your orbit? And if you want to play around with the Power Platform, if you're just getting to know the Power Platform, then to be honest, the best way of learning it is actually to do it using to utilize a scenario that you're actually interested in. As I mentioned at the start, my point was really just to see what was possible with what was out there at the time, where I was trying to see what apps were out there. And I found this one and I basically worked with it and I expanded upon it utilizing the Power Platform. You can actually find data, you can find a scenario, and you can build on that using different solutions and different components. And the thing is, sorry about this. And because the solution is actually, because the Power Platform is very modularized and it is a tool, you're able to utilize that tool to pretty much make do with what you want it to do. You're basically the master of the Power Platform. Okay, so 1 second. Apologies. For some reason, my laptop is really having it today, which is not ideal. Okay, 1 second. Okay, the next thing that I want you to take away is the use of a custom connector. Now, you've got the use of a custom connector, of course, because you might have, for example, a system that is on-premise and you can't actually interact with on-premise systems without a custom connector. Yes, so you can actually totally do that. The easiest way that I have found personally is to ensure that it works using Postman and then pull that in. Now, there is a change in Postman where it has been upgraded and it is no longer possible to export that collection. That is something that is being worked on by the product team, I believe, and that should hopefully be possible again. But if you do have a previous version of Postman, then it is still possible. You also have to consider, so it was data, it was then the custom connector, and then also understanding what the differences are between the custom connector and HTTP. The answer is not much. These are just different ways of actually calling the web service. It's really up to you and your situation and your use case as to when you use which. And the next thing that I actually wanted to cover was the AI Builder. So AI Builder has so many different opportunities for you to actually leverage and use the data. So for example, being able to take a picture of a page and transcribe that digitally onto, into text, into CE, or being able to analyze, for example, I did it for, am I going to say yes, swipe yes or no? But you can also do it to actually understand, is this project likely to be late or not in terms of a project situation? Okay, and then of course you also have the ability to transcribe from to translate languages utilizing Azure Cognitive Services, which again, these are all different possibilities using Azure Cognitive Services and AI Builder. Now I think the last thing that I was going to talk about, if my slides hadn't totally crashed, was, did it actually work? And the answer to that is, in a way it did, because through the course of actually creating this, this solution, I was able to meet some really amazing and awesome people. And I got flowers for Valentine's Day, which was like really happy for me. But yeah, no, I am still, totally like, don't have a boyfriend, but that's fine, because the point was really learning and also meeting the dating process, which in a way I am on my way to doing. So that worked, but it did not work to find me a boyfriend. So yes and no. The last thing I want to do is really put some thanks out there. I want to really thank Keith Watling and Yosh and Samia for actually supporting the app as testers, as idea generators, and also Dave Bostock as well, and for trying to help me beautify this app, which hopefully will be beautified soon. Now, the last slide that I would have had is pretty much the end slide, which is basically where I say thank you so much for joining my session today, which I assure you is a totally off the cuff session, not like any that I've done before, but yeah, I really hope that you enjoyed it. I'm not sure if there are any questions that I can answer. So any questions in the comments?
Not really, Tricia, but what an amazing session it was. I really loved it. I could see that you were using the entire ecosystem of the Power Platform to go ahead and build this tool. And quick, we have one question. Then I have a couple of questions that ask you. There's one question coming from Paul. He says, "Are there any way to know if a flow can start if only arrive from person one or person two?" I don't know if that makes sense. Let me know.
If a flow can start if it arrives from person to person. So I think I need more clarification on that, Paul.
Yeah,
Can you put that in the
I can get that too. So Paul, if you could just can go ahead, and we still have 5 minutes for the next session, maybe like 10 minutes we have it. You can go ahead and then drop more detail, be more specific what you're asking for. They'll make sure that Tricia answers it. And what a flawless session it was, everyone. I think people really enjoyed it. Now, quick question, Tricia. I mean, you did go ahead and added the auth key, and it pulled the data from the Tinder, right? So how that data was anyway formatted, was it sorted depending upon the Tinder you already used it, or how did that data actually come? On what basis did that data show?
So what comes back from the Tinder API is JSON, and JSON is really good because that allows the collection to automatically form using a table. So you don't really need much manipulation of the data. In fact, I didn't manipulate the data at all. I basically just pulled it in directly from the web service, and it comes as JSON, and you're able to just use it. So not much manipulation. If any, actually, I didn't manipulate it at all.
Okay, so if it's like if I go ahead and add an auth key from my account, it's gonna show the people that I might have interacted and I would like to go ahead and talk to them, right?
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure if I would be anyway confident to put my auth key on a conference. You are very confident with that. Let me tell you.
But the auth key is only valid for 24 hours. So after 24 hours, I think I've had this one now for like since yesterday. So it's going to time out today. So yeah.
Okay, perfect. So you did also, Tricia, talk about the custom connectors, right? You did talk about custom. So for guys who do not know what custom connectors, are there like simple connectors and they're like custom connectors? What are those?
So so if you have the concept of a web API, web APIs are basically web APIs allow you to interact with a different web service. So I will need to, for example, pull information in from a different system, and I can do that using a web service, using like a protocol like REST or so. Now, what web APIs or the custom connector does is it wraps around that web API, okay, and allows me to I, who might not have any idea as to what a web API is or how to use it or what headers to use, etc., I can literally just plug that connector in and put the information that I need into the relevant bits and make the call. So it's a user-friendly way of using an API.
Okay, makes sense. So I don't have to do anything. That just connect is already out there. That just helps me build application better, saves my time. So that's how it happens. One final question to see before I let you go is, as I said, I don't come from a Power Platform on this background. So when I'm actually building an application, I'm going to deploy it. It's going to be Azure, it's going to be AWS, Google Cloud, shared hosting, containers, whatever. So when you guys go ahead and build in Power Apps, so where do you deploy it? So where does that platform your apps get hosted?
So what I actually did, which I didn't actually show, is all of this is built in a container called a solution. So when you're actually building the Power Platform, you build on top of what you call a solution. That is it's a contained package that allows for transport of components from different environments, from, for example, your dev to your test to your production, and this is all done using Azure DevOps. So we also have, for example, Power App Build tools, which allows us to spin up environments and actually package solutions or unpackage solutions and deploy them to the different environments. So we also utilize ADO to actually do that as well.
So you mean when I go ahead and work on this Power Platform, I also get the benefits from the Azure that I can just go ahead and add CI/CD and all that stuff. So I get that on the fly.
Exactly. So there's so many, if you're interested in the CI/CD capabilities of the Power Platform, you've actually got people who talk about it in detail, like Will Hamzy or Bergdorf Goodman or Diana. So these are people who specialize and focus on that. I do also do Azure DevOps, but I specialize in terms of, because the thing is, like, CI/CD, a lot of people are doing it, but I want to basically focus on people who still need to interact with the project team, but will not be technical. So I talk about boards, I talk about how to test, and I talk about the quality, ensuring the quality of the solution around it using Azure DevOps.
Wow, that definitely makes sense, Tricia. Thank you so much. That was an amazing session. Love data. One of the very Yep.
One last plug. If you're interested in ADO and how to use ADO with the Power Platform, on top of Bergdorf, Benedict Bergdorf, etc., please follow my blog, because my blog talks about, like, ADO in terms of boards, etc. as well. So
yeah, we'll make sure that we put your all social links in the comments, even all the way, so that people can go ahead and follow you on Twitter, LinkedIn, and your blog. And I think we'll stay connected. So anything last before we move to next session, Tricia? Anything you want
I
to
just
add?
hope that my session was okay, and I apologize for the hiccup at the end with the slides and the crashing in the computer. It just went really slow.
Well, lucky you. You're not using Visual Studio in the .NET conference. People really struggle with that.
Yeah, it would have been a nightmare. But thank you so much for having me. It was really good. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tricia. Thank you for the flawless session that you had. As I said it multiple times, one of the very unique way to start the topic to start the conference. And we would love to have you back whenever you are available. And thank you so much for your time, and see you soon.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, with that, so we are completed with the first session of the day, the Power Platform Love Story. What an amazing session by Tricia, and one of the very unique ways. And you can use Tinder to build some cool apps with the Power Apps. Now we move to our next session. That's on using GitHub to improve the life cycle of apps in Power Apps. That's going to be Fabio. For some reasons, I cannot say the last name. I mean, it's pretty challenging for me, so I'm really sorry for that. So Fabio is a real community guy. He's a Microsoft MVP, which means he goes and talks in different conferences, virtual events, chapters. He's a business application and Office 365 MVP. He's a senior consultant, software engineer, and trainer. So GitHub is a pretty interesting topic to talk, and it would be great to see on how he's gonna do Power Apps in GitHub. So without any further ado, let's call our next speaker, Fabio. Hi, Fabio. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi, and welcome.
So thank you so much for your time, Fabio. What an amazing background. You are on air. I love your background. What's with that?
So I'm born as a developer, okay, and in the last years, 4 years, I'm starting to play with the first Power Apps, and then all the Power Platform, because I think it's a good platform for developers and non-developers to build application for the Microsoft 365 ecosystem.
Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, as I said, I didn't come from a Power Apps background, but I see people making some really cool applications, business applications, using this Power Platform. Quick question, Fabio, as for someone who comes from a different domain, someone who's not coming from a coding background, definitely I believe, right? Someone who comes from a different domain, right? Maybe like a .NET or maybe like a Python, right? So, what do you think are the challenges or things that one would face moving into this Power Platform ecosystem? Or what are the beneficial things of anything on that?
Yeah, so I think that the Power Platform is a good platform to build all non-core application for companies. Because it's very quickly to create a small application. It's very quickly to create a non-core application, because you know that if you want to create a core application, if your company have a business with an application, you need to write code, because you need to adapt to all clients. You need to fine tuning every aspect of the application. But for example, if you want to create a small application to improve the collaboration of your colleagues inside your company, it's very powerful to use Power Apps, for example, to create the same application that able to run in the desktop, in mobile. Yeah, I think that for some kind of application, Power Apps, it's a very interesting service.
Yeah, that's a great answer. I think when you say non-code applications, because when you want to go ahead and, as you say, build more interactivity within your team, making sure if you're using any resource that's being shared, you want to keep a track of it. There are different teams. Maybe for the HR team wants to go ahead and have an application. So getting it done from the dev team would be challenging. So maybe guys can go ahead and use Power Platform to build an application that would just help them, right? So maybe in that case, it might be helpful.
Another example could be if you want to build an application like the application to manage the holidays, for example, or booking some rooms, and you want to have the same application as a mobile application. Without Power Apps, you need to spend a lot of money, because you need to have a team that are able to create mobile applications.
Exactly.
Okay. In Power Apps, you have the mobile application as free.
Wow, that's great. That's very interesting. I mean, people have to spend a lot of time making sure the applications are running their progressive web app, their single page applications, right? So they're trying to do it on the website and making sure it runs smoothly on the phone too. But we do know it doesn't as well. But if you have an application that just turns into a mobile app from your existing application you're building, that's pretty great. So, so you're going to talk about GitHub to improve the life cycle of apps in Power Apps. That's a pretty interesting topic, Fabio. So I won't take much of your time, but I think we're already 3 or 4 minutes in. Whenever you feel like, you can start to share your screen and then get started.
Yeah. I'm able to share my screen. Just a moment.
By the time you do that, thank you everyone who is joining us again. Hi, Helly. Thank you for joining. We have this contest going on. If you want to take a selfie and post on Twitter by tagging CSharpCorner and CSharp Live, you're going to win an assured CSharpCorner swag, and we'll make sure that we ship it at your doorstep. So don't forget that. So I see your screen, Fabio. I'm going to add it to the stream right now. Maybe you see a screen share option. Maybe you can just hide that.
Perfect.
So, all right. Next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
Okay. Thank you. So, welcome again to my session about how to use GitHub to improve the lifecycle of application in Power Apps. you already know some information about me. I'm Microsoft Business Application and Office Development MVP. In this slide, you can find some information to contact me, like email, website, Twitter, and LinkedIn. So let's start with the agenda. In this session, I want to talk about the application lifecycle management in Power Platform. And then we can go deeply how to implement the application lifecycle management using GitHub and GitHub Action. Later, I show you a simple demo on how to use GitHub Actions. And then at the end of the section, I'll talk about the Power Apps language tooling. It's a tool that are able to extrapolate the source code of Power Apps Canvas application. Later, I show you another demo. So let's start with application lifecycle management in Power Platform. But first, you know that the Power Platform, and specifically Power Apps, is a service that make the possibility to every people that have just a little bit knowledge of program how to program some application, or some concept of how to call Excel function to create application by using a simple tool. So a pro dev like me, or a citizen dev, or an IT admin are able to create application inside your company. But what about the application lifecycle management? So I'm a programmer, of course, and when I build a software, I use, of course, the application lifecycle management. Because I need to implement some concept like the governance, of course, the development of the application, and of course the maintenance of the application. It's very important to implement all these topics: governance to manage the security, the user access, the change tracking, deployment, of course, all the aspect of the application development, like planning, design, building, testing application, and then the maintenance. We have some tools to implement the application lifecycle management, of course. And we need to understand how to use and which tools we can use for Power Platform. In this slide, you can see a schema of all the steps when you have to create an application. It's not important on a real coded application or on a Power Apps application. First of all, you need to plan your application. You need to make some interviews, and then take the requirement, and then start to code the application. Of course, in Power Apps, it's a no-code or low-code application framework, and then the code that you can write in Power App, it's just a simple set of function that come from the same syntax of Excel. And then when you have finished to build, to code your application, you need to usually to build your application. So if I use Visual Studio, I need to build by using Visual Studio and .NET my application. In case of Power Apps, you need just to package your application, because there are no real build process in Power Apps. Package your solution, it's basically save the application in the cloud or in your desktop, and in case of the desktop, you have a file MS app. And then, of course, you need to test your application. You are able to use some automatical test tasks in Visual Studio, but in Power Apps, you need just to test your application by using the human iteration. And the Power Apps have some some integrated tool to check if some function are not configured correctly or something like that. At the end of the test, you need to release your software. There are different ways to release your software. Basically, in Power Apps, you need to push as a first version, the main version, your application, and then you are able to deploy. So deploy in Power Apps mean, like, for example, to deploy the single application or a solution, a Dataverse solution, into a specific environment. Later, I'll show you. And then there are different steps like operate, make some fine-tuning, make access to some users or something like that, and monitoring your application. And then if you need to improve, again, to change your application because the specification are changed, you need to plan again, and then code, and then build, and then test, and then release, and deploy, and again, monitor, and start this cycle again. It's very similar. These steps, it's very similar from real coding application to Power Apps. So now, how to implement application lifecycle management for Power Apps? To implement the application lifecycle management, we need to use some things, like, for example, environments. Environments are, the spaces inside a specific organization. You are able to have more than one environment, of course. And we use the environment to store not only data, but solution and applications. We need solutions. Solutions are a particular way to create a package that contains application, data, connectors, and all things regarding the Power Platform. We use a solution because it's the atomic way to move not only application, but all the dependency of an application from one environment to another one. Another thing is the source control, of course. The source controls, it's a piece of, it's a service that are able to versioning all the files that your application was built. For example, inside a Canvas application, we need a lot of files that we can store inside a source control. But in case of solution, the solution are built by using different XML files. And then we can store not only the file that contain the solution, but the source code of the solution inside a repository. In this case, we will use the GitHub repository. And then the last part, it's the automation. Automation tool and task are used to validate, import, export, pack, unpack solutions and application, of course, inside, so from our source control to a specific Power Apps environment and vice versa. In this schema, I want to show you just a simple schema on how to use application lifecycle management with Power Apps. So, first of all, the makers need to create or extend application. And then, by using some automations, we need to take this application and put inside, so the application it's deployed inside an environment. For example, the one environment named development environment. And then with some workflows, we are able to pull the solution from this environment. And using the Power Apps CLI, we are able to unpack the solution file and then split all the source code that compose the solution inside all the artifacts inside the source control system. Here we are able to change the files or work with another citizen developer or another developer that need to change the application. And then at the end, we are able to push by pack again from the source control, from the source file to a real solution and push inside a test or production environment. To do that, inside GitHub, we need to use the GitHub actions. First of all, why we need to use GitHub? Because you know that Microsoft has bought GitHub, and then I think that GitHub in the future will be the main way to store the source code for Microsoft and non-Microsoft project. Recently, I don't remember, I think 1 year or 2 years ago, GitHub have added new functionality as GitHub Actions. So GitHub Action help what? Help to automate tasks inside the software development lifecycle. So in application lifecycle management. All the GitHub actions are built by using a specific language named YAML. It's a human-readable markup language, and basically it's very simple to use. Later I'll show you a demo. And all these files, every file, it's just a workflow that implements some, you're able to see in this image, implement different jobs, and for each job, we are able to split each job inside more than one or more than one steps, and for each step, we are able to write actions. In this case, Microsoft have recently added to the GitHub action some action to work with Power Apps, and later I'll show you. When we define this workflow, this file will save it inside an .github/workflows folder inside your repository, and then every workflow are able to start automatically based on a specific event. For example, when start on a pull request, or when we release a new release of the repository, or something like that. But of course, we are able to start manually this workflow. When you start this workflow, for each job, you have a specific runner. So one runner, it's just on a virtual machine. You are able to choose from Windows machine or Linux machine, and then inside this machine, you are able to execute every action that you have inside the job, the job that you have to start. GitHub action for the Microsoft Power Platform. First of all, these actions are in preview. So you are able to use in production, of course, if you want. But you have to remember that these actions are in preview. At this moment, we have some few actions like the WHAML, the import solution, the export solution, then unpack solution, the pack solution. All these functions need to authenticate, of course, to the specific environment to operate with this environment. And at this moment, Microsoft say that in the future this part will be changed. At this moment, these actions are able to authenticate to the Power Platform just using all, the username and the password authentication. In the future, Microsoft extend this way to authenticate to the Power Platform by using a client ID and client secret, so an application authentication. But at this moment, it's not possible. In my demo, I show you how to use, of course, username and password. Basically, you need to create a specific user that have all the permission to write, to read and write inside the environments in the Power Platform. And then, of course, you need to remember to disable the multi-factor authentication for this specific user, because the GitHub action are not able to use the multi-factor authentication to authenticate to the Power Platform. So the first action, it's used to verify the service connection by connecting to the service. The second, it's a function to import a solution into a specific environment, or another function, action, it's to export a solution from a source environment. Basically, it's a way to, again, import or export solution. Another two, it's the unpack solution and pack solution. The unpack, it's the action that are able to take a solution file and decompose into a multiple XML, but not only XML. There are some, it depends which objects are stored inside a solution, but basically are composed by XML files, JSON file, MS app files, and more. And the pack solution, it's a function that can be used to start from the source control and then create a zip file that contains the Dataverse solution that you can use to import solution in a specific target environment. So let me show a simple demo. Of course, I'll start to create an application. Basically, I create an application. I use it on a Canvas application, but it's the same if you use the model-driven app. I create the cost estimator by create a Canvas app and then start to use the phone layout, and then I choose this cost estimator template. This is the app. I'm able to click on edit and then show you the application. This application, it's the standard template application, and basically it's an application that are able to collect some information from user and then store this information inside an Excel file. It's not the good way to save information, but for a demo, it's okay. Save some information inside an Excel file. Okay. You remember that if you want to use, close. If you want to use the application lifecycle management, you need to create a solution. In my case, I create a solution cost estimator, and I put inside, by click on add existing Canvas app, my app previously created. Okay, another thing is the environments, you remember. So I need to have 3 environments. The first environment is the dev environment. This environment is used by the citizen developer or the pro developer to create application and then test on the developing mode the application. Another one, it's the environment that we use as a build environment. Later, I'll show you by using the GitHub action why we need this specific environment. And then the latest environment, it's the default environment, so the production environment. Of course, in this demo, we have 3 environments, but we are able to change the YAML file to implement the workflow in a different way. Basically, we need almost two environments: the dev environment and the production environment, of course, because it's not a good way to build application directly inside the production environment. Okay. Another thing is inside GitHub to have a GitHub repository. I already created this simple repository. It's a private repo. And the purpose of this repo is, of course, to have a way to store the source file and then manage all the history of the changes of these files. And the second purpose is to have the GitHub actions. So let me show, of course, we start to create a new repository. It's very simple. You're able to go to GitHub, go to the new repository, put here the name, make a public or private. Of course, if this is a private repo, because if you use a Power Apps for your company, you need to store private in a private mode your source code. You are able to choose some information like add README, add Git in your. In this case, we don't need to add a Git in your file, and choose a license. It's a private repo, and you don't need to choose a license. So when you start on when you click on create a repository, you are able to have a repository like this one. Okay, another things that we can use later, it's the secrets. Basically, these settings, it's a good way to store the secret information inside a repository. For example, you remember that for use the action to interact with the Power Platform from GitHub, we need to use username and password. It's not a good way to store password inside the YAML file of the GitHub action. And a good way is to store inside this secret, because all the variables are encrypted, and it's not possible to read when you create a new secret and then save. It's not possible to by using API or the UI. It's not possible to go to read this information. The only thing that you can do it's remove or update these settings, but it's not possible to read. The only way to read is to use inside the GitHub action, for example. Okay, let me show you here inside the actions. We already have 2 workflows implemented by the GitHub action. The first workflow is the export and branch solution. It's implemented by this export.yaml. And of course, if you go here, you remember that we have a .github/workflow. You are able to see all the files for the GitHub action. So the first is the export. Basically, this is the YAML file that you can start directly, so manually, not by using an event for this example. And then inside here, we have all the jobs and then steps that contain the action to connect and check if on a specific environment by using this username and the password that come from the secrets, these connections are available, and then we can use the export solution and then use the unpack solution to store the file that are stored inside and a solution that come from the Power Platform inside this repo. So I go directly inside here, the export and branch solution. This is the name of the workflow, and then we can start here the run the workflow. If we click here, run workflow, after some few seconds, the workflow will started. And come on, the demo effect. Come on. We need to attend some seconds. Okay. So you know that this is the name, the trigger manually run by my account, the date of start, and the status. Previously it was in queue, now it's in progress. So if you click here, you are able to see all the jobs, and inside the jobs, you are able to see all the steps and all the action that we have inside this workflow. You remember this action is to connect to a specific environment, and in this case, this is the URL of the dev environment. And then when the environment have exported the solution, we'll start to unpack solution action. Okay. And then we export this cost estimator.zip solution, and then a branch, so create a new branch, prepare it for a pull request, and then make the checkout. So all the steps are completed. You see the green flag here. And of course, you are able to come back. Okay, start two times the same workflow, no problem. Okay, delete. Okay. So now you are able to come back here and then see here that we have a new branch. This is the default branch. We have a new branch that have basically the name of the solution, the date, and the time, the server time of GitHub. So if you click here, you are able to see this branch. If you click on Solution Cost Estimator, you are able to see the Canvas app and some information like XML, background image, URI. We can click to see. It's just on a file without extension. We are not able to open this file. No, don't worry. And in this case, the MS app file. So in this case, we don't have the source code of the Canvas app, but later I'll show you how to unpack this file. And of course, you can have other files like customization and solution XML. Of course, you are able to go here or by using, for example, Visual Studio Code, by clone this repo, make some changes manually, and then save again to the repo. Because the next step, it's go to the action and execute the release solution to prod. So let me show you this file first. The file is implemented again by using YAML. and it's run like the previous file on a Windows machine. It's not possible at this moment to run this action in a Linux machine, but Microsoft say that in the future this action will be available directly inside the Power Apps CLI, and then you are able to use in on a Linux machine. Why Linux or Windows? Basically, because by using Linux machine, you are able to speed up the process to execute this action, because it's more fast to use on a Linux machine instead of on a Windows machine. But at this moment, only Windows machine. Okay. Another thing is this workflow will be triggered automatically, workflow dispatch, on release, and specific when you create a new release. Later, I'll show you. This is all the steps that we have inside. So we have two jobs. The first one is convert to managed, and the second is the release to prod. Basically, we use all the action that Microsoft have implemented for GitHub Action to interact with the Power Platform. Basically, the pack solution. In this case, we start to take the solution folder, solution cost estimator, generate a cost estimator.zip. Of course, you are able to change, it's a text file, you are able to change this folder, the name of the zip that you want to create, and all, of course, you are able to change the environment, the username, the secret, the password, and all the parameters, just by edit this file. So, first of all, pack the solution. Generate the zip solution as unmanaged solution. Then import solution as unmanaged to build environment. You remember that we have a build environment. And after that, we export the solution as managed. So again, the environment URL, it's the build environment by using the username and password. This is the solution, and then we save at this path the same solution, but in this case as a managed solution. So you know that the managed solution, it's a solution that it's not possible to change again. So it's fixed. The user are not able to modify the object that it's present inside an unmanaged solution. And then upload the ready to ship solution to GitHub artifact store. Basically, it's an action to store this file inside the artifact of GitHub. The second job, it's executed again in a Windows machine. Take the file from the artifact store and then import the solution to, in this case, the production environment. Again, by using a username and a secret, and by selecting the solution to import. There are some flags like force overwrite. If the solution is already present, this flag are able to overwrite the solution and then publish changes to the target environment. So, to implement these two actions, basically, you need to go to this repo, the Microsoft /Power Platform -action -lab, and you are able to find the export and branch solution and the release solution to prod. It's the template of the workflow, because you are able to see that we need to remove this placeholder and put the correct environment URL, correct username, and you are able to change the solution name and the solution file name, okay? So you are able to copy this one and create inside your repo. So I already tested previously, And I want to show you, I'm start from the dev environment, and then if I go to the production environment and I go to the solution, okay, I'm able to see that we have the cost estimator, and if I click here, I'm able, okay, some some problems, don't worry. We have the same application inside the production environment. I think that this is the old version of the application. Let me click here. Okay, this is the correct application. So let me start. I want to show you, I want to remove this solution from the production. And come on. And I want to remove, okay, this one. Basically, I want to clear the production environment. Come on. Come on. Okay, let me refresh. Okay, no problem. Okay, no applications. Okay, and okay, no problem. So I want to come back to the dev, and I want to go to the applications. Remember that this app, it's present. It's the same if I go inside the solution. I'm able to edit this application. And I want to make just a simple change. And then I want to show you all the workflow. For example, if I go here and make the very important change, I changed the title of the first screen. I'm able to publish. Okay. And then I'm here inside the dev environment. You remember that I need to start by actions. I need to start this export and branch solution. So first of all, run the workflow, and then we have to attend some second to start and about 1 minute and a half to execute this workflow. Later, I want to show you how to start automatically this new workflow by creating a release of this repo. I'll take some time to start on a new instance. Okay, come on. Okay, now it started. What we have to do at the end? Of course, we need to go to the specific branch and then create a pull request to put this branch to the main branch, because we need to create a new release of the application. After the creation of this release, we are able to start automatically the second workflow and then deploy automatically in production this solution. So let me show if okay, it's in an export solution. Later we have to unpack and then branch solution. Okay. So this screen, it's very interesting because you are able to monitor every execution of the workflow and then go to a specific step and then check all the messages of the log. For example, if you have an error, you are able to go here to read the log and then understand what is the error, authentication error or something like that. Okay. So now we can go again here. I go to the latest branch. created 35 seconds ago, and then I'm able to create a pull request. I'm able to write some comment, but I just create a pull request, and then I merge this pull request. So now if I go here directly on the main, I have the latest source code of the application. Now I need to go to release and then create a new release, like put the version number 8 with title changed, and then publish this release. Now, if I go to action, I'm able to see in a couple of seconds. Come on. Okay. Come on. Let me check again. Yeah, I create the title changed. If I go here again. Okay, title changed. Now it's in queue. If I click here, I'm able to see two objects. This is the two different jobs. You remember? The first job, it's the job that runs some action like pack solution, import solution as unmanaged, export solution as managed, and then upload to the GitHub artifact store. After that, you are able to come back again here, and then we can go to release to production to, it's not possible now, when start, to monitor the release to production. After that, we are able to see in the production the new application that have the title change. I have some topics again to show you. We maintain this execution in the background and then come back to the slides. Another thing is the Power Apps language tooling. You are able to, you see that in the source code, we have a Canvas app in the solution. But
Fabio, can you hear me? I'm really sorry to interrupt. I think there's something problem with the mic or something. Your voice is cracking for some reason. Maybe you want to plug in and plug out once again.
Let me change. You hear me?
Yeah, it's better now.
Oh, okay, sorry. Okay, I repeat. Sorry. You know that in the repo we have inside the solution we have a Canvas app, but we have only the package of the application. We don't have the source code of the application. Microsoft have released this tool still in experimental mode. It's not possible to use now in production. And this tool that available at this GitHub repo, basically it's a tool, it's an .NET tool that are able to take the Microsoft MS app file, the Canvas file, and unpack into the source code. And again, we are able to do the same, to take the source code and then generate again the MS app to import again inside Power Apps. So let me show you on a simple demo. Okay, so we have this Power Apps language tooling. You need to build first this, and then inside the bin debug you have this exe file. So basically, with PowerShell, we needed to do to execute just two commands: the pasopa.x unpack, and you need to pass the path of the file. And in this case, okay, I take this cost estimator MS app. And then if I click on Visual Studio Code, I'm able to see all the source code of the Canvas app with all screens, with the entropy JSON file, the data sources, and another JSON file. So you can do any changes, but you remember that if you change the source code, it's possible that if you make some errors, you are not able to re-import the application inside the Power Apps. And then after your changes, or just if you want to have the source code into a GitHub or a different repository, you can use this tool. When you come back and then have again an MS app file, the only things that we have to do is to execute the same command but with the unpack parameter, and then pass, the pack parameter by passing the path of the new file and the path that contain the source, the folder with the source code of the Canvas app. If I execute this one, I'm able to have the new application created, the new file created, and now I'm able to import inside Power Apps. So come back here. Let me show. Okay, all the workflow is executed. If you go again here, title changed is executed. Now, if I go here and then I go to the default environment, I don't know why we have these two applications. In my previous demo, I have the same application, cost estimator, without this one. Just a little, I don't know, error. And now in production, we have the new application published automatically with the new changes. In this simple demo, just the change of the title. Okay, so it's very, very powerful. So just a recap. So you have to remember the application lifecycle management. It's very important not only in coded application, but the same for Power Apps application, because it's very powerful to store the source code. It's very powerful to manage the Alm to deploy in a different environment automatically. You already see this one in the previous demo. And it's very important when you build an application and you have a team composed from with more than one developer, of course. You can use GitHub and GitHub Action to implement this kind of the workflow. And you are able to use the Power Apps language tooling to unpack and pack the source code of the Power Apps Canvas application. So remember that this is in a preview mode, but I think that in the next month, Microsoft released the final version of this action, and you can use without problem in production. So inside this slide, you can find some links. Basically, the two links from the docs.microsoft.com that explain all the things that I covered inside this session. And the last link is the Microsoft Power Apps language tooling repo to download the source code and then build the tool to pack and pack the source code for the Canvas application. So, okay, it's time to Q&A. So if there are some questions, I don't know.
So, Fabio, that was a great session, and I really loved it. I think you covered the entire ecosystem and some of the best practices one should follow. And looks like there's not just low code, no code. There's some really cool stuff happening that you can go and do with Power Apps using GitHub Actions and all that stuff. So that's great. We have a couple of questions, and I will just quickly, I'll ask you to maybe just quickly answer them. Okay, where did I find it? It went so top. All right. Okay. This one. Can we branch? It's by Irwin. Can we branch, clone, pull request, and merge back to master branch? Like traditional code approach, what is stored in the repo and how to manage the config? That's a lot. There's a lot to ask.
Yeah, so of course the purpose of use a GitHub repo is to do the same action like branch, clone, pull request, merge that you can use normally when you code an application. The same manage conflict it's implemented, so it's the same that we have in a coded application by implementing a diff from files. You know that in solution basically we have XML or JSON file, and then you need to manage this kind of conflict. In case of you want to unpack the source code of a Canvas app, in this case it's more it's not difficult, but you need to pay attention, because I remember that if you change the code of a Canvas app manually, it's possible that when you come back inside the Power Apps, if there are some errors, the application it's not ready to use. It's possible to have a problem on import the application.
All right. We'll take one final question. That's again from Irwin. He's asked. I think this is a generic question and makes sense. That to store into GitHub, should we manually use export, import, or pack, unpack, or just set up the binding so that we change the Power App Studio, it will automatically update to repo or not selected one? I think that he doesn't come from a Power App background.
Yeah.
And
So this is a very interesting question. The only way I think it's to so at this moment, no, there are no way. But I think that or it's not documented. But I think that the only way is to have a webhook or something like that, because you need to trigger when the Power App Studio save the application on the service. But and then start the GitHub action. But at this moment, I think it's not possible to implement. The first step is manually.
Yeah, I think it would be manually anyway. So thank you so much, Fabio. Thank you so much for your session. That was an amazing session. I think you covered a lot within 15 minutes, and we would love to have you back when you are available. And thank you so much for all that you do for the community. All these videos will be available for free, and it will be archived on the CSharpCorner, CSharp.live, where we put all the videos. So thank you so much, Fabio, once again, and
have a great
day. And see you soon.
Thank you. Bye. Bye.
All right, with that, we are done with the second session of our conference. We're running a little late, so I'll just move to our next speaker. He is Ben Watt. He's going to talk about Power Automate Your Way to Cognitive Services and Power BI. Very, very interesting topic. I think cognitive service are great tools that you can go ahead and add AI capabilities to your existing applications without having knowledge of any of the data science and all that stuff. And Ben is a Microsoft MVP for the data platform. He specializes in Power BI, and also he is the managing director. So let's go and invite our next speaker, Ben Watt. Hi, Ben. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Thank you so much, Simon. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yeah, your voice is loud and clear. Your video feed is perfectly crisp. So thank you so much for your time, Ben. I really love your topic, to be honest, right? Cognitive services and Power BI. I think these two Power BI tool and cognitive services are really powerful. And you can just go ahead and get started with any of the applications and add AI capabilities. I love it. So, by the way, how are you doing? How are things life? How are things in Ireland?
Everything is going great over here. We are just moving out of winter and starting to head towards spring. So everybody has
Yeah.
a spring in their step. So it's a nice time of the year to finish off the cold weather.
Yeah. I mean, how is COVID? Can you go out and hang out? How's life there now?
Yeah, I mean it's a nice time of the year when a lot of things like that are showing up in springtime are things like daffodils growing and lots of small flowers growing in parks. And obviously it's a little bit more restricted with people going out and about, but at the same time, a great lifestyle here in Ireland is spending your time out in the countryside or in the wilderness or in the mountains, breathing in the very, very clear, crisp and fresh air. So
Wow.
that keeps a lot of people happy at this time of the year for sure.
Lucky you, Ben. I come from India, and we are the second most populated country, so we don't get to go and look at and get fresh air. So I know we are
Yeah.
only 10 minutes in your session, Ben. I won't take much of your time. You can just go ahead and start to share your screen, and when you do that, I'll put it into the live stream.
Absolutely. So I want to share just one screen, Simon. Which one will it show me? Which one to do?
So if you click on share screen, you get share screen option, and then you can select
Okay.
any screen that you want, and then click on share.
Okay, perfect.
I'll let you know when I say it. All right, I see it's loading. I see it. I got it. It says Power Automate your way to cognitive services. And maybe you want to click on that hide, or you see over there on your screen, that small
This
hide.
one?
This
Oh, you
one, right?
hide? Yep.
Yep. That's great.
Okay.
You can move to presentation mode or anyone. And
Absolutely.
next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Simon. So, oops, the other way around. I am delighted for the offer of speaking today, Simon. So just to double check, you can see, I suppose, full screen now on my slide.
Yes, exactly. All
Excellent.
good.
So today we're going to do quite, let's say, an end-to-end example of using a couple of different Microsoft technologies. And I want to put it out there right now that I need you, who is looking at this, to take part, because it's very important that I get some interaction from you guys. And I'll tell you what exactly that means in just a moment. So the first thing I am going to show you is what I need from you, my dear listeners today. So what we're going to do is we're going to process some images and put them through, and they're going to be processed via Power Automate. Power Automate is going to call some cognitive services functions, both facial recognition and object detection. It's going to store all of that data into a SQL Server database. And then we're going to open up that SQL Server database in Power BI and do some analysis on the images that you have sent to me. So I'm going to give you a couple of minutes. If you have a look on the slide at the moment, you can see I want you to send me an email, please, to image@datalineo.com. So you can get your phone out or do it on your desktop and send an image as an attachment. You can actually send multiple images per email. Don't worry about how many you send. Obviously, don't go crazy. We need to have something absorbable for this session. And what I like to get are selfies of people, because some of the cognitive services functions we're going to do are facial recognition and facial detection type stuff. So we do need some people. Pictures of you and friends, things like that. As well as we're doing object detection. So if you take photos of stuff that's on your desk, your watch, your shoes, your keys, anything like that, that's another option that you can send through. What I find quite often, so I've delivered this session a few times, people go a bit crazy with sending, it used to be Donald Trump type stuff, but let's keep politics out of it, because it's too much of a bother these days. And certainly today, what we don't want, please, is Meghan Markle or Harry. So let's keep that one off the radar. Just to let you know, and this is 100% guarantee, that none of these images are stored permanently. So they're all deleted and swept up later today. I don't socialize any of those images, and everything's cleaned up. So don't worry about those images being repurposed for anything that you don't want. I have a PowerShell script that goes through and wipes them from my email, from the SQL Server database, and from the Azure storage where they're put. Okay, so get going. And what I'm going to do is put on a live Power BI report that is going to show some images coming through in real time. So what we're looking at the moment, it's a very simple report, but it's just going to start increasing as those images come through. And you know what? I'm going to be a man of my word, and I'm going to send an image while I'm talking to you. You can actually see this in real time, okay? So I'm going to take a selfie. Okay, let's have a look. Two fingers up like that. Okay, and I'm going to email that just like you're going to do. I can see one email's come in already. So the emails received on the screen says 6. That will start to increase as all of you kindly send some images through. Don't worry about what the subject is. It can be anything. Okay, where is it? There it is. Okay, so that's me, if you can just see that. Don't worry if you can't see it too clearly. That's me sending that image that I just took of myself. And we're going to send that through, and off it goes. And what we should start to see, it takes a few minutes. So Microsoft Flow is reading that inbox and picking up all of the emails that you guys are sending through. And my next slide is going to show you a little bit more detail about what exactly the Microsoft Flow or Power Automate is actually doing. Now look at those numbers. See, it's starting to come through. I've got 9 emails already, 17 images processed, a total of 35 megabytes. So now is when Flow is doing its work. So thank you so much for all the people who have sent some messages, some emails in. I hope to see a few more coming through. I'll look back at that live dashboard in just a moment. So while that's happening, and while you're still sending images in, we're going to cover off the stuff that's not that important as part of this session, the agenda. So first things first, I want you to send in your pictures, and I hope you're busy sending them in. The next thing is going to be a diagram showing what Microsoft Power Automate is doing, reading the images from the inbox and how it's processing them. It's a kind of a conceptual diagram of what's happening. It shows how Power BI is playing its part. It shows you how Microsoft Cognitive Services is playing its part, and other things like SQL Server. It's parsing JSON. It's doing lots of really cool stuff. And then at the end, when all of that information has been stored, logged, and analyzed, we're going to open it up in Power BI, and we're going to browse through, look at the images, and just see what comes through. Okay. Just a little bit about myself, and I won't linger on this one too long because Simon already did a nice introduction. But yes, I'm managing director of a company called Data Lineo, based here in Dublin. I'm an MVP of Data Platform. I do tons of community stuff with Power BI here in Dublin, as well as helping other user groups. We created an Irish-wide community group called the Community Cafe as a reaction to lockdown, which was, I suppose, this time last year. Rather than closing down all of our in-person events, we got together as an Irish community and put on a weekly community event that lasted, that's actually still in play at the moment. We have another event called Data Ceilidh. Ceilidh is an Irish word, and it means kind of like a community get-together or a dance kind of thing. And so we use that as our naming for an event that we're having later on this year. Plus, I've spoken at various other events and so on. There's my Twitter handle. So if you do want to follow me and keep up with any ramblings that I might put out there on Twitter, I'd be happy to see some followers join me. So in terms of slides, this is really the only slide that matters for this whole session. The rest of it is going to be demo-related content, okay? So let's take a wander through what we're looking at. But before I do, let's pop back and see how many images have come through so far. So I have received 14 emails so far with 25 images processed, a total of 45 megabytes. So I'm not sure if any other people are out there still planning to send them through. Absolutely jump on your phone. Oh, there's one more, 15, that's great. pop through some images. But let's have a look at what's happening in the background. Power Automate, okay, is starting off with a trigger, and I'll open up the actual flow itself and we'll have a look at it in detail, but there's a lot to it, and this one summarizes it in a much easier way for you to understand. So our trigger is when an email arrives that has an attachment. It will then kick off the rest of the flow. The first thing it does is it does a loop through for every attachment that is included in that email. So that's why I said you can actually include multiple images in your email, and it will loop through for every image that's in the email. The first thing it does is it stores the image in Azure storage, an Azure storage container. Now, I could store that into a SQL Server database as an image type, but you know what? It's not very efficient for storing images, and that's what Azure Storage is great at, and that's where I store the actual photo that you're sending through. As I'm picking them up, I'm writing to a streaming Power BI dataset. So you can see at the bottom of the diagram, Power BI is being used twice. The first thing it's doing is writing data straight away to a streaming dataset. And again, if I just pop that streaming image open or streaming report open, you can see as soon as the flow picks up an image, it will pump a data point straight into this report, and we'll see pretty much in real time the number of emails arriving. And that's what the streaming dataset is doing. It's then writing the data or the metadata associated with that email into a Microsoft SQL Server database in the cloud. So it's a typical Azure SQL database. It writes metadata like the sender, the email sender, the date that it arrived, and a few other things like the size of the image, and of course the location of the image that I'm storing it in Azure Storage. That's the first thing it does, but then it goes off and does the more exciting things. You can see that it branches here and does things in parallel, and the actual flow that we're going to look at does these things in parallel. So it branches off in one direction and it calls the Cognitive Services Face API. And you can see it calls two different components. The first thing it does with the Face API is facial attributes. So facial attributes is not recognition. It's not really who it is. It's what the Cognitive Services picks up in an image in terms of the location of the face, the number of faces, if it sees any faces, and some very specific things like the tilt of the head and the pitch of the head, the location of the eyes, and also some interesting things like it will try and detect the gender of the people that it sees in the image, the age of the people that it sees in the image, and other things as well, like are they wearing lipstick, are they wearing eye makeup, and a few other things like that. And I'm showing some of those things, not all of them, in the Power BI report. The next thing it does is facial recognition. So this isn't recognition of famous people as such, it's recognition of a number of images that I've placed into a recognition group, so that if it will compare new images coming through and says, I recognize that because Ben put 5 images into his recognition database, and I can recognize that's Ben. So it will pick up people that I've placed in a recognition database. As it happens, going back to the facial attributes, if the person's quite famous, there is some information that will come back regarding if it will detect who they are. And all of that information is written to SQL. What you can also see in this diagram, and these are only small icons, and don't worry if you can't see them too closely, but this is just to let you know of other kinds of things that it's doing inside the flow. So one of them is parsing JSON data. So obviously all of the APIs are giving me back JSON data, and I use a really great step in Power Automate that will allow me to just parse the JSON and grab the results and use them however I need. Another one here, this blue symbol with the lines across it. The Face APIs actually have size limits on the images. I actually can't remember exactly what it is. It's either 2 or 4 megabytes. It's a fairly high value, but if your image is too big, the Face API will actually reject it. So what I have inside the flow is a check to see what size the image is. If it's too big, I will pass it off to this step, which is a third-party action that will resize the image down to something more acceptable before it sends it to the Face API. So it's handy that it doesn't really matter what size image you send through, it will still resize it down if necessary. The other thing that it does in parallel is the computer vision API. So this isn't about faces, it's more about object detection. And this one, in terms of object detection, will look at the image and create a number of tags. So if the image is of a garden scene or something like that, you'll see a lot of tags like tree, garden, and things like colors like green, outdoors, all that kind of stuff that are used if you're trying to sort or find or filter images of a certain generic type. It will allow you to use those as a searching mechanism. It also comes back with an item description. So if it's a picture of you that you send and you're standing just in front of the camera, it gives it a one-sentence description like person in front of a camera or person posing for a picture. Or it might say something like a number of objects on the desk and things like that. So we're going to see what it comes back with all of the images that all of you have sent through. And again, as per all of the other steps, everything is written to a SQL database. What's written to the SQL database is actually the pure raw JSON that I get back from the APIs, and I'm using Power BI to parse that JSON in my report here. I'm also parsing it up here because I need some of the information, like the size of the image, just so that I can send it to the right step if it's too big and grab the name of the file and things like that. And as you can see, what we're doing down the bottom is I have a Power BI report, a different type of Power BI report that's not streaming. It's a refresh or an import mode report that's going to go and read all of the data we've collected from the SQL database, and it's going to give us a nice report and a nice view of everything that we've discovered. We're going to have a look at that in a few minutes. The last thing it does, it will give you an email back. So if you've sent me an email with an image, you would have received back already a nicely formatted email that was done by the Microsoft Flow that tells you the object description of what it found in all of the images or one image that you sent through to me. And last is the most important thing, that email is then deleted, never to be recovered again, because I don't need it anymore. And I want to keep all of your information safe. So that's the process. Gets the email, does a lot of processing of the attachments and stores all the data. We're going to have a look at it in Power BI, and then we're going to wander through the actual flow and see how that works. So the first thing we're going to do is open up Microsoft Flow. So this is the actual flow. I have a flow called Image Analytics Analyze Email. Now I'm just going to do a refresh, and we should see that it has actually two of them are still running. So maybe this one had quite a large email. It's been running for 4 minutes. This one's been running for 18 seconds, so that only just came in. But you can see 4 minutes, 7 minutes ago, these are the ones that you guys have sent me already. Okay, so let's have a look at the edit of this flow. And we're going to wander through in more detail than what was on the slide at what is happening. So here's our trigger, and the trigger is when an email arrives to image@datalineo.com in the inbox. And if we have a look at our advanced options, you will see there's a couple of things here that I pretty much chose all of the defaults, except one thing I had to change is include attachments was set to no. Now I had to set that to yes because this whole flow is about the attachments in the email. The next thing I'm doing is a lot of variables. There are more efficient ways to do this, and back when I wrote this, I didn't know that, and certainly it's something that I will be correcting, but I have a variable that contains lots of information, lots of variables that contain various pieces of information that I'm going to need later on in my flow. So say, for example, the sender email, I've created or I've initiated a variable, and I'm using the from email address inside this variable because I want to email you back later on, and that's what I need that sender email for. And lots of other different things here. I'm not going to open this one because that's my API key for cognitive services, which I use in my HTTP request later on. Now, if we scroll right down to the bottom, you can see that we do a big step here called apply to each attachment. And then we respond back to you with the email, and then I delete the email. Now, where's all the actual action happening? It's all inside this step here. As soon as I select on this step, you will see it blows out to a lot more things that are happening. And this expands and expands and expands again because there's lots of looping going on. So the first step is to apply to each attachment. It grabs lots of information and sets a lot of new information. Now, because I'm traditionally a SQL Server database and data warehousing guy, I need to create keys and unique identifiers for all of my data to go into SQL. So every attachment that I get, I create a brand new unique identifier using this function. So let's have a look at that function. This is a little bit more advanced, but it's not that complicated. I have my variable called image GUID. And how do I populate that? Every time this loops through, it goes and grabs a new GUID using this expression, nice and simple, called GUID. So that just generates a unique identifier. I'm setting a few things like the image. So when I'm storing the image in my Azure storage, a lot of you might be sending images that you've saved from the past or actually taken on the spot. And sometimes I had found that the images were having the same name, and this was causing problems. So what I do is I use the image GUID, or my unique identifier, and I append that or prepend that to the beginning of the attachment name, and I store that with that name inside my Azure storage. It ensures that every image has a unique name. So let's see what else it does. It gets the attachment details. So this is where it's going to grab the attachment that was sent through and obtain a lot of the metadata associated with that attachment. Now, I need that because the size of the file is very important. You can see I'm setting a switch here, that if the size of the file is bigger than a certain value, now we're going to have a look at this expression, and it's going to look pretty ugly. So I'm not going to try and walk you all the way through it. You see this statement here, it says if the attachment details size is greater than 64K, then 0, and if it's greater than here, which is just over 4 megabytes, then I set this value to 2, otherwise 1. So basically, I'm setting 3 different options here. If it's smaller than, so here, this statement here, it says if it's less than, I have to convert it to an integer, and I grab that, the value. If it's less than 64,000. Now, the thing is that a lot of people were sending me emails that had a footer with an image of their company logo or something like that, and I didn't want to really process them. So if anybody sent an image that's smaller than 64,000 bytes, then it's actually ignoring that. If it's greater than 4 megabytes, then that's going to be too large. And this is where we have a switch statement to do a couple of things. First thing is if the file is large, or if my value is 2, then I call this process to resize the image. If it's a normal size attachment, meaning it's greater than 64,000 bytes, but less than 4 megabytes, it stores that image straight into my Azure storage. So you can see those two things are doing exactly the same, except this one resizes it first. And if it's too small, it goes off to the default step, which says, I'm not going to do anything with this one, it's too small. Now, my condition here is to say, right, I'm now going to start processing this file. And the first thing it does, it writes to my streaming data set. So this is where it's going to add rows to a data set. And this is a streaming Power BI data set. And if you don't know what a streaming data set is in Power BI, it's where you can write data in real time and have that up on a dashboard, and the numbers are reflected immediately. It's very good for IoT type scenarios where you don't want to refresh it every hour or every day. You need to see that number coming in straight away. Here's where we branch off left and right. So here's my facial face detect HTTP step and my HTTP vision. So this is my object detection API, and this is my my face API. If we scroll down a little bit, you can see it's calling a post method. That's my endpoint and my key, which is stored in my variable, and the actual body of the body that's sent through. And this is actually pointing to the location in Azure storage. So I don't need to stream the image through. Again, I point to my Azure storage and say, it's over there in Azure storage. You go off and perform the facial API calls and tell me what you find. Now, I've got a number of conditions because sometimes that facial detection API will come back and say, I don't detect any faces, actually. It might be an image of a coffee cup that you've sent me, so there's no faces. So the first thing is to check that there were faces found, and then it goes off and writes that row into a SQL table. I'm parsing that, the JSON from the earlier step, and I'm applying it to each face that comes through. So this is where you did send me an image with faces in it, and it has to apply this step because it could find multiple faces. So we loop through the number of attachments, we loop through each image, and we loop through the number of faces in each image. So you can see we're looping and looping and looping multiple times. And it goes on a little bit more because sometimes we have identification of faces. So this is where it says, for every one of those faces, go and check if this is in Ben's facial recognition database. Now let's scroll up a little bit and close these branches a little and have a look at the object detection. So this is the object detection API. It's much the same again. This is my endpoint, and I'm also passing it the location of the image that I stored in Azure storage. And after that, it's much the same thing again. It's parsing the results of that JSON and storing the results into a SQL database. You can see here it inserts the row into SQL, and it applies. What are we doing in this one? Oh, this is where I'm actually appending data to a string, which ultimately is going to be sent back to you in the email. So that's the flow. It's very complicated. It took me a long time to write it because I started off with a very simple process, and I wanted to add more and add more and add more, and it eventually grew into what you're seeing now. It's been running for a couple of years and has not really caused one hiccup at all, and I'm really happy with the way Flow is working in this scenario. Okay, so I think that's enough for Flow. Let's have a look in Power BI. Before we do that, I am going to check how many we got. 25 emails with 57 images processed. So let's take a look at all of those. Now I have a virtual machine. Okay, so this is my Power BI report. I have preloaded with a couple of images that I took earlier today. Those three there are me doing silly faces, but there's a reason for that. So what let's do first is refresh, and we're going to go off and pull through all of those images that you sent. It's going off to SQL Server. It's loading those images from SQL, and there we have a lovely big collage of all of the images that you guys have sent through. That's fantastic. I recognize this one. That one was a Twitter thing. I tweeted something similar to that the other day. Okay, so that's all the images. We have the 57 images, and here's all the tags from all of those images. So let's go and have a look, and we can quickly filter something like, there's 8 dog tags. So let's filter to that. And there's some images that came up with dog in the tag. I'm going to say upfront, sometimes they're pretty weird. I actually only see one dog there. There's a keyboard, and there's somebody sitting at the beach, and there's some bottles of alcohol and some nice looking food, but I don't know how it came up with dog for that one. Let's have a look at, now let's have a look at this one called old, and look at that, all images of me. I'm not really happy with that one, but let's have a look and see, is young here as well? Maybe it is. Oh, it's not filtered. Let me sort this by tags in reverse order. Other way, young, There's a lot of young people who have sent images through. That's brilliant. But guess what? I'm in those one as well. So I don't know whether I'm young or old these days. You have to have pretty thick skin when it comes to some of these tags. So that's the image cloud, but let's take a closer look at those images. I'm going to pop over here to my image description page. And what we're going to see here is every image that we got sent through. Now, I do note that there's one that didn't work, and there is a reason for that. It took me a while to kind of work out why that is. But what happens is if you resize the image from your phone, sometimes it causes a problem or sends that image through with a subfolder, and Power BI can't find that subfolder in the Azure storage. It's a bit of a bug. I haven't really spent all the time to try and fix that as of yet. So let's wander down. So I'm going to pick this one first. If I select on it, you'll see my my sender. So thank you very much, Pradeep. And let's have a look at what we're getting with this image. So the object description is a man wearing sunglasses and smiling next to a body of water. I think that's a pretty good description. So Pradeep, absolutely, standing next to a body of water. Here's the image tag for that particular image. And we can see that looks pretty close. We can see things like, dog was there, but we see beach, we see board wearing, water, river, smiling, sunglasses. We also see young Pradeep, that's good. It's a kind of very broad way of tagging images with lots of somewhat relevant and sometimes irrelevant tags that are associated with an image. Now I'm going to wander through and I'm going to be the first person to show you this part. So this is the image that I just sent a few minutes ago. Now let's have a look at this as well. You can see that the number of faces spotted is 1. So this image only had 1 face in it. And the number of faces recognized was also 1. Now, because my database, recognition database, only contains images of me, then yes, of course, it recognized me. If we pop back and look at that picture of Pradeep, you'll see the faces recognized is 0 because he's not in my database of recognizable people. You can see there's 32 image tags and 1 object detection as well, and that object detection is person. So let's speed things up a little bit, and I'm going to jump to people pictures first. They always get preference. So let's have a look at this one. So let's have a look. We have a man in a blue shirt. Now, if I put your picture up, I want you to write some comments because it's nice to see what you think of the image and some of the stuff that it's detected. I'm going to go back to this image of me because this is the most important part. If I mouse over this image, we're going to see some information regarding facial expressions. So there's one image in this, one face in this image, and it gives us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different facial expressions that it will split into a total of 100%. Now, as it happens, this one has allocated 100% of happiness for this image. So I'm definitely pulling a happy face. Now, this is the cool part. It has recognized me. That's why it says Ben Watt there. For everybody else who sends an image through, it will say unknown because it doesn't recognize you. Now, the age has come back at 48. I'm very thick-skinned about this. So my age is 45, and I'll be 46 in 1 month, just less than 1 month. So let's say closer to 46. It's close. I'll be honest, it often puts me a little bit older than I actually am. Gender is male, and I'm not wearing eye makeup. I'm not wearing lip makeup, which I'm actually not, so that's good. So let's go back here, and we're going to look at this one, and let's mouse over and have a look at what we see here. Now, if you would like to let us know, we see 24 as the age. If you want to write in the comments, and it's totally up to you. If you think it's close, if it makes you sad, or if it makes you happy, then let us know if it's a good guess. But we can see it's given you 96% happy and 4% neutral. Let's wander through. We have another image here, and let's see what we see. 79% happy and 20% neutral. We have a 46-year-old male. Not too bad. 1 face spotted. And look, you can see I can see the background, so we know this is really a live picture. So thanks very much, Thomas, for sending that through. And Thomas, if you can work away with the chats, that's absolutely fine, and tell us if you're happy with that age and so on detection. And we can see the objects detected as a TV display and a person. So let's have a look through. Images like this will come up with, now this is a very cool one. Have a look at this. It's actually spotted 23 faces. So it's picked up a lot of faces from here. Now, I don't know exactly how many are in this Twitter thing here, but it has actually picked up a lot of these faces here. And if I mouse over it, you'll see that it has lots of different views of happiness and some neutral faces and so forth. So I think it's excellent at picking up small faces in images. And you can see the detection here is graphical user interface, which is correct. Now, I think, Simon, this is like, that's you in the middle, right? So I think that was sent in by you. So well done. Let's wander through. So we have 2 hot dogs on a grill. Let's wander through a group of people on a city street. Okay, this one, a little girl riding on top of a grass-covered field. And guess what? That is my daughter, and that is my son in the background on a trip to, well, we used to live in Switzerland, actually. So that was down near Interlaken in the south of Switzerland. Let's wander through and see some more. We have a person standing in front of a building. Yep, so that looks pretty good. This one here, so let's look at the facial expressions of this one. This is me doing an angry face, and I wasn't really angry. I was just trying my best to show something for you. And look, we have here a combination of anger and disgust. I guess that's about right. And I'm probably mostly angry at my age detection, which again is older than I actually am. Let's wander through. So let's focus on pictures of people because we have so many. Pradeep is again. Thomas, actually, I just see your comment. Yeah, very good, Thomas. I'm very impressed. So I bet you feel really good about having a younger age than you are with this detection. I don't know how, but for me, it's always older. So Pradeep has sent through a person wearing sunglasses posing for the camera. And let's do a quick mouse over and see. And we have Pradeep is coming up 83% happy, 17% neutral, and he's a 30-year-old male. Maybe he is only 17% neutral. Maybe that bunch of flowers is not quite big enough. I'm not sure if that was being passed off to a partner. Maybe next time buy a bigger bunch and she'll be, or she or he be much happier. There's Simon again. 19, Simon. Simon, you're going to have to tell us, are you close or are you happy with that? Chuck it into the comments. Okay, here's one I did earlier, and this is a close-up of a book. It's actually a chocolate bar, not so close. Okay, let's focus on the people pictures. And here is one from Frank Dossing. And it actually, I think it might be because of the contrast. I do apologize, Frank. It didn't actually pick up your face in that one. As much as a human can pick up a face very clearly, I do believe it's because it's such a bright background, it wasn't able to detect a face there. Let's wander through. Here's a good one with lots of different faces in it. So you can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you can see 8 faces spotted. Now, hang on a second. This is from Simon. Tiago Hollander et al. Posing for a photo. I don't know who Tiago Hollander is, but I'm wondering, Thiago. Okay. Oh, I have it's on my other screen. If anyone wants to Google Tiago Hollander and have a look, I think he looks a little bit like you, Simon. So that's why this object description has come up saying Tiago Hollander. So you can see this one actually thinks you're famous. And if we mouse over this one, let's have a look. And we should see lots of information here about different faces. And you can see for the most part, everyone is happy. Somebody is a little bit neutral. And this is how we can detect maybe who it is. So what I don't have in this image or in this report is who is actually which person. The response back from the API does tell me the location of each of these faces, but I'm just not processing in this Power BI report. But I can do a little bit of process of elimination. So you can see here, I've got the last 3 letters of the ID, 952. And if we go down here and look for 952, we can see it's a male of age 32. So that rules out some of the people. And if we try and work out which one of those is looking a little bit more neutral, a male age 32, it could be this one. It could be that one, because everyone else has definitely got a happy face. And this one, to me, looks like it could be the neutral one. Let's wander through. A man talking on a cell phone. So Rohit sent that through. So Rohit, if you're happy with the age thing, and let's see what it says. Oh, actually, it didn't pick up any faces. Another thing that the facial recognition can lack a little bit is if the face is not front on. If the face is facing to the side, sometimes it can not pick that up. Okay, so Pradeep has sent another one, and in this one, only one face is spotted. A man wearing sunglasses taking a selfie. That looks about right. So let's look at some objects. Close-up of a flower, and you can see we have group, room, object, person. Actually, one face has been spotted. So if we look here, you can just see there's a face in the background, and it has actually picked that up, which is pretty unbelievable, because this one here, it picked it up. But if we go up to this image up here, which I believe was Frank, it didn't pick it up. So lighting definitely has something to play in the ability to pick up the images. Okay, Simon has sent another one through. We have a person looking at the camera. Let's mouse over and see what we get. We get a 23-year-old female looking 100% neutral. So definitely not smiling too much for the camera there, Simon. Okay, let's walk through, see a few more. And then the next one is VB, who sent through this one, 20-year-old female, kind of a good mixture, mostly happy, a little bit of neutral. I think it looks about right. A person wearing sunglasses taking a selfie in a car. So it's quite specific, but it is quite accurate. Let's look at this one. Okay, so one face spotted. Let's mouse over and see. So we have a 46-year-old male, 91% neutral. Now, the next one I'm going to show you is an interesting one. So if we look, let's go back and look at the previous one. I'm going to mouse over and zoom in. And what I want you to do is look at these facial expression options. Now, these are the only options that you get. So whatever face you're pulling, it will take the value 100% and split it across these 8 options here. Now, they all make sense to me except one. Anger, yes. So imagine somebody walking into a room and you say, that person looks angry, yes. That person looks disgusted, yes. Happy, yes. Neutral, yes. Sad, fear, contempt, okay? And surprise, yes. So you could quite often say that person looks surprised, or that person looks afraid, or that person looks sad. But when has anybody ever said that that person looks contempt? And more to the point, what is the face that says contempt? And guess what? It took me a long time to work it out, but I finally got it. And it's this face here. If you ever swing your mouth to the side, then Microsoft Cognitive Services thinks you're pulling a contempt face. So let's mouse over here and we zoom in and look at this. It's 100% contempt. So if you're ever telling a story, or if you're like me delivering a session and you look out into the crowd and people have their mouths to the side, I have a bad feeling that you're not enjoying that session. So I hope none of you are making that face right now. But another little bonus is this is 46. So it actually thinks I'm younger when I do a contempt face. And maybe that's the face I should be pulling from now on. There's Simon doing the exact same as me. Great stuff, Simon. I'm going to wander down and pick a couple more and see what I see. Great. Rohit sent this one through, 100% neutral. Let's have a look at this one. A bottle of wine. Close, maybe. Okay, so Ashwini has sent that through. Ashwini, we have 91% happy and 9% neutral. Still not too bad. 21-year-old female wearing eye makeup and lip makeup. So I'm not sure if you're happy with that, but we have a woman taking a selfie. Not too bad. There's Simon. That's Simon's Twitter profile picture. Let's wander through. Okay, that's pretty much it. Now we're at the end and I've gone over by a couple of minutes, so I'm going to wrap things up there. I'll pop open my slide and close this one down and pop open the last slide and say thank you to everybody. Thank you to Simon. I know we're a little bit over, so if you want to park the questions for another day, Simon, I'm totally okay with that. Or if you want to spend 1 or 2 minutes, I can do some questions and answers for you.
Wow, Ben, I really loved the session. I mean, I really wasn't expecting that this would come through. I think it was a complete end-to-end application. You built it right from Power Automate to Cognitive Services, Power BI, and some grid. I'm happy to be called 19 because some people tell me I look 12 or 10, so I don't mind that. I'm happy that I'm being recognized as superstar. So I'm happy with that too. So now,
Brilliant.
Ben, quick question. I think you did go ahead and in this slide, if I see, you talk about the Face API, right? So did you actually go ahead and create a resource group, then create a cognitive services, or you did that in the Azure, or Power Automate allows you to go ahead and do it from the tool itself?
Yes, so it is possible to call cognitive services from Power Automate, but I kind of went old school a little bit. So I went to the Azure portal and created a resource group and spun up a cognitive services resource, which then gives me a key to use in Power Automate. I actually have written this quite a while back, and I don't think Power Automate had any cognitive services actions at the time, but I do believe they are in there. So it could be something I could revisit rather than having to, let's say, handcraft the HTTP call and pass the key and making and passing the endpoint. There's probably a nicer way to do it using the built-in cognitive services step. Now, you still need the object and a key to be created. I don't think you can just call it, for free. So you still need an object created in Azure.
So all right, so that makes sense. You actually went to Azure and created a resource group and did the people would do it even for any of the applications they want to write. One final question, Ben. You did go ahead and use some expressions right in your Power Automate. You added some expressions. So is that a new programming language or something that just used in Power Automate? What is that?
So it's a workflow language that's used in Power Automate and also Logic Apps, which, as some of you may know, is the same effective thing. Power Automate is more of the Microsoft 365 version. Logic Apps is the Azure version. It's a bit more robust for DevOps and scaling out and error handling and things like that. It was at the beginning, as you first look at functions, the workflow functions, they can be a little bit daunting, but I found that I was able to step in slowly and work out what they were doing, and there is pretty good documentation. All of the documentation is on one page, so if you do look up the Power Automate workflow language, there's lots of functions that do lots of things that can certainly add more capability to the flows that you're building.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I think that would be really helpful. Just go ahead and check the resources that you have also shared in the final slides. There's some great Learn series on Microsoft Learn. You can also go ahead and do that. So thank you so much, Ben. Thank you so much for your time. I really enjoyed it, and I'm definitely sure all the people who tuned in loved it too. And thank you everyone who has sent the images. Really appreciate it. Thanks, Thomas, and to other guys who have sent it. So thank you so much, Ben. We would love to host you when you're available once again. And see you soon. Have a nice day.
You're welcome. Thanks, everybody. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. All right. So with that, we'll move to our next session. That is by Eldad. Eldad is an amazing person. He goes ahead and also organizes some amazing conferences on his own. And I think Azure Lowlands, right? That's what he does. What a great conferences those guys do over there. And I'm a big fan of his Lego and all that thing that he does. So he's going to talk about implementing ChatOps using Microsoft Power Platform. And just to add, Eldad is a Microsoft MVP, Azure MVP, cloud solution architect, blogger, public speaker, technical author. He can regularly be seen on conferences and user groups speaking on cloud-related topics with a strong focus on Azure. In today's session, it's more on Power Apps. His experience with the cloud comes from his daily work with these technologies in many innovative projects with various clients, as well as his drive to further dive into latest technology in his spare time. That is great. It means Eldad work a lot of his these things that we're going to talk about today. He works on real-time projects, so it will be pretty interesting to see the Eldad session on implementing ChatOps using Microsoft Power Platform. So let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Eldad. Hi, Eldad. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi there, and thank you for having me.
I'm always, as I said many times, I'm a big fan of your background and the Lego that you do. So how have you been doing all this time, and how are things changed? Is all okay at your end?
Yeah, so we're doing okay. So in Netherlands, I think as most places still, we are in lockdown. So we're just waiting. They started the vaccination, of course, so that's good. So hopefully soon we can actually travel again. But yeah, I'm holding up okay. Like, of course, I miss traveling. I miss actually seeing people in person on these events, actually networking. But we are doing the best we can, of course. So, and I think these kind of virtual events actually did bring like a new dimension. And I hope that we'll continue to see like hybrid and virtual going on into the future as well. Because it does open up a lot of more opportunities for going around the world without actually having to go around the world.
Yeah, exactly. And I see you also organize some of the great events and conferences virtually, so for your user group. So that's great. And looking at your background, I see a plate from CSharpCorner from the .NET conference, right? That's great. So happy to see you over there. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. It got a very precious place on your Lego. So, Eldad, we're already 10 minutes in your session, so I won't take much of your time. I already see your slides now. I'm going to put it into the stream. And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Awesome, thank you. So first of all, thank you everyone for being here today. Thank you for having me here today. So today I'm going to talk about how we can implement ChatOps using the Microsoft Power Platform. But before I start on that, I will first give a quick introduction of myself. So I'm Eldad Groteboer. I work at Motion 10 as a cloud solution architect and as technology lead on the Azure and integration unit. I'm also an Azure MVP, so I love working with the community. So I do a lot of speaking, writing, blogging, events. Basically, I just love working with the community and I just love sharing my knowledge. If you have any questions, please let me know. You can always contact me on my Twitter. So if you have any questions, any remarks, just feel free to reach out. And with that, let's go to ChatOps. So first of all, what is ChatOps? So ChatOps is about conversation-driven development. So we are in a chat room, the team members are there, and everyone just chats commands to a chatbot. This chatbot then executes some scripts or some plugins, and this way we actually are going to do our events like code deployments, right, like responding to events, like notifying members. And so basically what's about is it's an evolution of DevOps. So everything we do in the DevOps lifecycle, so our build, our deployments, our initiating tasks, all those kind of things, we now do using a ChatOps interface. So ChatOps is about conversation-driven collaboration. So it's really about that I'm talking to a chatbot, that chatbot responds back to me. I can then say, okay, do this for me, do that for me, and the chatbot will then execute these things for me. So basically, I'm just telling the chatbot, okay, do these things for me, and it will come back to me, maybe asking some questions, maybe doing some actions, but it will come back to me like, okay, I did this for you. And so we can take actions by interacting with chatbot. So we can say, okay, start my deployment, create a work item, notify my colleague of this incident, those kind of things. And like I said, it's really that evolution of DevOps. So everything we do in DevOps, we just do through a different interface, basically bringing together all those different parts of DevOps experience into one single location and just making it easier without having to go to all different applications and without me having to know, okay, which application do I do what? I can just tell the chatbot instead. So why should we use ChatOps? First of all, is that simplified UI. So instead of having all those different applications I have to go to and understanding those different applications, I can now just go to this, my case, Teams environment and tell this chatbot, okay, do this for me. And it allows for a lot of easy automation. So I can automate a lot of my different things and have the chatbot do this for me. So for example, what we'll see later on, for deployment, I might need to deploy some different resources. I can now just tell the chatbot, okay, deploy this for me. I don't have to know how to use ARM templates. I don't have to know how to use GitHub to do these deployments. I just tell, I need this resource, please create this for me. And this is just one of the examples. Like there's very many different things, of course, you can automate and just give a user more control of what they are doing in their DevOps environment and their DevOps experience. And finally, it gives visibility into what's happening. Because we are now all working in this Teams environment, we can actually see what people are working on, what is being done by this chatbot, what people are creating, if they are creating issues or stuff like that. Because we are now working all in the same location, we can just know of each other what's happening. And so we are going to use the Microsoft Power Platform to implement this. So the Microsoft Power Platform basically consists of these four components. So Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power Virtual Agents. And each of these we will see today in our ChatOps environment. And what I really like about the Power Platform is that it's really easy to get started with. It's a no-code, low-code environment and just so much easier to get started than when we have to do something like Azure, which is more like the Fusion devs or the Pro devs, or I don't know what it's named to these days. Basically just like the high-code devs that are going to create everything for us. We can now actually empower everyone to do this for themselves. And this is what I love about this platform, because it just makes it so much easier for anyone to implement their own orchestration, to implement their own applications. And so we today are going to use Power Platform to implement ChatOps. For example, we are going to see how we can use Power Virtual Agents to interact in a human language with our ChatOps environment. So we are actually going to use Power Virtual Agents to say some sentences and to actually start interacting with our ChatOps environment. We are going to use Power Automate to create processes where we are going to go out to different environments, to different applications, and go to execute actions in an automated way. We are going to use Dataverse to store our data in our own entities, and we are going to use Power BI to actually show some insights on this. We are going to react to our environment by using, once again, Power Automate to actually be triggered when something happens in our environment. And what we are going to see today is that when something happens in Azure, we can actually bring this into our Power Automate platform, and from there go back to our ChatOps environment. And finally, it allows us to gain better insights. Once again, by using Power BI, we can actually see what's happening in our environment, how many issues we are having, how often these issues happen, maybe in which time frames, so we can actually start learning from what's happening around us. So let's go to some demos, because I think ChatOps is best explained by using demos. So the first demo we are going to look at is task management. And task management really allows us to create those sticky tasks that we know. And everyone that has done DevOps, and I think these days everyone has done DevOps, knows this. Like I stand in front of like a physical board where you have the stickies, or what we see more and more, of course, actually people just saying, I'm using something like Azure DevOps, or maybe GitHub or Kanban board, and like a digital representation of the sticky board, where you just create tasks and move them around as you go through our process. So how can ChatOps help us here? ChatOps allows us to easier acknowledge and assign issues. So by using ChatOps, we can create new issues, new work items. We can assign them to other people. They can then acknowledge this, like, okay, I now know this is actually assigned to me. And by using Teams for this, in our case, it just makes so much easier. Because you don't have to go out to GitHub for one thing, to Azure DevOps for another thing, maybe to another Kanban board. We just use Azure DevOps to do all of this in one environment. What we are going to see today in our demo is that we are actually going to automate other things as well. Like we are going to automate our Git setup. So we are going to create a branch and we are going to just push this out to our users. And we're also going to see, okay, so we created something in an external system. How are we going to bring this back into our ChatOps environment? So we are going to see when a pull request is being approved, that we actually are going to go out, check for that approval, and then bring that back once again once it's approved. And finally, once again, we have this collaborative space where we are working on this. So we can see who's working on what, we can see if, when the issues are being assigned or being created, and just gives it one place for all the logging of our conversations, so we just know what's happening all around us. So let's have a look at this demo. And so first what I'm going to do in this demo, I'm first going through the user experience. So I'm just going to show you what the user will be doing when he's working in this ChatOps environment. This, by the way, is something we have set up with there are many different clients. And so this is actually something that you can set up in your own environment as well. And so what they will do is they will go to their Teams environment. In this case, I have this virtual assistant over here. And what I can tell to this virtual assistant is something like, I would like to create a work item. So this, in this case, I might be a manager or a program manager or maybe a product owner, and I want to create a new work item, or maybe just as a developer that wants to create a new work item for himself. And in this case, I want to create a new work item. So we are going to tell this chatbot, like, okay, please create a work item for me. Now, as you can see, it comes back to me, okay, I will now walk you through this, like what type of work item would you like to create? A bug, a task, or impediment? I could now type task, or I can click this button over here. That will then allow me to say, okay, I want to create a task. It's going to come back with some other things, like I need to create a title, so let's say PPVC, so it's easy identifiable. Description, update the README file. And now it's going to go out to Azure DevOps and actually create this task for me and come back to me like, okay, your item was created, here's the ID. I could, of course, now bring in a link or things like that, but let's just start simple, just, okay, something was created. So we go over to our environment over here. So this is my Azure DevOps environment. Let me just zoom in a bit more. There we go. And in this environment, as you can see, I have different tasks, and I just created that PPVC task. So if I now open this, I can now see, okay, I need to update the README file. So now a developer can come in. They will now know, okay, I need to update the README file. And I can see already this link to a branch over here. So if I click on this, I will actually notice that I already have a branch called PPVC that has been created for me. So as a developer, I don't have to do those tasks like create a branch, pull it in. This is already done for me. So as a developer, I can immediately start on this specific use case. So in this case, we have to update the README file because over here we have ChatOps instead of ChatOps. So let's go and actually fix this. So say ChatOps. We are going to commit this to my own branch. And now, of course, in real life, this would probably take a bit more work. Like I would probably not just have one thing that, like one letter I have to fix. But at some point, I have made my fixes. I have implemented something. And at some point, I'm going to say, okay, I'm done. I've tested it. Let's bring this back to the main branch. So I'm going to create a pull request over here in GitHub. I'm going to say compare and create. It sees that I can merge this. I'm now going to create a pull request. And what's going to happen now is, like I said, we are now going to go back into our ChatOps environment. Because I've now created a pull request. But then my manager or my product owner, he doesn't want to come out to GitHub and look at this. He wants to stay in his own little ChatOps environment. So what happens over here is that actually in my general channel, like where we are all working together, it actually tells me, hey, someone has created a pull request. They have updated README file. I can, of course, view this. So I can actually go out, just see, okay, what did they do? So I can see, okay, which files were changed. Can see the commits. So I can actually click on this. I can see, okay, what changes were being made. So it just gives me a very easy way. Okay, so someone created a pull request. Let's just check this. And then maybe like a lead developer or a product owner can say, okay, this looks good. Let's merge this. I could also reject this, but of course, in this case, we are going to merge this. I can now say, okay, I want to add a comment. So let's say, okay. We are going to approve this. At this point, I've now approved my pull request. I can see it has been approved and merged. And if we go back to my environment over here, I should indeed see, yes, it has been merged. I can see that it has been merged. I can now just delete the branch. And now my work has been implemented. So, okay, so we have now seen how this looks to the user. Now let's have a look at the background. Like, what did we actually do in the background? Because we have seen that for the user it was very easy to do this. Well, let's see how we implement this. And so we started by creating that work item. And so this work item just said, okay, what did I say? I would like to create a new work item. So what I am using here is a Power Virtual Agent for my bot. And this bot, as you can see, it has some different phrases. Actually, this is not the one I want. I want this one. I'll actually show you that in a second because I have another bot. But what I just did was I said I would like to create a new work item. Actually, that is one I have over here. I could also have said, and just to show you, I could also have said something like, oh, there we go. So just to show you that actually doesn't have to be phrase from there. So if I would have said, please create a new work item, it would actually have done the same thing. And I could just have said, once again, let's just create a bug in this case. I just quickly go to this just to show you, like, okay, I'm not going to go to the whole GitHub thing, but just so that my bot actually went through this. There we go. So as you can see, I do not have to have one of these trigger phrases. I can also use a different trigger phrase. And what it actually does, like, give it some different trigger phrases, and it uses AI to actually understand, okay, so if you say, please create a new work item, you probably want to create a new work item. It then goes through some messages like, hi, I will help you. It comes back with a question like, what type of work item would you like to create? You have those three options, and that's why we get those three different options that I can actually click on, because I use this multiple option choice here. I have what is the title of my work item. I guess my response back as a title. It asks a question about the description, so I get the description back. And finally, it goes out to create that work item, and it goes out to call in Power Automate. So in Power Automate, so let me just show you this one. Actually, I can go over here. So in this Power Automate, actually what it does, it's getting triggered by that virtual agent. Okay, there we go. So it gets triggered by the virtual agent. It got the type, the description, and the title from my answers. And it's then going out to my Azure DevOps. As you can see, this is just an out-of-the-box connector. I don't have to program anything for this. I just say I want to connect for Azure DevOps. As we will see, Azure DevOps. So if you have a look at Azure DevOps, we will see that there are many different things we can do, like we can create work items, we can create releases, builds, we can list queries, so we can do a lot of different things over here as well. So in this case, I create a work item, I just say, okay, this is my project I want to do this on, these are my different fields I want to fill, and as you can see, that's the only thing I do so far. So it just starts with this. So it just creates this first, and then it's going to check, okay, what type of work item do you actually want to create? So if I would have created impediment, I would have been done. But in this case, I created a task and a bug. So for that task, what we just saw when I opened that task was that actually there was a link in there to GitHub. So what I do in the case, if it's not impediment, I actually get my main reference, so my main branch. And from that main branch, I create a new branch. So I make sure I have like my text set to, in this case it was PPVC, so that it creates my branch in that name. And then finally I come back to my work item and I say, okay, update this now. So I updated this with my branch name and with that link I got back from my, over here. So this link I got back from my, when I created this. So this is what I'm looking for. So by creating reference, I got back this body URL, and then I know there's like a standard thing over here that I need to add to actually get to the repo. So that's how easy it was for me to actually start this. I then returned a value. In this case, I returned the URL and ID. I actually didn't use this. Like I said, I could actually have given back the URL because I do get it back here. In this case, I just got back like the ID. So one more thing I want to show you here is actually, so I create new work items. Then my developer might actually say, okay, what do I have to work on today? So he might come back and say, okay, please get my tasks. So in this case, I can say, okay, I want to have the top 5 tasks. And then it will come back to me saying, okay, these are your top 5 tasks. And these are the tasks that are currently open for you. So it doesn't retrieve the bugs at this moment, like I would have to have a different filter. So that's why you don't see the bug I just created, but will get me my top 5 tasks. As you will see here, like these are the tasks that are just over here, just like these ones. So it got the top 5 open from here. So we use another Power Virtual Agent for this. In this case, like please get me my tasks. Once again, it uses the same practice, like it goes out, it asks me some questions, it calls out to Power Automate. And as you can see here, in this case, because what you will see over, not over here, but over here, it actually brings this nice table back, like it has a nice formatted table. So what it actually does with this, like it goes out, it gets my information from my, my query, it goes out, it does a query on my Azure DevOps environment. It tells me, okay, this many query results. And then I do the select, like I just want the ID and title, because I actually get back a lot of information from this. I just get back the ID and title. I create a nice HTML table on this, and I get this Power Virtual Agent. Just to show you what I actually got back from this query. Because, of course, I get back a lot more than just that single ID and title. So there we go. So as you can see, there's a lot of information I get back here, but I'm just interested like in this ID and title. I don't need the work item type and iteration paths and stuff like that. So I can just give a nice projection, say, okay, please just give the ID and title back, create a nice HTML table out of this. And that's what I finally got back. So with that, we have now seen how we can actually create some tasks. So next up, we are going to use this ChatOps environment to actually do some self-service deployments. And self-service deployments is really about empowering your users. So what we are going to do is we are going to use ChatOps to have the users create their own resources. So for example, if they want to have a database or a storage account, they can just go to the ChatOps environment and tell the bot, hey, I want to create a storage account or database or whatever. So what is the advantage of this? First of all, it allows for much quicker allocation. Because I can now just go to my chatbot, say, okay, please create this for me. And then my chatbot can just go out and create this. There might be an approval step in there, but it can just create this for me. Instead of me having to, for example, go to top desk, create a ticket, wait for someone in the operations team to actually pick up this ticket, wait for them to actually have time to say, okay, I'm now going to create this. They have then to write scripts and stuff like that. And at some point, they might come back to me in my ticket like, okay, we finally created this for you. So I've seen this in real life. It can take up to, normally it will take about hours, but I have seen this go up to days or weeks even. So what we want to do is just say, okay, within a couple of minutes, you will have your resources. So once again, it gives a lot more transparency because they can just see, okay, what resource can I create? What information do you need from me? Instead of them saying like, okay, create a virtual machine for me. Then operations team coming back, okay, I need this information from you. So this just takes like, it just makes much easier, or maybe even the team coming back like, you cannot create this type of resource. This gives a lot more transparency, like I can just see what resource can I create. I immediately get all the questions, I like, okay, this is information I need, and then just doing this. And it places the user in control, so actually user is in control, the user can just say, I want a resource. But still makes the operations team happy because they just now created scripts, created templates for this, and they make sure that everything is on the governance and on the security. And so instead of actually spending time on those repeating tasks and waiting for stuff, we can just focus on actually doing my important work. So let's have a look at what this looks like. So if we go to our Teams environment, if I go out to my Teams environment, I can go over here. And in this case, I'm using this action. I should see, there we go. So I have this create Azure resource action. So as a user, I can now click on this and it will come back to me, okay, what type of resource do you want to create? And I can immediately see what resources are available to me. So in this case, I can create a database, storage account, or virtual machine. So we are going to create a storage account. I'm going to submit this. And it will then come back to me immediately, like saying, okay, if you want to create a storage account, this is the information we need. So let's just call this PPVC. There we go. Submit. And this will now start the process to say, okay, you want to create a resource. We are going to contact the manager saying, okay, is this actually allowed? So I could do this like with Power Automate approvals. I could do this through some other actions, but what I'm actually going to do is just send out an email to my manager saying this is the resource by Alt Groteboer. They want to create an Azure resource, a storage account, name PVVC. Is this okay? In this case, I'm going to say yes. And then I said yes, there we go. And then this will start my provisioning. And while we wait for provisioning, let's have a look at the backend again. So if we go over here, actually not this one, this one. So what happened over here is for select message, so that's what I actually got that drop down. So that is because I have this for a selected message over here. And as you can see, the create Azure resource is actually the name we just saw. So it actually was the name of the Power Automate flow that we just saw. And here I have this adaptive card. And adaptive card allows me to create a nice user interface where I can add images, I can add drop downs, I can add date and times and stuff like that. In this case, I have this text over here with a drop down. And in this drop down, I have these three different options that we just saw. So whenever I click that action, it would show me this drop down, and I can then say, okay, this is what I want to do. I initialize some variables, and then we go out and check, okay, what do you want to create? Do you want to create a database, storage account, or virtual machine? Because as you can imagine, for a virtual machine, I have completely different things that I need to know than for a storage account. For a storage account, I need to have my account name and my container name. For a virtual machine, I might need to know which subnet this has to be in, a name, maybe which OS has to be on that, things like that. So I would have gotten different questions. So in this case, for a storage account, I set a card definition. So once again, this is an adaptive card. And if we copy this and push this into here. So this is another adaptive card, and this is the adaptive card that you just saw, like with those two questions, like storage account and container. Now, like I said, for a virtual machine, I would have a different card definition. I'm also setting my ARM template, which I will need to use later on, because I'm now using a storage account. Once again, for virtual machine, I would have a different ARM template. So what goes then? It gets my input, like it uses that card definition that I created over here. It uses that to come back to my channel saying, okay, please fill in this information before we can actually do this. It then does another check, okay, for storage account, I will need to get like my account name and my container name, so I have to parse those two fields. For virtual machine, I would have parsed different fields. And I'm going to set up this approval description saying, okay, these are the things that we have. So I have the storage account that's being created, this name and this container. I send out the email to my manager. I'm using this approval description over here. I'm using the user from my Teams environment, so I know who it's coming from. And then if he says no, it would have done nothing. It would just have posted a rejected message. In this case, I said yes. So I actually went out to Azure, created a resource group in Azure. It then told me, okay, I'm starting deployment, and then used that ARM template over here. So this ARM template over here, it uses that to create my storage account. So if I go over to my GitHub environment, and as you can see, this just linked to my GitHub environment. And if I go over here in my GitHub environment, I have the storage account with JSON. And this is something that my operations team would create for me. So as a user, I don't have to know about this. I just have to know, okay, I can create this. But for my operations team, they now know whenever a storage account is created, it will have the standard LRS queue, it will have HPS only, it will have things like encryption on my file and blobs. So they now know that all my security, my governance is set up correctly. So instead of my user actually going to the portal, clicking this in for themselves, maybe forgetting about all these kind of things, this way I always know that everything is under the right guidelines and the right security and governance that we want as an operations team. So as you can see, I now created this, I passed in those values, and finally, once it's finished, it will post this message like, here's your resource. So it should be finished by now, so let's have a look. And indeed, I have this message over here saying, hey, your deployment has been finished. So let's click on this. It will bring me out to my Azure environment. And here actually I can see, yes, I have this new resource over here. The storage account is this PVVC. So I create like a storage account name, PPVC, and then a unique name, because every storage account name has to have a unique name. So that's all handled by my ARM template, and I don't have to think about this. And in here, it should actually say in my containers that yes, I do have this container PPVC as well. So by just selecting this one dropdown, giving two names, it just created all this for me. So it was much easier for me to do this instead of having this myself, which might mean that we might not follow the right security rules or the right governance rules. I also didn't have to wait for my operation team to wait till they have some time. It just makes it so much easier for me to actually do this. So as a user, I can now create my work items. I can get my work items that are assigned to me. I can create my resources. So this is taking a lot of things out of my hands as a user. So next, let's have a look at what happens when an incident occurs. So I now created my work items. I created my application. I deployed it. I created all my resources around this. It's now running in production. And now an incident occurs. So when an incident occurs, and I have been in some of these situations where it kind of looks like this. So everyone is just like, oh shit, an incident is occurring. What procedure do we need to follow? Who's on standby? Who's the owner of this resource? Is this something that is because there's actually an outage, or is this maybe some planned maintenance? Like all these kind of things where everyone is just like screaming, maybe not screaming, but at least a little bit panicky, like what should we do? So what if we could actually use ChatOps to streamline this process? So with using ChatOps, we can actually have fast acknowledgement of those incidents, because we will push it into the environment where everyone is already working in, like in Teams in our case. So you just get the notification, and they will actually get notification on their own name, like, hey, you are the owner of this. Look at this because something is happening with your resource. Once its owner says, hey, this is something that should not be happening, he can then say, okay, this is an incident. ChatOps can then bring in the incident team, so that emergency response team, to say, okay, you need to look at this. So we'll bring in the owner, we'll bring in like maybe an expert on this specific resource, we might bring in the standby team, things like that. And once again, we are automating things, so we are bringing more control to those people to actually focus on what they want to focus on. So they can focus on troubleshooting the incident instead of having to do all those status updates. And everyone that has been in an incident knows about this. Like an incident occurs, and the first thing that happens is a manager coming to you like, can you give me an update? Well, you don't want to give an update, you want to work on the incident. So you can actually automate this to say, okay, we are working on this and this is what we are doing. And then send it out to all the managers, maybe to like a dashboard somewhere, maybe to another channel saying, hey, there we know that something is going on, we are working on this. And finally, when we have resolved this, we can actually capture all the data like that we have been talking about, like, okay, I'm now investigating this, hey, I found this, I'm trying this, okay, that didn't work, I'm now trying this, hey, this did work, okay, this was the solution, and it's now resolved. We can have that entire conversation, capture it, store it for later on, and then later when another incident occurs, we can look back at this to say, hey, last time we saw something like this, we had this and this, let's have a look over there as well. So let's have a look at what this looks like. So in this case, we are actually not going to start in the chat environment because they are just doing their work, they're just doing their daily business, creating tickets, creating work items, creating resources. So what will actually happen? Let's go over here. So what I have in my environment, I have a logic app that I created. And so for those that don't know, logic apps is very much like Power Automate, just like the big brother of Power Automate. So Power Automate is actually built on top of logic apps. And logic apps are a bit more like the enterprise way thing for this. So as you will see, it looks quite a bit same as the Power Automate. So what I'm doing, whenever I receive a HTTP request, I will check the status. And if status is not a success, then I will terminate with a failure. Probably not something that you will build in production, but for my demo, this is perfect. Because what I'm not just going to do is I'm going to send something into this logic app, send a request with status failed. If I then go to the runs of my logic app, let me just refresh this. There we go. So as you can see, it exterminated with a failure because I received invalid input. And what this will do is this will trigger an alert. Because over here in my alerts, so I set up an alert, manage alert rules. So I set up an alert saying whenever I have total runs failed is greater than 1, I'm going to trigger an alert. Now this can take like a minute or 2, 3, so I'm not going to wait for that. Instead, I'm just going to trigger my own alert. Just to show you quickly, so I'm using this over here, so my action group. So I'm in this action group, actually I can, not this one, over here. There we go. So in this, what this will do, it will call out a webhook for Power Automate. And this webhook is actually, I'm doing a webhook I'm just going to call out now directly, using this Azure Monto Common Alert Schema. So this is actually the alert that will be fired whenever my alert fires. But like I said, I don't want to wait 2 or 3 minutes. I'm just going to send this request instead. And as you can see, I'm just calling out to my Power Automate endpoint. And as you can already see, I'm getting a notification over here. So this is my, as a resource owner, I'm just getting a notification saying, hey, something is going wrong with one of your resources. So actually, let me go over here. This one. So I have received an alert, and this is saying, hey, we have received an alert for the resource, blah, blah, blah. So that's that logic app I just showed you, for which you are the owner. Please choose what you want to do. So it already identified me as the owner of this resource, and now it's asking me, should we ignore this? So maybe you are just running some maintenance. Should we notify the team like, okay, we noticed this, but it's okay, we know there's something going on? Or should we actually create an incident and start investigation? So let's create an incident. Once again, I have to create a name, so PPC, so we can find it back later. And now has created an incident for me. What we'll now do is it calls out to me again. If I go over here, so actually what it did, it created a channel for me. So this is my incident channel on this date for this specific incident. If I open this, it will say, hey Elder, please acknowledge that you are starting investigation on this. So once again, it called out, in this case, to me as the owner. Of course, it could also have called out to different people, like I'm the only one in this tenant, but if I had more people in this tenant, I could have like an incident team. So I could actually look up, okay, who's on standby, bring them in, maybe look up like the expert on logic apps in our environment, bring them in as well. And then they would all have to acknowledge to start my incident resolval. So if I now acknowledge this, now say, okay, it has been acknowledged. In this case, I'm the only one that has acknowledged this, so it will now say, go out to my general channel and say, hey, an incident is going on. We are already working on this. This is the incident channel, and we are working on this, and we will update you. Now, in this case, I just sent out a message to my Teams environment, but I could also send like emails to my managers. I could push it up on the dashboard. I might log a ticket in Top Desk. I could do all kinds of different things on here. Just to make sure everyone is notified that yes, we are working on this, please leave us alone. So then I can start my conversation. Like I could say, okay, looking into this, I might have found something at some point. And then at some point I might say, okay, I want to update my company because we found something, we found the issue. So at that point I would say bank status, and that's where I'm going to switch over to the backend. Because this takes a little while to respond, so while we are waiting for this, let's go over here in the backend. So like I just said, when we created that logic app, I added alert on that, and that alert is calling out to my webhook, and that's the webhook we see over here. So whenever HTTP request is found, and this is that alert object that I just showed you. So my alert ID, alert rule, those kind of things. I want to initialize some variables, and the first thing I do is actually go out to Dataverse and go out to my resource owners entity or my table. So if I go out to my Dataverse, you'll see I have this resource owner table over here. And in this resource owner table, I have this resource, the logic app I just showed you, and it tells me this is the email and this is the name of this resource owner. So I can now actually know, okay, so when this logic app comes in, whenever this comes in, I now know this is the owner that I need to contact. So what I do over here, so I have this resource equals my resource over here. And this will just tell me, like, get me the resource owner of this logic app. It then comes back, and I could have multiple resource owners maybe, but in this case I have one, so I just do this one, but it will actually loop over the different resource owners, and then brings out this action to be taken, like it tells me, like, okay, what do you want to do? So that was the notification we just saw, like, we received an alert, please tell me what you want to do, and then we have the three different options: create an incident, notify team, or ignore. So if I would have said ignore, it would have come in default where we would have done nothing. If I would have said notify my team, it would have sent out notification to the team. But in our case, we actually did this incident. So first thing it did was create a channel for this incident. So as you just saw, I actually created an incident channel for this specific incident. So if you have multiple incidents going on, they will all have their own channel, and so they can all work in their own channel and work in their own, with their own people. Then we got this mention token, so it actually got the mention token of the person that actually was of this user. And so what it does then, it asks for acknowledgement. So it went out and asked, hey, are you here in this channel? Please let me know. So it actually mentioned me, so I got a pop-up, so it's saying, hey, you have to be here. And because I clicked it submit, I clicked acknowledge, it had the action of submit. At that point, it comes back to my logic, my Power Automate flow, saying, okay, we have now, it has been acknowledged. Next step is we send out that message to general channel. And now comes the really interesting part, I think, which is actually saying we are going to create some new flows. So I'm going to create a new flow, and this flow actually, over here, uses a workflow definition. So for those that have worked with logic apps, this is the logic app definition, how you also create logic apps, and the same works with Power Automate. Now, I'm not going to explain everything that's going on here. Basically, what I just want to show you, like with this, what I'm doing here is just create a new Power Automate flow, saying this is channel ID, stuff like that, creating expressions. Basically, I can just dynamically create a new flow saying, okay, this is the information about this specific incident. Create a new flow for this specific incident. I can then use the flow action to say, okay, create a new flow for me. And in this case, I'm creating flow status update. And I'm also creating an archive channel flow and updating that same flow. So as you can see, I create some connections over here. I can use that workflow definition over here to actually create a flow. And so to show you what it actually created, so when I refresh this, it should have two new workflows. So from my one workflow, I actually created two new workflows. And so the first one is the status update. And this is the one I'm now going to show you, edit. And what this does, it just gets my channel message. So whenever new settings, so whenever I say bank status, it will trigger this specific workflow. And what this will do, it will just post a data card. Let me just make sure it actually triggers. It will post a data card and then one for, oh, okay, so it triggered. So let me just show you, it triggered over here. So that will just show this at that card over here. I can now say, what are you doing? In this case, I might say, this issue has been identified. So DNS. So I can now submit this. So we now know that the problem was DNS. And we'll then post it back to the general channel and all those other channels that we might have. Now, next up, I can say, okay, so I'm now notified, we are now doing the fix. And at some point we said, okay, we have done the fix. Everything is okay now. We are now going to archive. So we are going to archive, oh, not this one. Actually, there's the wrong channel. We need to archive this channel because that's actually one for our incident. Archive. So we are going to archive this channel because our incident has been solved. So if we go back over here, let's go here, my flows. So that's the second channel, the second flow that was created. And this one, just like we just showed how we can actually create channels and create workflows, this one will actually break everything down again for the specific incident. So when I get this bang archive, I'm going to get all the messages. So I'm going to get all the messages that were set in this, this conversation for the specific incident. I'm going to get out all the information. And then I'm going to just append this all to a string variable. Like I could make some very nice with this, but in this case, I'm just going to create a long string that has all this information about the specific incident. I'm going to create a new record in my Dataverse. So in my Dataverse over here, I'm just going to create a new incident in here. And then I'm going to delete the channel. So I'm going to delete that specific Teams channel. And I'm also going to delete both of my flows. So from flow, once again, from flow I created new flows. And from flow, I'm going to delete flows. And this I think it's very powerful, because that means that you can actually create and delete flows for specific use cases and create short-living flows that can just be deleted later on. So if I test this, so it should now say my bang archive. It should pick this up in just a second. And in just a second, I should see this incident channel disappear. So let me just check. I have to test this. There we go. So now in a few seconds, it should actually disappear. Because what's now going to do, it's going to delete this channel. It's going to delete those two workflows. It's going to store all that information, like the looking into this, things like that. It's going to store that in Dataverse. As you can see, it's now been deleted. So my channel is already deleted. If I switch back to over here, it will actually say, okay, this flow has also been deleted. So if I now go back to my flows, it will once, if I refresh this, like these two, have now been deleted as well. So those two flows only lived for the duration of this incident. So just one final thing I want to show you, because we're almost done with this. One last thing I want to show you is just like I said, we have this Dataverse that we just put some information in. And now next time something occurs, like I could look for that name of that specific logic app, I could maybe look for DNS or something like that. I can get all this information back here. I can see, okay, we found an issue, we are looking into this. And we can also see over time how many incidents occurred. Like I can see how many incidents occurs over time because I pushed everything into the Dataverse. So we have now seen how we can create work items. We have seen how we can create resources. And we have now also seen how we can actually handle incidents, all using the same ChatOps environment. So like I said, we're almost done. I do want to give a quick recap, because we have seen how easy this is, but it's also very powerful, because by just using Teams, we can actually see, yes, we can now do this and we can empower our users. It's very extensible, so it enables a wide range of scenarios. And by using Power Platform, it's very easy to set this up. So by using Power Platform, it's just very easy to empower our users to create those automated experiences and just give them a nice environment in Teams to do this. And so it just makes it much easier to do this. So with that, I would like to say thank you. So if you have any questions, please let me know in the comments or just contact me later on. You can also contact me on my Twitter, on my email, on my LinkedIn. So thank you very much for being here today. I hope you enjoyed the session. I enjoyed being here today, definitely. So let's see.
Alda, thank you so much, Alda. That was a great session. I think you covered a lot of stuff. I was saying there's a teams happening, there's an Azure resource, and many more things happening out there. Quickly ask you, what is the most challenging task across from all the things that you have done?
So the most challenging task is, I would say, getting to know all the different options that you have. Like there's so many connectors out there, and for me, like the Power Automate connector is just something I happen to run into. Like I was thinking, like I want to make this bit more dynamic, so I started looking at, okay, can I do something like maybe with ARM or something like that? And then all of a sudden I found out like there's a Power Automate connector out there. Like I never heard of this, and at the moment there's like 450 plus connectors out there. Like it's really hard to keep up to date. Like what is out there? What can I do with all these different options?
Yeah. So with that, and then we'll just go ahead and wrap the session. We are moving a little late now. So thank you so much for your time, Ellen. We always love to host you, and we'd love to have you back when you're available. And we'll now move to our next session. Thank you so much. All right, so with that, I think I've lost my power now, so I gotta move to the next speaker soon so that I move to my power backup. So the next speaker we have is Karina. She's gonna talk about, she's gonna talk about building a remarkable onboarding experience for new employees using Office 365 tools. Pretty interesting. I was reading the abstracts, and without any further ado, I'm gonna invite our next speaker, Karina. Welcome, Karina. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hello, hi.
So how are you? How are things in Germany, and how's the life going on?
So I'm good. Things in Germany are also, let's say, pretty okay because of the lockdown. It's a little bit complicated, yes, and it's cold now here.
Okay, is it cold? I thought that summers, winters might be going, and it's summer coming time there. No.
Yeah, so it was a little bit warmer a couple of days ago, but now it's, in my opinion, cold, 5-6 degrees.
Yeah. All right. So, Karina, thank you so much for your time. I know we're already kind of 10 minutes in your session, right? So we won't take much of time. Feel free to take all the time that you need. And I'm gonna add your screen into the stream now. Everyone can see your screen. And next 45 minutes and all, it's all yours.
Okay, thank you. So, perfect. Then let's start with the session, building a remarkable onboarding experience for new employees using Office 365 tools. Before I start with the contents of the session, let me first introduce myself. So I'm Karina. You can find me on the different social media platforms if you still have any questions after the session. I'm working as an IT consultant with focus on modern workplace design, and now it's already more than 8 years that I'm working in the consultancy area. And yeah, I've started with SharePoint on premises in the past, and moved to more interesting and cool topics in the cloud. So everything what's around modern workplace collaboration, and in the last months and years also with focus on Power Platform, Power Automate. I'm working at MSG Services in Germany. It's a consulting company. And when I'm not working, I'm also organizing a couple of community events. Some of them I'm organizing alone, some of them together with other people from the community. So yeah, I like to do this to bring people together, and yeah, most of the community events are in German, but some of them are also in English. Yeah, so I have also started a blog last year, so you can find it on my website if you're interested in. Okay, so now let's switch to today's topics. So George Clooney, probably everyone already knows him. He joins a new company. It's called WeMe. And my goal is to onboard and integrate him in a company as fast as possible, give him orientation and assign him different tasks. So in the first part of the session, I will talk a little bit about the onboarding process and the importance in a company of this process. And in the second part of the session, I will show a demo with Microsoft 365 out-of-the-box tools with a possible implementation of the onboarding process. So yeah, there are many implementations and every company has a different onboarding process. So of course, you always have to adapt this process to the needs in your company. Okay, so a short definition of the onboarding. So the most important thing you have to remember is that the onboarding is the systematic introduction of a new colleague to his area of work in a company. And now, before we talk about onboarding, let's first see why is the onboarding process in a company so important. So first of all, when we start when people start joining a company, there are repeating tasks. So the tasks will be repeated for every new employee. Yeah, everyone needs to have needs to get some hardware, needs to get an introduction, some training. So the tasks are repeating every time. Then another challenge is also that new employees are joining a new environment. So everything is new for them. The people, the location, the tools, so everything. And sometimes it's underestimated because you say, okay, he will find his way in the company. And yeah, also in time of COVID, sometimes it's not so easy to introduce new employees good in a company. Then you also have various processes in a company. Every company has different processes, different ways of implementing processes, and it's important to give them an overview. And you also have new tools. So yeah, most of us are working with Microsoft 365 and the whole product palette in M365, but not every company is working with these tools. There are also tools from IBM, from Google, and or older versions of SharePoint or Skype, doesn't matter. But there will be always new tools for the new employees. Okay, so now let's take a look. Why is onboarding so important? So I don't want to focus in the session on the onboarding process from the theory, but before I show you a demo, I want to convince you that onboarding is very important for a company. So let's see why. First of all, it's the productivity. As faster an employee is trained and integrated in a company, as faster he will be able to work productive. So it's in your interest to make this process getting faster. Another thing is motivation, because if you show your new employees that you provide them all the information and everything they need, they will feel that they are appreciated from the company. By the company, sorry. And another thing is also you can learn from mistakes of others. So if you make some mistakes in the onboarding process, at some point, you can learn from them and make them in the future better. So if you have a dedicated onboarding process, probably mistakes from the past will not happen anymore. Another thing is also you have a specialist bottleneck. Because everyone knows that it's difficult to get new and good people. So it costs also time and money, a lot of interviews. So if you get new, good people, you want them to stay at the company. Then you have the fluctuation. So you don't want your employees to leave the company because you need to replace them with other employees. Probably sometimes a certain kind of fluctuation is okay because you have some fresh wind in the company if some people go and others come, but it should not be so high. So that's why it's in your interest to contribute to the employer branding, and onboarding contributes to it, because imagine you're starting to work at a new company, for example, the me company, our company from in this session, and this company has a very, very good onboarding process. So if you stay after that with your friends and drink beer and talk about your company and about onboarding, you will talk about it, and say, okay, that's a good process. And in this way, it's just employer branding, and probably you will also convince other people to apply for a job in the company you're working for. So that's why the onboarding process is so important. Maybe at some point it's not measurable, the result of the good onboarding. It's not so good measurable in numbers, but it's very important. Okay, now let's see what means the onboarding for a company. We have different integration aspects for new employees. First of all, we have the technical aspect. So we need to provide the new employees technical equipment. It's a prerequisite. It doesn't matter what type of employee you have. Also, if you have a field engineer, he needs a mobile device or something like this. Then you have also the social inclusion, which is also very important. And you can say that a new employee is not new anymore. So a new employee is integrated in a company when his colleagues don't call him the new one. I think that's the easiest way to remember how you can define social inclusion. Then you have the professional integration. So it's very important to give your new employees the opportunity to build up their competence, to learn new things at the beginning about the company, about their area of work. And at the end, you also have the cultural aspect, because every company has values, and it's important also to give them, to let them live out the values. So as sooner as you give them information about your company, about the way you are and you're working, as sooner they will understand your company culture. So before we start with the demo, I just want to talk a little bit about onboarding phases, because it's also important for the process when you implement the onboarding process. So generally you have 4 phases. The first phase in the onboarding phase is before the first working day. Then you have the first working day, the first weeks, depending on the company. There can be 2 weeks or 10 weeks, depending on the size of the company. And then you have the integration phase that takes a little bit longer. And in the first working day, before the first working day, you have tasks like sending different information, documents, sending the address of the company, information about the welcome day. You already define from the organizational part an introduction plan. You order hardware and stuff like this. Then on the first working day, you will hand over your new employees a welcome package. Maybe you also have a welcome day. You will go out for lunch with them if it's possible. Today it's not so easy to do this. You can just present the new colleague to his team and stuff like this, typical for the first day. Then you have the first weeks where the new employee gets different introduction. He will also get information about the legal topics, different trainings regarding his area of work and stuff like this. And so in the first weeks, you need to provide him the most important information he needs to know. And then in the integration phase, you have enough time to give him further introductory events, to invite him also to attend team building activities, different networking types, professional networking, and communities and stuff like this. So these are the 4 phases that are important for the implementation. And now let's just take a look what options you have when you want to build the onboarding process in Microsoft 365. So in M365, you have many tools. So I've added here in the slide just a couple of tools that are important and relevant for the employee onboarding process. So, of course, you need Outlook to send out information, emails. You need Power Automate to automate as much as you can, because you don't want to do manually stuff like sending out invitation to a training or just sending some welcome messages and notifications. You can automate all these things. Then you have Microsoft Teams. So it's everyone is working today in Microsoft Teams, and that's why you can also use Teams for your new employees. What I forgot here on the slide is also Yammer. So if you have Yammer communities in your company, of course, it's also important to integrate the Yammer communities. Then you also have SharePoint. You can build up an onboarding portal for the pre-onboarding, for the onboarding, the administrative part, and so different things. You can store there your documents. You can have lists. You can use forms to create employee surveys, or maybe also to make some tests. For example, a typical, IT security questionnaire, quiz with a couple of questions. So you can automate all the things, and you can also use Power Apps to implement your own app for the onboarding process. Okay, so now let me just show you what I want to show you. So the process I want to show you is built up from 2 different perspectives. I see there is also a typo there. So the first perspective is the onboarding management. It's the part where the administrative work takes place. So before the employee starts, you need to provide hardware, you need to provide, licenses, and the HR department needs to fill out some forms. So there are different involved parties in the onboarding management. So it's only from the administrative part. And then we have the other side, the employee onboarding portal or the employee onboarding. You can build a portal, or you can do this only in Teams. Depends on what is your purpose. The idea is that the employee onboarding is the entry point for the new employee. The new employee needs information before he starts at the company, and he needs information in his on the first working day, the first weeks, and in the integration phase. And you also need tasks too, because also in the administrative part, you will have tasks, and you also have tasks for the new employee. Okay, so I've talked about the onboarding phases before. Let me just wrap up the onboarding phases. So we have the 4 phases, and if you take a look on the arrows, so we have the onboarding management, which starts before the first working day and ends until after the employee is integrated. And then you have the employee onboarding, which is normally split in 2 parts. The pre-onboarding, where you need to provide the new employees information like the address of the company, or maybe also some welcome videos from the CIO for the new employees, or also an area where they can upload a picture and a short presentation about themselves and stuff like this. And after the pre-onboarding, you have the employee onboarding after the employee starts, because at the moment when he starts in the company, he will have some tasks, he will need to do a lot of organizational stuff. So today, I don't want to focus on the pre-onboarding, because the pre-onboarding, it's most of the time very special. And our focus today is the onboarding management from the administrative side, and the employee onboarding for the new employee. Okay, and before I go in M365, let me show you first my idea of the onboarding process. So the onboarding process starts on the management side. Yeah, before the employee starts, the new employee will start a new job in the company, and the first thing what happens is you need to create a user in Active Directory. We can do this with Power Automate. I will show you also that it's super easy to do it. Of course, not every company will do the user creation in Power Automate, because you can create users, but you don't have so many options in Power Automate, and it's also important to remember. Maybe the use case fits for smaller companies, but for bigger ones you need to see if it fits. After the user is created, you have an account is created, and then notifications will be sent to the responsible entities, HR, IT, with task assignments, and maybe you also need some approvals after the employee starts. Someone needs to approve, maybe the manager needs to approve that a new employee starts. And after the onboarding management is ended, the employee onboarding process starts automatically, because we have a new user. We know that the user was created. The employee starts at the 1st of April. And then we can start an employee onboarding process. We can send the account information that for the user that was created to the new employee. And then we can do different actions, like inviting the employee in different teams, inviting them to a Yammer community, sending them welcome emails, or sending them private chat messages, and also creating tasks for for having the relevant tasks for the new employees. Okay, so now let's take a look on the demo. So I will start with the onboarding management, so the administrative part of the employee onboarding. And what I've done here is I've just created a SharePoint portal, and this SharePoint portal contains some quick links and contains a planner that is integrated here in the SharePoint page. If you say, okay, I don't need a SharePoint portal to manage my onboarding, of course, you don't need to use it. You can trigger the onboarding tasks and all the onboarding actions with a workflow also if you just use a list. So I have opened here also Microsoft Teams, and I have here my team onboarding management. So the SharePoint site onboarding management is associated to this team. So here in this team, there are automatically posts that are sent out when a new employee joins the company. And there is also here the portal. I have integrated here the portal, so you don't need to move from Teams if you want to just do all the administrative stuff in Teams. Okay, so here is my portal, and I have also added the planner here in Teams. And the idea now is, okay, George Clooney now joins the company. So what we need to do, we need to add a new employee. Okay, so now it opens in a new tab because I don't have the Teams client, but normally it should open my new form for the new employee. Should open directly here in Teams, and of course it also opens if I go here. Okay, I haven't integrated it, but normally I could also do it here directly in Teams from the list. Let's do it now here in tab. Let's say Clooney, George. So this is just a simple Microsoft list or SharePoint list where I will add the information. So now I need to provide here a private email address from George Clooney. I will add here now my email address to see also what happens in the process. Okay, the start date, let's say the start date is today. That sounds good. I need to add a manager because this user will also be added in the Active Directory as a manager of the new employee when the account is created. And also a mentor. Let's say we will add Marine. I can also add a department, which is also added to the Active Directory, and a lot of further information. So let's just save. That's enough for now. And now I can see here the list of the new employees. So now after I have created the new employee, what happens? Let's go in Power Automate to take a look. So I have here in Power Automate 2 workflows. The first workflow is create admin task. That's the onboarding management, the workflow for the onboarding management, and that one is the second one. Now let's see what happens here. So as you can see, the workflow should have started. Probably it starts soon. Let's just take a look in the workflow. What happens here? So when a new employee is added, what we've just done, then we set a variable, and at this point, I'm creating a user in the Active Directory. This is the action I've talked before. So you can create user in Active Directory. Of course, you need to have the admin permission to also create users if you want to do this. And yeah, then you can add here the information about the new user. Then I'm also waiting here for the account to be sure that the account is created. And after the account was created, I'm adding this account to a Microsoft 365 group. And in this moment, I can also assign licenses to the user. It also depends on you if you really want to do it in Power Automate. You can also do this, of course, in Logic Apps. But I just wanted to show you that it's possible. And I'm also running some workflows. To be honest, I'm doing it on some smaller tenants and tenants that are not crucial, let's say. But of course, you can also just trigger some Azure functions from Power Automate and write in the Azure function the creation of the user account. Okay, now let's see what else I'm doing. Get all available administrative tasks. Let me show you what I mean. So I have here a task master list, and it's just a simple list in SharePoint, and in this list I'm managing all the tasks. Create user account, provide hardware. These tasks are the same for every new employee. So these are repeating tasks. And in this way, I have here a master task. And in my workflow, I'm just iterating this list, iterate all tasks. And then after I iterate them, I will create them in Planner. So I will create a new Planner task for the new employee with the master list I've just shown you. Okay, here I'm also creating a new employee entry for the employee onboarding process. This is the second process for the employee. And when I'm just creating this entry to trigger my second workflow. And after that, I'm doing some funny stuff like posting information in Teams about the new tasks for the new employee, and sending some email notification to the new employee. Let's take a look here in the general. So as you can see here, there's a new post. Okay, George Clooney joined the company. And I've also opened here my Outlook. And as you can see here, that's an email. Dear George Clooney, welcome. You can now access Microsoft Teams with account information. As you can see here, I've just added a password. Don't do this. You should create a random password if you do it in a Power Automate workflow. It's super easy. You just need to create a random number and then attach the random number to a password, and then it's random. So, and of course, the user also needs to change the password at the first sign in. So now I can just log in as George Clooney. Let's see what happens. Let me just browse as a guest here. And let's see here, George Clooney. Let's add the user here and the very creative password. And now, as you can see, I need to change my password. Change it to a new one. Okay. Yeah, it was not really creative, my password. Let's try it again. Okay. Now it should work. Okay, it's very standard. Okay, I will take another one. Let's try it again. Probably now I just had a typo. Let me just create one. And now, here we go. Okay, it seems that it's not working. I will just try it one more time. And then if it's not working, I will do it just with my account. Okay, now it's working. And so now George Clooney logged in to Microsoft Teams. So that's his first login. And he was already added to the new team employee onboarding. Okay, that takes a little bit. So now you can see here, okay, he's in Microsoft Teams. He was added to this team, employee onboarding. The licenses were also already assigned, as you can see. There is also an automatical post here in the channel, say hello to George Clooney. And if I take a look here in the chat, George Clooney also received a message, welcome on board, dear George Clooney, take a look on your tasks. So it seems that some tasks were assigned to George Clooney. And there is also an onboarding portal for the new employees. So let's take a look here. That's the onboarding portal. It's similar to the administrative portal. And believe me, it's very important to have an onboarding portal because you have some information. So the new employees get they will get a lot of information, because yeah, there is a lot of information. And if you provide them a site, a page, a portal where they can find the most important things they need to know in the first weeks, is really very important. So stuff like time tracking, FAQs, or IT service desk. So these are the most important things new employees need. And of course, after that, they will need more and more and more. And here you can see also a list with onboarding tasks. So in the administrative portal, if you remember, I've used a planner to manage tasks. Here I'm using a simple Microsoft 365 list to manage tasks. So it depends on you how you want to manage your tasks. Both options are valid. Yeah. So if you work here with the employee onboarding tasks with planner, if you have one planner for every new employee, maybe there will be too many planners for if a manager has, for example, 10 new employees. And you could also do it, for example, with to-do. You can automatically create to-do tasks, but there are currently not connectors in Power Automate to create to-do tasks for other people. You only can create to-do tasks for your own. Okay, so these are the tasks, and of course there is also a tab just with the tasks. And it's also important to provide further information, training, how they can get information about available trainings. Maybe you already have a training portal, and you already have a registration site. So provide them information to the registration site. Okay, so that's the most important things from the employee side. Let me just also switch to the workflow to show you. It's similar to the admin tasks. Here we can also see that the first workflow, the admin tasks, were run, and it also created some actions. And let's just switch to this workflow and let's see what happens here. So it's like I've said, it's similar to the administrative onboarding. When the account was created, I will get all available tasks also from a task list to a task master list that is relevant for the new employees. So you have typical tasks for new employees. Provide a signature in Outlook, order some business cards, or visit some special training. So these are typical tasks for the new employees. And then what I'm also doing here in the workflow, I'm initializing a due date depending on the phase. So that's why the phases are important. So if a task needs to happen in the third phase, so the first 2 weeks, then the due date is the starting day plus 2 weeks. And so you can also initialize on a due date depending on when the user needs to do do his tasks. Okay, then here I'm also initializing responsible, because sometimes there are tasks for new employees that are relevant for the manager. Some tasks are relevant for the new employee. So here you can also automate the task assignment. Okay, and here there are also different teams actions. These are the actions with sending an email to the new employee, adding him to the onboarding team, sending him welcome messages. So you have a lot of Teams actions you can use for moderating it. And yes, here also welcome mail. So now maybe you ask, why Teams? Of course, you can also do it in other ways. If you have Yammer in your company, you can also create a Yammer community for the new employees. In my opinion, for the administrative part, a team in Microsoft Teams is definitely the right way to do it, because in the administrative part of the onboarding, you have the IT involved, the HR, and they need to, so it's a closed group and they need to communicate to each other. And for the employees, like you've seen, we also have a team here, a team where also the new employees can ask questions And of course, you could do this in teams if you have teams, but you could also build a community in Yammer and have the channel of the employee onboarding communication in Yammer. So it depends on what you're using. And of course, you also don't need to use Teams. You can just use SharePoint portal, but you just be aware that employees don't have the chance to ask questions. And here they can ask questions and get answers. Okay. So that's the most important thing about the teams. What else I want to show you is in Active Directory. So as you can see here, this was I've opened the user overview before we have added George Clooney, and now when we refresh, we can see now here that an account was created for George Clooney. So you can see it here. Yeah, so that was the account. Okay, so let's go back to the slides because I still have a couple of slides. This was a short overview about an idea of the onboarding process. Of course, you can extend this process depending on the way the process is in your company. So you need to adapt it, of course. And you can extend the process by using Azure Automation. You can configure and automate tasks across Azure and also on-premises environments. If you have your Active Directory still on premises, you can do this with Azure Automation and then trigger it. Just trigger the tasks from Power Automate. You can use the SharePoint framework for developing solutions and developing web parts. You can integrate them in SharePoint and in Teams, for example, dashboards for the new employees or stuff like this. You can use Power Apps if you have complex list forms, but not only. Of course, you can create an app for the whole onboarding process. And if you go in Power Apps and if you go in the Power Apps portal, there is also an onboarding template. You can take a look on it and also see if you get some ideas, if it fits for you. And of course, you can decide if you want to implement your own Power App for the onboarding process. And of course, you can also connect with data from external platforms. For example, you have data, personal data in SAP about the new employee, and when the new employee signed the contract, you just change the status in SAP, and then you could trigger the workflow and send information from SAP to the workflow to just trigger the workflow automatically. Okay. So this is all about extending the process, and Microsoft announced a couple of weeks ago Microsoft Viva, and it opened us a lot of opportunities to support the onboarding process. So there is not a specific onboarding element in Viva, but it will support you a lot in the onboarding of new employees, because with a Viva connections, you will have an aggregation of the most important information that is sometimes missing, and so it's based on KI, so it will show the important information for the new employees. Then you have the Viva Insights, which will also support a kind of mentoring in M365. You have Viva Learning, that is very important because you can provide the videos and the whole learning tools in the Viva Learning platform. And you have the Viva Topics for knowledge management, where you can, of course, have all your knowledge base and just provide the information for your new employees where they can find this information. Okay, so just one more slide with a short recap and Then I think we're already done for today. So first of all, please don't underestimate the onboarding process, because it's a very important process. And as soon as you have it, you will see how important and helpful it is for your company. The onboarding process is just one use case of many use cases of process automation in a company. And so it's just an example, in my opinion, a good example, because it's easy. But you need to think about how you want to build up your own process, because designing good process is much more complex than just setting them up in Power Automate. It's more important to take your time and think about how your process will look like. Okay, so that's all for now. I also have some relevant resources in the list of my resources. And by the way, in the SharePoint lookbook, you can also find a SharePoint site template for the onboarding. So for the pre-onboarding, you can take a look on it. Maybe it helps you and gives you inspiration. Yeah, thank you for attending the session. And if you have any questions, you can contact me on the different social media platforms.
All right, Karina, that was great, and I think you picked up a really nice topic, the onboarding, and I think this could be not just used for the onboarding, even when an employee is moving from one team to the other team, right? Even then it can be used, or even when he's leaving the organization, even then can be used. And I love that there's a lot of things happening, Karuna. I mean, you are sending an email, you're creating an account, you're also dropping in a message inside the teams, all the users getting updated on the Active Directory. So a quick question, how long it took you to go ahead and build this entire application? Because I think that is the key, right? We can always go ahead and build it from other platforms too, like people use .NET and all, using APIs and all that. How long it took you to go ahead and build this?
It's not so easy to answer this question, because so it doesn't take so long to configure it if you know what you want to do. So I've started just to building up the administrative portal, and then I realized, okay, but I need an employee portal, and then it was built up one by one, and also from the experiences with the customers. But so I would say that the solution I've presented today is a really lightweight solution, because I also wanted to make the processes as easy as possible to explain them that it's easy. Yeah. So I would say a couple of hours for the processes, and more about the design and building up.
Yeah, because the reason only I ask is because there's a lot of happening. You also have a page where you have FAQs and all the details about the company where one can go ahead and see it. So I could definitely see there's a lot of things that it's like kind of an end-to-end application. One could actually go ahead and use it. So great session, Karuna. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. What time is it at your place? Evening? 7:30? 8?
Yes, 7:30.
I think it's time to go ahead and go prepare dinner or something. All right, so Karuna, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it. We'd love to have you back when you're available, and maybe next time. So thank you so much, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
You too. Bye. All right, with that, we move to our next session. That was a really great session, right? You could go ahead and build your entire employee. For what was that? So that was great. So let's go ahead and move to our next session. That's by Krishna. He's going to talk about Power App Canvas, monitoring with Azure Insights, and a quick intro about who is Krishna. Krishna has 18 plus years of IT experience in Microsoft technologies. That's a lot. I mean, 18 plus years, and what was I? I was in kindergarten, definitely. He has mostly worked on SharePoint from 2007 to 2019. That's a lot. And SharePoint online application development migrations. He has developed many business applications using Power Apps and Power Automate. He's a Microsoft MVP, and I see some of his contributions has been really recognized in the community, in the Microsoft and other group. He's a Microsoft MVP too. So let's go ahead and invite our next speaker, Krishna. Hi, Krishna. How are you?
Very good, Simon. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. Where are you joining us today?
I'm from Houston, Texas.
That's great. How's weather over there? Is the winter going or is it good still there?
It is just like a stock market. It's very unpredictable. Yeah, a couple of weeks back, it was so damn cold. We never experienced, we never saw snow, but in a decade, we got some snow, power
Yeah.
outages and all. But now it's good.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. So thank you so much, Krishna. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. We really love you hosting. We won't take much of your time, and we'll just let you go ahead and start with your session. I know we're already a few minutes in, so you can
Yep.
go ahead and start to share your screen, and then you can go ahead and get started.
Yep. Okay.
I see your screen. I'll put it. Yep.
Thank you.
And next 45 minutes is all yours.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, yeah, let me just thank you for all the intro. I would like to reiterate. I'm Microsoft Business Applications MVP. I became like in January 2021. That's the only positive thing happened in during this COVID period of time. Apart from that, I'm a super user in Microsoft Power Apps and Power Automate community super user, where I contributed with a lot of solutions. And also occasionally I do a lot of videos in the YouTube on the Power Platform use cases. And I have been working in Microsoft domain technologies in almost 20 years, starting with, actually I started with C# first version, .NET first version when it was in beta. From then I started and still working in Microsoft technologies. So coming into the actual session today, my session is on the Power Apps, especially the Canvas applications, how we can use Azure application insights with Power Apps, especially with the Canvas application. So the very first question for anything, generally we ask, what is it, why do we need it, and how we can use it. Those are the three simple questions generally we ask. So we'll talk about those three questions little later because first initially I'll explain a few things, and with the limitations and drawbacks or more based on the requirement, we'll start using the Azure application insights. So just to start with, you can see my screen. It's my personal tenant. In this, there is one simple Canvas application which I created out of a template. So if you don't know like how to create out of the template, you can just go to the Microsoft Power Apps, and in the app section, click on New App and click on Canvas. Once we click on that, and here you see on the screen app templates. Either you can select either of these layouts and click on any of them, and you see a lot of these templates. These templates are mostly pre-built applications with all the data source and all the content you can have with it. And mostly the content, it can reside in the Excel files and which are stored in the OneDrive. So I built something, I just used the service desk template. Based on that, I created the Canvas application here. So just to play and see what is inside the service desk Canvas application, it is just a regular supporting ticket system where we can see all the tickets. On the left side, different filters are there, like a new tickets in progress, on hold, closed, all of that. On the middle of the screen and on the right side, you see each ticket and its metadata of the ticket. And the top of the screen, you can see different the total statistics about the tickets, like how many total tickets, new tickets in progress, and this. So, and also like if I click on any of the ticket, I can go and see the details of each ticket. and all the metadata related to the ticket. Some of the metadata I can change it as well. So there is not a lot of security around this application. This is just like an application, some data-driven application, and we can just enter some sample data there. And I can change these metadata by clicking on this right rather than symbol, and you can change the status, all of that. The reason I'm going into this application is what I would like to explain here is when we create a Canvas application, some of the application, your number of users who uses these applications can be less than like a 10 or 100 or 1,000 or more than 5,000 users. It all depends on application to application. For example, if we see in the last 1 year, a lot of applications were created to track all the due to COVID situation due to handle all the COVID related situations, a lot of applications were created, and some of these applications were used at enterprise level. So enterprise level means maybe some of the companies, they got like a 10,000 plus users or even more. So when so many users are hitting the same application, we need to know a lot of things. Okay, how is this application is loading for each of these users? Every user is having the same experience, or is the application loading faster for some users and not loading faster for some users? And what are the other application related issues? So we go through all those issues whenever we create any application, whether it is a Power App application or any website as well. So to troubleshoot any of these performance or usage based or any application support related issues, we rely on so many things. Like generally the developer who creates the application, he knows when he see an issue what might have gone wrong. But most of the time some other person creates the application, as in the support team. I may be supporting all the user base. So in that case, how should I troubleshoot all this all the support tickets? How I should be basically checking the usage of this application? How should I see the actual performance of this application? Without knowing those details, supporting is not going to be easy. So for that, we will see what are the out-of-the-box tools available and how we can use the application insights to help in addition to the available tools. So if we go back to the application Power Apps page here, when I select an app, on the top of the screen in the menu, I can see a couple of them. One is monitor and the other one is analytics. Let's go into the analytics first. So analytics, we know, if you ever been to this page, analytics is basically, it's a bunch of reports about your application. So again, in the analytics, we can see 3 different types of reports here: usage reports, performance reports, location-based reports. So if my application is being used by wide variety of users throughout the globe, I can use these reports to summarize up to some extent. Okay, what are the different platforms, or what are the different operating systems the users are using to access these applications? And also, what is the different Power App versions, and also device platform, which is the Windows web players or the Power App mobile application or others. And also we can see the country, region, all of that. So we can see wide variety of reports here. And also performance wise, how fast my application is getting loaded for the first time users. And also how long is each session is. We can see a lot of reports like this, and all these reports we can slice or filter the data on the reports by using these slicers, like the device platform or app version or app open scenario or country or region. And also, if you see, all these reports are showing the data from last 30 days only. We do not have flexibility to get the data. Let's say if my app was launched 6 months ago, I don't have privilege or option to see all the 6 months data here, because this is out of the box provided reports for different categories. I cannot change this filter, the last 38 days filter. So in that case, how should I do it? So that's what the application, Azure Application Insights will help us. And we will go there. So this is one of the reason. The second thing is this data gets refreshed. If you see, there is a refresh time, and we can see at any point of time only last 30 days. The next one is what I would like to emphasize is the monitor. So the monitor, we know that generally this option, monitor option, we use to troubleshoot any Canvas applications. Means whenever I'm developing any Canvas application, when I'm testing all business cases or use cases, I can use this monitor tool to validate all my scenarios. And also we can use this tool to see what's the performance of my each queries or each formula that I have written inside my Canvas application. For example, there are so many formulas that we use in the Canvas application, like we will use filter, we will use lookup, we will use a lot of other tables, other formulas as well. When we are developing the applications, the application will run very smooth, very fast. But as the days progress, we see a lot of our data set will grow. Someday, initially the data may be like 100 records. After 6 months, it may be 50,000 or 100,000 or maybe 200,000. Is my application is really capable enough to handle all those scenarios? Did I really handle all the delegation warnings? If you don't handle the delegation warnings, you will not see the data. For example, out of the box, you may see if you don't handle the delegation warnings, then you will see the data like a 500 items. Even if you expand that to 2,000 items, still you beyond 2,000 items, you will not see the data, especially when you are filtering the data or searching the data. So some of the functions are not supported. So how do I catch all of that? You can use that by using, one way is to wait till the user reports it. The second thing is create large chunk of data. And the third thing is make your app settings to the very minimum number of records and try to validate that. Otherwise, you can also use this monitor tool whenever you run into some issue to validate that. So in this monitor tool, how do I use this monitor tool? So for any application, once you select the app and from the menu, if you click on monitor, just click on that, then this additional tab will open in the same browser. And on that, you can click on play published app. So what will happen is this option will run the last published option. Not any saved features, but we have to publish all the changes as well. So last published app will run, and all the operations which we perform in the app will be captured in this window. So if I click on this, the app will load here, and it will also notify us that you are connecting to a monitor debug session. Those in this session will see the events generated by the app, including any data. So this is just a notification that will appear for a few seconds. And as soon as you open here, and if you go back to your monitor tab, you can see a lot of these operations are already captured. For each of these, all these operations are related to on app start. When the app is started, what am I doing? I'm actually loading the data from the data sources. I'm refreshing all the data sources and reading all the data into the app. So that is, I have different data sources in my app. If I have like five different data sources connected from my app, all the 5 data sources I'm loading when I start the app. So that's what it is doing right now. All the get rows, all of that is happening. So when I perform any additional operations on the app, like clicking around on different options or going into the details, if we go back to the monitor, it will keep gathering all that information. So one very good information I would say for troubleshooting with respect to performance-oriented issues is you can see if you have any lookups or filters or any similar kind of formulas. We may need to monitor two columns here. One is the duration, how much time it is taking, and the other one is responsive size. So we need to see how many bytes of data we are loading into the Canvas app. So if we also need to decide when you are creating app, whether you are creating it for a mobile phone or a tablet or for a PC. Right. If you're if we do not restrict, or if we do not provide proper formulas like a filter, we need to understand the difference between lookup and filter. If you need just one record, just use lookup. If you need multiple records when you're showing it in a gallery, just we need to use the filter. So based on the if we try to load a lot of data using those formulas, that will consume a lot of loading time, and that will delay the screen display time. So that's how the performance of the application will go down. So so we can, using this monitor tool, we can actually track down all those majority of the performance related issues by checking this duration and responsive size as well. And also any application issues also. Right now I don't have any issues, otherwise it will show you in a red mark as well if there are any application issues. Means if some data source is unable to load, or if some certain condition is not matching, and if you are performing some additional operations on that, then it will still throw you some errors here. And on clicking on it, you can really see the data. For example, here, if I, let's say, load screen, and on the right side, you see the load, there is a properties pane on the right side. If you expand it, you can see the entire JSON format, and also the formula as well. Some reason it's not displaying. But you can see the entire JSON, what exactly it is doing, and also the get, what is the data source, and what control it is loading, all of that information as well. So keeping these two tools, one is the analytics, the other one is monitoring. These two will help you really understand how this Canvas application is being used by all my users. Means all the users within the company, especially if the application is like enterprise level, which enterprise level in the sense thousands of users are using it. Then in that case, I would like to see some additional details as well. I would like to see some additional details. Apart from that, I want to build my own reports. I don't want to just rely on what was provided out of the box, but I want to build my own reports so that I can get more data. The more data I visualize and analyze it, I can take more actions based on that. Next thing is how I can basically, how do I know if my Power App, some business logic was not written properly, but while the user is using, there was an error thrown. So when an error is displayed, generally the user may get some error message on their client browser screen. But how do I know which user experienced which error? Unless they take the screenshot and share it with us, we may not know. Or unless we write some logic to write those custom error messages into some your own logs, like maintaining some SharePoint list or some Excel file to log all the data, you may not capture it. But without doing all of that custom work, by simply enabling Azure's application insight, we can get all of that. So, but I try to set up a little ground before we go into the Azure Application Insights. So let's get into the Application Insights now. So going back to my slide deck, I got only one slide deck here. So if we take Azure is a beast in the sense it has 600 plus cloud services are there. So many services. So many services. So how do we track each of those services are working absolutely fine? It's very hard to track unless someone experience some issues. We cannot go and we will not go into that particular service and check it, right? So apart from one of the cloud service is Azure monitoring service. So this Azure monitoring service, it's basically monitors all applications, operating systems, resources, subscriptions, tenant, many other items. It monitors. It's a common Azure monitor service is a common service which actually monitor everything, and it based on the operations or different calls happening through these different artifacts, it basically logs all that interactions into two databases. One is a metrics database and the other one is logs database. Metrics database contains the data which is really good to generate the reports. Logs data, the data in the logs database, it contains in the form of rows and columns. If you see the right side screenshots, the metrics is more, the data is more ready for building the reports right away. And logs, it is like more of rows and columns. And based on these two databases, there are a lot of other things can be done in the monitoring service. One of them is application insights. Rest of them we are not exploring right now, but the very one of them is application insights. So let's go into my personal tenant, and I will create one application insights into it, and then we will try to use that insights in the Power Apps, and then how we can capture the information from the Power App. So let's get into it. So I have this is my personal tenant here. Let's go. I mean, we are in portal.azure.com, and here first thing in every Azure portal we have some subscriptions. You can have multiple subscriptions. Generally, this subscriptions and application insights, this needs to be done by a global administrator. So you, as a Canvas application owner, I need to work with my global administrator. If you are a global admin, you can directly you can do it as well. So the very first thing is I need to make sure I have a subscription. If we do not have a subscription, we can't create application Azure insights. So first thing is Azure subscription. Again, if you are using your personal tenant, you can create an Azure subscription. Again, here I don't want to create one, but you can create a trial version subscription, which is good for 30 days. Or you can also create a subscription pay as you go, means based on your consumption, you can pay. So there are multiple types of subscriptions. I used one of them. So let's go back. Once we create a subscription here, now we need to create Azure Application Insights. So search for Application Insights. So then you will find under Services, we can find Application Insights here. Just click on that. I already created one, but we will explore how to create one. So let's create one. So let's click on Create. As soon as when we click on Create, we will see this screen, and here we need to select the subscription. That's why we need to have a subscription first, and also a resource group. If you don't have a resource group, just click on New and create one resource group. And also name, you can give any name. One other important thing is we are creating an application insight here. And if you see here, I can create any number of application insights here. Like by clicking on create, you can create any number of application insights. So in my company, if I'm using 10 different enterprise level canvas applications or different kinds of applications. So application insights is not just for Power Apps or Power Apps. You can use this for so many other things. Like you can use, if you're creating a website or web application, you can still use that application to track all the activities in that particular web application. So today we are using it for the Power Apps. So if I have 10 different Canvas applications running in, they are all enterprise level Canvas applications. I want to monitor all of them. So instead of creating one single application insight for 10 all applications, it is best to create 10 different application insight items here and track one application with one of them. So instead of creating everything and putting together in one application insights, when we put all the 10 applications in one single application insight, what will happen is all the data, all the monitoring information will be stored in a single application insights repository. Rather, if I need to see the application specific data, I need to go into this application insight and filter the data and see it. Rather than that, create individual application insights and associate your application with each one of them. Okay, let's create one, and I'll show you how to associate your Canvas application with application insights. So here I will say, like, let's say service desk Power App insights. That's my application insight I'm creating. And the region is, I will select Central US, and I already created log analytics as workspace as well. And now I will click on review. Then it will review all the provided information, and validation is passed. I can click on create. So as soon as I click on create, what will happen is it will deploy the application insight. It will create that application insight. So the deployment is complete. If we just refresh it, we should see more data. So next steps, go to resource. So this is the service desk Power Apps insights. So you can see a lot of other options. So as soon as the application insight is created, the very important property that we need to identify is the instrumentation key. This is the only important property that we need to connect your application insights with your Canvas application. So we need to connect. Now we created an application insight item, and we have our Canvas application. We need to connect these two. So the only way to connect them is by using the instrumentation key. So just copy the instrumentation key, and now you go to your Power Apps application, click on your apps, and click on edit the application, the Canvas application. When we edit the Canvas application, only one small change that we need to do here. We will see that as soon as it comes up. So we are not going into any of this part, any of these screens. We don't need to explore any of this logic written in these screens. But all we need to do is just click under the tree view. You see the root element, which is an app element. So here, just select that. On the right side here, and under the app object properties, we'll see instrumentation key. So I already plugged in one instrumentation key here, which is related to another application site. So all we need to do is just copy paste the instrumentation key here, and then save your application and then publish it. That's it. All we need to do is just select the app item, and for the app object, we just need to paste the instrumentation key from your application Azure applications insight property instrumentation key property value. That's all. So once that is done, now our both application insights as well as the Power App both are connected together now. It generally takes 30 minutes to log any operations that we perform in the Canvas app into the application insights. So now I already have an application insights application. I already created another one previously. Let me delete this one so that we let's leave it now. This is the one I created previously and connected with the Canvas application. So as I said, it will take 30 minutes to start logging all the operations into the application insights. But I experienced any time like 5 to 10 minutes, it started doing it, but probably it's not doing everything. But I started seeing various operations logging into the application insights. So let's explore what is inside this application insights. How do I see all the usage data or performance data and a lot of other things, which I don't have privilege to see in other screens, like in the monitor screen or in the app or in the other screens as well. So I'm in the custom application insights screen, where on the left side you can see a lot of features or options are there. There are a few things. It's hard to explain everything in this session because a lot of things needs to be covered. So we'll go with some of the options, and you can start learning on your own. And I'll also point some resources as well. So the very first thing under the monitoring, alerts. So alerts are right now I don't have any alerts, but this is the place where I can come and set some alerts rules. Like whenever any failures happens in the Power App application, I can set an alert. I can create some alert rules here. Based on the alert rules, I can send notifications, or I can set some actions as well. So this is very important. So instead of we wait till the user communicate back to us, some issue happened. If we really set up some alerts in the application insight, as soon as the alert happens, you will get a notification. You can set up that. Also, you can set up some actions as well. The other one is workbooks. Workbooks are like reports. Microsoft already built so many workbooks here related to my specific application or this particular application insights. Means the data which is captured by this monitoring service related to my Canvas application, I can use this all these workbooks. For example, I would like to know what's the downtime and outages of my Canvas application. When I click on it, I can see that. And also I can see performance analysis, new failure analysis, or all these are predefined workbooks. So we don't need to build anything from scratch. We can see active users, for example, and also analysis of page views as well. So if we click on active users, we can see all the how many active users are there. If I see, I just use my personal account here, but I launched 15 different sessions and 78 different views. And also we can see all the different screens, different screens in my Canvas applications. And also we can see last 30 days of data. But as I said, in the analytics reports, we can see only up to 30 days. But as I said, we can go up to 90 days in the report. And also in some of the places, I can actually go beyond 90 days also. I will show you that as well. Going back to workbooks, we can see other usage of calendar, usage calendar, usage by hours of the day, all these different reports which are pre-built, and it will display your data, means the usage data of your Canvas application. And the next one is users. How do I use it will show us all the list of users who have accessed my Canvas application. And again, there are a lot of filters here. We can filter, or we can change the filters. This is the one I was talking about. In the previous workbooks, I can get up to 90 days, but in the custom, I can go beyond 90 days. So we can go even the calendar is given, but we need to see how much data is really worth to load into these reports. Based on that, you can just basically start time and end time. We can filter and load that. So, and also different charts are there, line chart, bar chart, and area chart. And also if we scroll down, we can see more insights of the users. There are 2 sessions, 11 events. The performance is unacceptable because I tried to load this app from my iPhone. That's when it took a really long time. That's why it is throwing as unacceptable. And also we see 3 different tiny reports here, per country or region, how many users, per operating system, as well as per browser as well. The next one is I can also see most active users as well. So the next one is the other very fascinating, or this feature I really like it in the application insight, is which is not available in other places, is okay, now I got my app here, and if I open it here, every user is different. Based on their need, they will access different screens in a different way. Like I can go to tickets hold, I can create one. Every user uses, follows their own path, right? So I would like to know how many user sessions were launched and how each user session accessed different screens. What is the flow of their access of these screens? I can see all of that in the application insights. Under usage, you can see user flows. How do I see that? Is just click on select event, and here just select anything like the dashboard page, which is the starting page, and the time range I will change it to last 14 days because so that I can capture all my sessions. And here in the included events, I can change it to not just the events but all the page views. Each screen is a page view, so you can see all of that. And then click on create graph. It will create the graph for you. So here you can see here I got only there are 15 sessions. Each of them, all these started with the dashboard page, and some of them 9 sessions, they from the dashboard page they went to ticket details page, and 3 of the sessions they ended right there only, and 3 sessions they went from dashboard page to create a new ticket page. So this will really give me a complete idea how the users are really navigating between various screens. And also, if you notice, the red line indicates the session ended. I mean, as a last step, the red line represents that. And also, you see the blue lines. In some places, it is very thin. Some places, it is thick. The thickness all depends on the number of sessions. If you see here, this is just 1 session. And if you take the other one, this is 5 sessions. If you take this one, this is 9 sessions. So graphically, they are representing the more the thick, the more usage is happening between those screens. And also, now I can see here, there are a few things here, previous steps and next steps. So I can change the number of steps as well. Previous steps as well as next steps as well. What does that mean is I can navigate back and forth between the screens. So I can see all the 9 different steps. So if you see, this is step 1, step 2, step 3. I mean, you can see the steps also. how the user navigated. You can see up to 9 steps. You can see how the user navigated between, even though there are only 5 or a few screens are there, how the user navigated between those screens. So it we can clearly see like up to 9 steps. Okay, I can see all of this. This is really cool, and I want to share only application insights. The global admin can come and log in into this screen and see all the data, but I would like to see this information. How I can see that? One thing is you can save these reports, all these user flows, you can save it. And we can save these reports in either in your own reports or as shared reports. You can share in both any of those two places. Means once we share there, let's say user flow 1 application inside favorite. I think it's already there. That's why let's click on creating it. Okay, save as maybe 2. Okay, now the report is saved. This particular report is saved. Now I want to share this with some user in my team. I can click on share. That will send, you can copy the link and share it, or click on share link via email. As soon as you click, your Outlook or your email client will open up and it will copy the entire link. And you can just and send the email to whoever you want. And with this link they can access, they should be able to see the report. And if I just took the link and paste it in another tab, and I will see the entire report. Okay, this is how you can see the entire report. So whatever report I saved, I can just see the same thing. Okay. This will help me how my user's navigation path is, and I can concentrate to improve that particular path if users are doing it, if users are running into it. Okay, let's go back quickly with one other very important thing is logs. In the screen in the PowerPoint slide deck, I explained logs is a database where we can see the data in rows and columns wise. This is the place we can see all the data as your like a tables wise. And also when I click on logs, actually we let me come back and I will open. It will already it will provide you some queries as well. Already built some queries. So you want to see the response time trend or request count trend, a lot of other queries which are already pre-built. And the other thing is, if you want to know, and we can also build our own queries to in this screen, because everything is stored in a database and you want to query it. So they already gave, Microsoft already gave you some predefined queries, but you can also build your own queries. So to learn how to query in this place is, if you see on the screen, this is the area to where we can type our own queries, and this is all the history of the queries. And if I want to learn the queries, there are two ways: either take an existing query and update it, or learn from typing from the scratch. So I will show you briefly how the queries looks like. So here, if I double click on it, you will see this is the traces. Traces is the one of the table, I would say, and you can query the table, and you can limit the entries. You can see in the history I already queried last time. You can limit the number of entries in that and click run. It will give you all the tracing information that was logged from the application into the application insights. So all that information I can see here. And also how and the language that is used to write the queries, it is Christo. Let's see, you can learn it from the help here on the right side. You can click on that and the language reference. If you click on that, you can see the language is Custo query language, and you can see the entire reference for the language here and the help. it should be pretty straightforward. Maybe with a little learning is required. And also you can, this query again depends on the time range. We can again change the time range up to whatever we want, and also additional custom that is like a no bound. We can actually go back in the past to get the data as well. So this is very, very useful to query the data. Okay.
Krishna, Krishna, I'm sorry to interrupt. Will you just like to wrap maybe a little soon? Maybe
Okay.
a couple of minutes, maybe?
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry for that. Thanks for the heads up. Okay. So we can also write our custom messages into the application insights. The one thing is, if you can go to your service canvas application, and then in the service application, you can actually, sorry, it's taking a little time there. I should have kept it open. Yeah, in the service application, actually, I already placed, you can write a few, there is a formula or function called a trace. Using that trace function, you can write the data. So that will directly go into your application insights. So if you see here, this is the trace entered by Krishna here. So that's how we can write the other, whether it's information or errors or all of that. And the final important thing is, previously I mentioned we can build our own custom reports. You can build it by using export here and export to Power BI query. Just click on the Power BI query and it will give you the mQuery, entire mQuery here. We don't need to change anything. All you need to do is open your Power BI desktop and go to get data and blank query. It's already mentioned in the here. It's already mentioned here, right here, the instruction how to get that. So all you need is just copy the entire thing and get to blank query. I think I already opened, and go to the advanced editor and then copy your entire code and just done, and your query will be ready. I think it's the credentials, but my query is all done. So that's how like we can get the whole data into your Power BI, and you can build your own custom reports as well. I'm sorry, like I couldn't build the report due to lack of time, but you can do all kinds of reporting in your Power BI by reading your monitoring data from your Azure application insights.
All right, so that's it. Krishna, you want to wrap up? That's all good?
Yeah.
You have something else?
No, I'm good.
Great, Krishna. I think that was a great session. I think you covered a lot of content, right? There's a lot of learning, some great use case of Azure Insights for your Power Apps that will help you to go ahead and build more better applications. Thank you so much for your time, Krishna. We really appreciate for all that you do for the community, and congratulations for your new MVP. Right, you definitely deserve it. And yeah, so very few good things have happened in this pandemic. So congratulations for that once again. Thank you so much. And we'll catch you later time. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, with that, we move to our second final session of the day. And for this session, we have Daniel and his teammate Robert, who's going to talk about creating value from business processes, process mining in Power BI. And they come from a company called PAF now. If I say that right, it is a leading process mining tool implemented in Power BI. So definitely go and check their company out too. So without any further ado, let me go ahead and add our speakers, Daniel and Robert. Hi, everyone. How are you?
Great. How are you? Thanks for having us.
Great. Thank you so much. Hi, Robert.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. We really appreciate for all that you do for the community. And I know we are already... So wait, let me ask you, where you guys are joining from? Starting from Daniel.
Where are we joining from?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm joining from Texas.
Okay, how's things in Texas?
The weather is getting better than when it froze the other day.
What about you, Robert?
I'm in Ann Arbor, Michigan.
Okay, that's cold over there?
It's actually a little warmer today, but it's going to get cold again in the next week or so. So I'm going to enjoy the warm weather while it's here.
Yeah. Okay, so I won't take much of your time, right? So any of you who wants to go ahead and start to share your screen, you guys can do it, and I'll put it into the live stream.
Perfect.
Great, thank you.
On the bottom of the screen, find option screen share.
And working on it here.
Yep, I see it. I'm gonna add it now. I see it. Perfect. So next 45-50 minutes is all yours.
Perfect, thanks. I'll start and then we'll turn it over to Robert. Again, my name is Daniel Hughes. I'm the Director of Process Solutions for North America here at PathNow. PathNow is all focused on process mining and helping companies get the best value or the most value out of their processes and improve processes and streamline those. Robert Connolly is one of our data analysts here in North America. And here in just a few minutes, he will walk us through a demonstration of the tool and how you can use Power BI to look beyond KPIs and into the root causes of KPI issues. So I will start with an overview of process mining. You know, most people haven't heard of process mining, especially in the Power BI and Microsoft Power Apps community. Talk about what the use cases are, how it's used, where it fits into the stack. Then Robert will do a demonstration to show you how it works and what the use cases are. And then at the end, I'll actually give you a link to download and use process mining for Power BI for free, for no charge. So how you can get started without even having to license anything extra. So process mining, what is process mining, right? Process mining is a methodology that's designed to deliver operational performance, right? It was started maybe a decade or so ago in Germany. A fellow named Will van der Ost developed process mining at a university in Germany. It basically uses the data inside of your transactional systems to reverse engineer or recreate your business processes. So instead of having to go out and do, say, subject matter expert interviews or ask your employees what their processes look like, you can actually get an actual view of every transaction that happened in your organization, learn how your business processes are transacted, and then be able to take action on that. So not just, hey, here's how we want it to look, but here's exactly how our processes are functioning. All right, most of the use cases are typical business processes. You know, our number one business process is purchase to pay or procure to pay, right? Anything from deciding that you want to buy something to issuing a purchase order, getting approvals, sending that purchase order to a vendor sending back the goods, and then vendor sending an invoice and you pay in that is a typical purchase to pay process. Second most common process that we see is order to cash. So a customer sends you an order, you fulfill that order, and then you collect on the invoice you send them. Also could look at something like quote to cash if you wanted to look at everything from quoting on the front end. Beyond those two, we do a lot of work in internal audit. So maybe you want to audit your procurement process to find, you know, rogue buying or maverick buying. You want to find out, you know, do you have internal controls issues? Process mining will allow you to sample 100% of your processes and then spend your auditor's time focused on the areas that there's issues. Other processes like plan to deliver, issue to resolution and customer support, customer journey mapping. Maybe you want to understand, you know, as you're moving online for your customer journeys from in person, maybe you need to understand how they're interacting with your organization. Process mining can look at your customer journey and show you what's really happening. From there, those are the most common. Those are common across industries. From there, we can dive into really specific edge use cases, maybe mortgage origination. We have customers that want to look and see how they're able to create mortgages. Are there salespeople that are causing problems in underwriting, right? That have underwriting loops. But maybe one of the most interesting ones that we have is actually at an airline in Canada. where we're taking streaming data off sensors of an aircraft and recreating a plane flight. So the process of actually flying from the time you close the door, and that's logged in a sensor, to pushing back from the gate, taxiing, takeoff, acceleration, altitude, to even things like flight attendant call buttons being pushed and flight attendants going and taking care of passengers. So recreating everything that happens inside of a flight or inside of a business process. And it can be used in lots and lots of different areas. So typically, there are many opportunities for improvement when you're looking at a business process, right? If you're looking at procure to pay, you might want to improve days payable outstanding. We have customers that have improved their DPO over 10%, right? Or you might want to be more efficient or process invoices faster, right? So we have invoice processing time or automation rate that you could look at. Or really common, well, there's two ways when we look at payables, paying your invoices. Some companies want to maximize their discounts that they get from their vendors and how much of that they capture. So we can help you identify what bottlenecks in your invoice payment processes allow you or cause you to not get your discounts. Some other companies want to ensure that they keep their cash and extend their payment terms as long as possible. So process mining can look at your payment process again and identify how long can you push a vendor and not pay them before they start giving you penalties or putting you on sales blocks. So there's lots of actual real business KPIs and metrics that you can improve by understanding your processes, understanding really where the bottlenecks are in that process, and how you can alleviate those bottlenecks to be more efficient. So how does this all work, right? That all sounds well and good, I'm sure, but how does it work? Where do you need to get the data? And the data is actually really simple at the base level. We only need 3 pieces of information to be able to reverse engineer your processes. First, we need an activity name or a step or an event. What actually happened at this step of the process, right? It might be check order. It might be an event called create purchase order or create purchase request, right? What is the name of the step? Second, we need a timestamp. When did that step happen in this transaction? So basically every ERP system is going to capture a timestamp of when a user made a change to an activity or an event. So we capture that from your ERP systems. Then the third thing that we need is a unique case ID. What is it? What unique number can we or attribute can we use to track a case from the start of a process all the way through all the events to the end of a process? For procure to pay, that might be purchase order number, that might be invoice number, or things like that. So we get those 3 pieces of information we actually call an audit log. And we get those audit logs from your ERP or from your transactional system. We have pre-built data models for things like SAP or Oracle EBS, Salesforce, ServiceNow, Microsoft Dynamics are all really common ERP systems that we work with. And we go and create an extract data from your ERP system into your data warehouse or data lake, and then use our process mining algorithms to turn that audit log into a recreation of your process. So that's all well and good. That'll show you what your process looks like, how it's been executed. But a lot of companies want to do things like compare processes across plants or compare transaction or cycle times between vendors or on-time delivery from vendors. To do that, we simply add what we call attributes or tagging data to our event log. So if you want to compare processes between plants, let's tag all our transactions with the plant number or plant ID. If you want to look at and compare vendors, then we'll tag all of our transaction with what vendor that's associated with. Or even things like resources. Maybe you want to, in internal audit, identify where do you have segregation of duties errors, right? Where is the same person performing 2 steps or 3 steps in a row when it's outside of your internal controls process? So we tag transactions with, or events with users or with resource IDs. So all of those, by creating the audit log, tagging transactions with attributes, allows us to recreate the process and then compare that process across any of the different scenarios that you might want to look at. So even though process mining's been around for a decade or maybe 2, Gartner has never actually released a Magic Quadrant. What they have released are 2 market guides for process mining, right? One in 2018 and one in 2020. And PathNow has been included in both of those and recognized from Gartner as having robust process mining embedded in Power BI. But inside of those market guides, Gartner has identified about 10 different core capabilities you should look at when you're evaluating process mining vendors or comparing vendors. One is automated discovery, right? Simply, can you recreate the process from an audit log? Second is conformance checking. Can you identify what an ideal process execution looks like and then compare any other transaction against that? We'll talk a little bit later about how you can use the Power Platform to actually take actions on that. Next is data prep. Data prep is really important in any analytical application. Especially it's important when you're looking at transactions or processes that go across systems. Procure to pay in SAP, pretty straightforward, pull data from SAP, recreate your process. But maybe you're looking at quote to cash, and quoting is in Salesforce. You create your invoices in SAP, and then you collect those in a supply chain system. So being able to data prep across those 3 systems so that you can track a transaction from quoting all the way through revenue or dollar collection is really key component of process mining. And then as process mining has evolved, it started as a reverse look, a reverse mirror into how processes were executed in the past. Now that it's evolving into a dashboard, I guess, the ability to look at data in real time is really key to process mining. And by embedding our tools, our process mining tools in Power BI, putting it in the Azure Data Factory allows us to do real-time view into your process and create real-time dashboards. Multi-process interaction is one of the other things they look at. Procure to pay and order to cash isn't executed in a vacuum, right? You need to buy from a supplier to fulfill an order to a customer, and then that supplier needs to deliver on time. So your procure to pay and order to cash processes actually interact with each other in the supply chain. So being able to combine processes or just different processes into a single view is one of the new key areas. And customer journeys, right? Everybody has moved online over the last 1.5 years or so, or year, I guess, since the pandemic hit. And customer journeys have become even more important. And you would think it'd be pretty simple, but customer journeys can be very, very complex. Robert and I, 2 weeks ago, worked with a manufacturer that was looking at their online customer journey, and we found 845,000 different variations of their customer journey process. So being able to handle that volume and also that amount of variation in your process is not as simple as you would think. So being able to handle all that is one of the key components of process mining. And then as you move from a rear view to real time to a forward-looking view of your processes, being able to have predictive and then prescriptive analytics on your process is really key. And that's one of the great things about embedding everything we do in Power BI. So we can take advantage of everything Microsoft's built into the Gartner Magic Quadrant leading BI and analytics tool. And also the Power Platform gives us the ability to meet the final two requirements in process mining. Being able to take action on any of the transactions that we see, right? Being able to use Power Apps, Power Automate to go and tell somebody, hey, you've got a process or transaction that's not conforming to what you'd like it to look like. Go and take action on it. Or even to automatically take action inside of SAP. Maybe you have a vendor that's going to deliver late from China because of the backlog at the port in LA. But you have another supplier in South America that can deliver on time because they go into the port of New Orleans. So you can automatically take action and route your order from Chinese supplier to the South American supplier and be able to deliver on time to your customer. And then as you're building out all those automations, maybe with Power Automate, the ability to record what the users do on their desktops to create your process design documents to build your bots is one of the next key features. So a lot of requirements around process mining, but by embedding it in Power BI and the Power Platform and being able to take the audit logs and rebuild that path now, it can meet all of those requirements and probably is one of only 2 or 3 vendors out of the dozens that do process mining that can do that. And that's why we embedded process mining into business intelligence, right? Business intelligence has been around for decades, and there are a handful, I guess 3 leaders now, Power BI, Tableau, and Qlik, that lead and have built out all the analytics that you could ever possibly need. So to be able to meet all the requirements that we just looked at, you need to have really strong analytics. And all the other process mining vendors in the world had to go out and rebuild everything that Power BI, Tableau, and Qlik can do today, just to be able to do the dashboarding and all of that. So what we said is, you know what? Power BI is the market leader, way up in the top right of the Magic Quadrant. What if we took advantage of everything Microsoft's doing and just built process mining into Power BI? And that's what we did. That's what we brought to market a couple of years ago. And we've been very, very successful with that. And customers that love Power Platform and love Power BI really like to have a single analytical platform that does dashboarding and also can look into their processes. So, and we take advantage of all of that, right? So inside of Power BI, we can discover your process, analyze your process, visualize your process. Inside of Power Apps and Power Automate, we can share and take action and alerts and create bots around that. And then by embedding it in Azure and Office 365, take advantage of the Azure Data Factory. Don't have to build our own machine learning. We can use the Microsoft cognitive services. So everything that Microsoft does in the Power Platform and in the Azure data and analytics system, we can take advantage of because we've embedded process mining inside of Power BI. So that's an overview of process mining. Hopefully that helps, gives you an idea. I think this demo from Robert will make it really clear on what that looks like and what the use case is for process mining.
Thanks, Daniel. I will share my screen now. Okay, looks like we got the infinite loop going. All right, so thanks, Daniel, again. I'm going to be showing our PathNow demo here on the PathNow on Power BI. So to start out with, like Daniel said, we have an event log that every process mining journey begins with. In this case, we are using a purchase to pay event log. So we start with create purchase order, go through some approval levels, post our goods receipt, and then do some invoice paying and posting. And there's maybe some other steps, but that's kind of the general process and what you might see in a purchase to pay process. So a term that I want to real quick go over with process mining is a variant. Daniel covered this a little bit, but I want to give you a little visual. One variant is one way that your process can happen. So if I click our top variant over here, One way our process can happen is create purchase order, go through 3 levels of approval, and then we have our post goods receipt and post invoice and pay invoice. Another way that our process can happen is that we can actually skip some approval levels and go right to post goods receipt. So basically, this is just, I just wanted to do like a clear example of what a variant actually is, so that if I'm talking about that, and if you're wondering about all these different pieces of the puzzle that you're seeing right here, they're all different variants being shown in one graphic here. So right in the middle of the page, we have the PathNow Process Explorer. This is our main bread and butter, the visual that shows your process straight to you. On PathNow, we have these reports that we offer. This is a template report where you can load any event login. And as long as you've got your data, then we can load it right into this report. And we start with the discovery page. The discovery page is the page where we start our process mining journey, because we get to look at the overall process. We get to see all the different ways it's happening, our most common ways, and then the different steps that may be happening. And here you can see we have a self-loop indicator, meaning that sometimes our process goes from approval level 1 right back to approval level 1. And then you'll also notice that we have these red marks here. This is showing us that sometimes we have a long average lead time between 2 steps. So as you can see, when it's bright red, that's meaning it's longer, and when it's gray, it's a more regular, shorter amount of time. So this is just a quick way to identify maybe some bottlenecks, like right off the bat when you take a look at your process. Down here, we have a slider. And in this slider, we use this to display our different variants. So if I bring this out, it's going to show more variants all at once, all the different ways your process goes through, more edges. And if I go all the way to the right, it'll be your most uncommon variants. So you'll get some pretty wild processes there. Most of them probably only happening one time. So yeah, the reason that we integrated in Power BI, and Daniel covered this a little bit, is that we love the way that the Power Apps and all of those integrate and how Power BI works within itself. Everything is so customizable and everything interacts with everything else that it makes process mining that much more powerful. Your insights and your actions are easily linked. So let me keep going through this report a little bit. Next, I'm going to touch on benchmarking page. So on the benchmarking page, this is just a quick page where what we try to do here is take your process. So now you've gone on discovery, you've looked at your process a little bit. We use this page to do a look between all of your your processes, and you can compare them based off of different attributes. So here I can click the shorter cases, and over here I'll click the longer cases. So greater than 66 days and 0 to 11 days. And we compare how those processes and a few KPIs change. So here we have an average lead time of 111 days and 8 hours, which is drastically different than our average lead time of 5 days and 14 hours. Now, keep in mind, we selected on purpose our longer lead times over here. But as you can see, we selected greater than 66 days, and we have 111 days as our average, meaning that when we have these long cases, they get really long. So we can zoom in, and as I said before, right off the bat, you can see a few different places where you're having really long lead times. If you skip all these approval levels and you go from purchase order right to goods receipt, it takes on average 30 days. Maybe that's not even a conforming part of your process. Right there, you may have found a step saying, hey, who is skipping approval levels? We need to get on that because that's not even a part of our process that we like. Over here, you can see your fastest variance. So over here, we see, okay, the longest amount of time we're getting in these is 3 days between post invoice and pay invoice, which is really not much of a significant issue to us. This is a good sign that we're settling our invoices quickly. What you can also see is your variation. So we have 239 cases covered by our short lead times, and we have 17 variants. This is, maybe a 1 every 10 cases you get a new variant, whereas over here you have 101 cases and 34 variants. You've doubled your variants and then more than halved your amount of cases, showing that when you have these long lead times, these are not your common variants. These are your really uncommon ones. which can maybe lead you to a bit of an audit perspective where you're saying, hey, we need to take control of our process and we need to make sure we're really standardizing it, because when we standardize it, we get a faster lead time. It's more predictable. We know what's going to happen. So we have another set of pages right in here from variants, loops, automation, lead times, and process steps. This is our analysis section. They all look somewhat similar, so I'm just going to cover one of them. And I want to show you a key visual that I haven't shown you yet. That is another PathNow part of process mining, is this root cause analyzer. So right here in the center of the page, we have this root cause analyzer, and this reacts to your data, as everything in Power BI does. And what it does is attempts to show you some correlation between your selection and data and what's maybe involved in that data. You know, which resources are involved in your long cases, which process steps. So in this case, we see that when we start with purchase requisition rather than purchase order, we are getting really long lead times, because up here, what I've selected is our cases with a greater than 66 average, which is similar to what I just did with benchmarking, but now we've got a little bit of a drill down going through, so we can see what may be causing this thing. So yeah, that's the root cause analyzer. You can throw anything into here, and again, the magic of the Power Apps and Power BI in specific, everything interacts with everything so seamlessly that when you throw your resource, your plant, your different managers and materials that are involved in these, you can see how all of those correlate to your durations, you know, your things like that, your high cost invoices. Now, it doesn't always mean that those things cause those things, but it can show a relation at least. So for example, if I saw that, okay, when we ship from Taiwan, it takes this amount of days. Well, it's like, well, let me think about it. I live in the US and the Taiwan's farther away than Mexico is. It makes sense that it might take longer. So is there something else here that's going on? But yeah, so that's what we do here with the root cause analyzer. We like how it works with all the data, and it's really good to use for that. So I'm going to skip over to compliance analysis. So in compliance analysis, we have two new PathNow visuals. We have this event filter here, and then we have our case viewer. So originally I showed you the process explorer, which shows you your variants. It shows how the process can happen, how all the different steps are, and it shows them side by side. Here, we're just seeing a case view. We're seeing one case by one case and seeing exactly what those cases did, laid out exactly as the steps went. So here we see, instead of some kind of indicator that we have a self loop, we see post goods receipt, and then we see it again. And this up here, the event filter, I'll blow it up real quick. This is a really great part of our visual suite. So what you can do here is actually build your process and see how often this process happens, or the different attributes involved in it. So let's say I want to find where we don't have approval PO level 1. I can do that. I filtered my page, and now we see only 141 of my cases don't have the approval level 1, and 15 variants don't have it. So now, and then I can dive into each one of those steps, and now I can see all these red giving us a self-loop indicator saying, okay, when we don't have these things, we're seeing a lot of self-loops. So the way this works up here is you define an initial step, so we have create purchase order, and then you have a following step. If I do this, create purchase order, and I click and make this line solid, it's saying, I want to see only the cases where create purchase order is not directly followed by approved PO level 1. So now we're seeing, okay, we still see approved PO level 1, we just don't see where it's directly followed. So this is really powerful because it allows you to build maybe the process you want to see and see how often that process is happening. Maybe it lets you build a process you don't want to see, and you can see how long that's happening, and everything in between. You get to see all those little steps and all those little variants as you define them. Finally, on the conformance check page, I'll show a few more things that you can do with the Process Explorer. And then I'm going to do a small little demonstration of how PathNow interacts with other Power Apps. So what I've done here is I've clicked this conformance checking button here. I'll click off real quick. This button right up here is your conformance checking button. And what this does is it sets all of your process to be read like this. So what this is telling you is that none of your process is marked as conforming right now. So what I can do is use this thumbs up and say, okay, now everything that I have on is conforming. If I bring this out, okay, now we see the steps that don't conform to what I just marked as conforming. So this conformance check is really nice to actively build a to-be model. So if I have all these steps that I'm like, okay, yeah, I want this step involved in my process, I can individually, I can also go on here and right click and mark that as conforming or as not conforming. This allows us to do almost what Visio does, where we can kind of build that process and then see how the rest of our process pertains to that, what we've built. So when I really zoom out here, we can just see all these different process steps that aren't conforming, and we can see all the different ways that our process skips out on what we want to do. And in this case, you can also see that self loops are also not what we want. So one other piece of the Process Explorer that I didn't show yet is that say you're just not interested in something. Let's say I go down to these low common variants that only happen once. I can click on one of those and I can say, okay, you know what? I don't really care about when we have pay invoice to post goods receipt. It just means we had a little hiccup in our process. It doesn't usually, it's only a day longer. So let's instead mark that as conforming. And we can just let that go and we don't have to worry as much about it. On the flip side, we also have, sorry, let me clear that. We also have something like this where create purchase order to goods received. Maybe I'm not interested in these cases. I can select exclude. And now I won't see any of those cases that have that edge. All of these different things are geared towards making it so that you can drill down into your data as far as you want to go. We want to make it as easy as possible to go farther and farther into your data to see what's causing what, to see how your process is actually accomplished, and how you want it to be accomplished. Finally, every time you apply something on the Explorer specifically, we have this thing called breadcrumb filters, where basically we have a list of the filters. So I'll add one more just to show. I'll exclude this self loop on approved PL level 1. And now it's just showing me all the different filters that I've done. So if I want, I can get rid of one that I had way before because maybe I want to show those cases again. Or I can just get rid of all of them at once if I click this trash icon. Again, this is just geared toward ease of use and making sure that everyone can use this in the simplest way possible. With the conformance checking, we also have a thing called your to-be model. So what this does is shows you all of your steps that are marked as conformed. On the flip side, I can click this and see only our cases that are conforming. There we go. But I can also do this where I click this red one and I see only the cases that aren't conforming. So if you wanted to find that to-be model and then say, okay, I know my to-be model, anything that conforms to it, I don't need to see. You can just click this right here and see only the ones that don't follow your process that you've just defined. Okay, so I've gone through a lot here. This is kind of a little crash course on the PathNow in our visuals and how process mining is accomplished in there. But I also want to show just a small little bit about how you can integrate this with the other Power apps and visuals and things like that. So I'm going to go here, or not here quite yet. So I'm going to go to this. This is an RPA edition that we have and we offer. On this edition, the goal is to find places in your process where you can automate and use that information to then eventually make actions. So in this case, I'm going to just skip over what I would normally do in a presentation of RPA, but I'll tell you through the demonstration, we discover that, okay, we have sometimes where we'll post our invoice and then we'll have, let me click on this one. We'll set a payment block, meaning that, okay, we don't have the money right now, or we don't want to pay it right now. Let's set this payment block so that someone knows they need to either go talk to someone else or they need to clear this in some way. So what we find there is that set payment block is often automated. What we don't find is that remove payment block and pay invoice are automated. let's just use the example that sometimes you set this payment block because you have you don't have enough money. So you're setting this to make sure you have enough. What happens when you have enough money and you've maybe set an authorization for this to go through? What you can do is automate that. In this case, I'm going to show you like a half manual, half automated step. But what I've done is I've found this case where we have this remove payment block and pay invoice. What we can do is, this is a Power Apps visual or Power Automate visuals, one of the two. And what you do over here is you give it some predefined app that you've created in all the different customization things that the Power Apps have, and you put it in here. And we've defined a flow behind the scenes. So that's why I have this part up. It's just a real quick example. This isn't even how it actually happens, but when you have a data-driven alert in Power BI, you can send an email notification, you can send a Teams notification, you can even change things in your common data service in ServiceNow. You can do your tickets, and I'm sure everyone is familiar with all these different things to some extent, but we just wanted to show how that integrates into Power BI and how it works with process mining. So I select this PO ID, I found case 813, and then I'll say, send my own email, and then I'll run that bot. So this is where the RPA starts to come in. This is how we see what we can do insofar as creating action from all this insight with process analytics and with the process mining. You can do this, and it will then send me a Teams email, or sorry, a Teams notification and an email. It takes a second, and it'll say, hey, you need approval here. All right, now it's happened. And this is what's great about it is, maybe you are the person who can give approval. You can send it right to yourself, and I can give approval. I'll select that, and what it's going to do is we've defined before, okay, we want to automate this removal and this pay invoice. So I approved that, and now what it's going to do is get rid of case 813 and say, okay, we automated that. We're all good. We don't need to go forward. And it might take quite just a second, but basically it will do that. And then there's also notifications on the back end. So what's important about this little piece that I showed here is that process mining and Power BI, as I'm sure you already know, is so great because it integrates with those Power Apps. There's so many flows and things that you can integrate with all this. Process mining doesn't just have to stop with Power BI. You can keep it going throughout all of your stack and make those changes on an automated basis. You can send your data-driven alerts through an automated basis. You can also make things like this, this visual right here, just to send data-driven alerts to your coworkers. So if I find some case and I'm like, whoa, this is really alarming, you could always send that in a Power Apps visual. So yeah, that's how that goes. That is the demonstration on all this. I'm going to end it here, and I'm going to pass it back to Daniel, where he can show you the free visual.
Perfect. Thanks, Robert. Hopefully, there we go. So that was a demo. That's how you use process mining in Power BI. That's how you take advantage of Power Apps to automate steps when you find variance in your process. So we make the discovery visual free. You can download it. I've got a link here on the screen, bit.ly. Email on the screen. Shoot me an email to get you connected. Is on process mining. What are some metrics you should look at? And then later this week, hopefully I'll get it written tonight or finished up tonight, what steps you should go through as you look at a proof of concept for process mining. So with that, that's our presentation for today. Thanks for joining. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much, Daniel and Robert. That was an amazing session. One thing that I really loved, I'll leave this slide here so that people can go ahead and look at your product, right? One thing that I really love is that you have an idea of not rebuilding the entire wheel and just relying on Power BI and then building a product out of it, because we do know that Power BI is a great product, and so is, I think, your path now. So great content, and I believe people who have watched us will definitely take the benefit out of it. So thank you so much, Robert and Daniel. Thank you so much, and have a nice day, and hope to see you soon and in some other virtual conferences. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right, with that, we move to our final session of the day. It's 1:20 at my place. It's the new day. It's night, and me and my team are still awake for this. So the final session we have is by Sarah Patrick, who's going to talk about on how she built the speakers database using SharePoint, Power Automate, Power Apps, and Forms. And a quick note about Sarah. She has presented several tech geeks workshops for the boys and girls, and act as an advocate for women in tech. She graduated from the Science and Mathematics Academy in 2018. And without any further ado, let's go and invite our final speaker of the day, Sarah Patrick. Hi, Sarah. Welcome to the Power Platform Virtual Conference.
Hi, thank you so much for having me today.
All right, so you are the final speaker of the day. I'm really excited to host you. I do remember, Sarah, you were a part of CSharpCorner Light Up Virtual Conference too, almost like a year back. So we really appreciate for all that you do for the community. I'm really looking forward to your amazing session that's in case study on how really build the speaker database, because I think I really need it because we have been doing so many live shows and conferences with over, like, I think we are reaching more than 500 speakers now in total. And if this is somewhere on GitHub, I'll surely pull it up. So thank you so much for your time, Sarah. You can go ahead and start to share your screen, and then I'll add it to the live stream.
All right, awesome. Let me make sure that I'm going to share the correct screen here.
All right, I see it. Okay, yep. And all right, next 45 or 50 minutes is all yours.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me again. All right. Hi, everyone. Thank you for sticking through us throughout the day. I know last session, exciting. So to make sure that you're in the right place, my talk today is the case study, how I use SharePoint, Power Automate, Power Apps, and Forms to build a speaker database. So I know there was that fun intro already about me, but I have a little bit more for you. So I am currently a junior at the University of Maryland, College Park, and I am majoring in information science and operations management, business analytics. Some of the fun things that I've been up to over the past few years was that I was an intern at the Northeastern Maryland Technical Council. Then I was a SharePoint intern at Smithsonian Institution at their Office of the CIO. Last summer, I worked at the Library of Congress as a junior fellow intern. And then this upcoming summer, I recently accepted an offer from Amazon Web Services as a solutions architect intern. So I'm very excited for that. A quick plug for my social medias, because I like to be very active on them. To follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn, it's Sarah E. Patrick, and you see all the other talks I'm up to and all the other sessions and things I like to be engaged with. Here are just a couple examples of fun things I would post about. Throwback when we were back in person, we would win raffles. That's the picture on the right, and on the left was my high school capstone project. Quick plug for the organization that I volunteer for. It's called Tech Girls. They're a really great nonprofit dedicated to creating a spark of interest for middle school girls to pursue tech. They run these free hands-on workshops, and they're virtual now, but they're honestly better than ever because now anyone from all around the world can join these virtual workshops. So if you're interested in volunteering, helping out, joining me and my team, I work with my dad and his company DSA, please let me know, or just check out their website at techgirls.org/volunteer. Or if you just know any young girls who might be interested in attending these events, definitely check them out. All right, jumping right into today's talk, I'm talking about my internship with the Project Management Institute. And who are they? They're the world's leading not-for-profit professional membership association, obviously dedicated to project management. So I would need to give you a little introduction to the project that I worked on with PMI. They had events somewhat to today's event annually, where they would bring in speakers and professionals to talk about their project management expertise. So if you are a fellow speaker, you would probably know that to submit your session, you need to submit your personal information and then your talk information, a bio, all that stuff. So same thing with PMI. They had a form to fill all of that out. However, there was a couple issues. The first one being that speakers had to resubmit information for every event. So they would fill out their name, as I said, any other details with that. And once they submit one, good to go. However, what if they want to submit another session? They have to resubmit all the same information, like their name, their contact bio, things that they already submitted. They have to submit that again. And then similarly, if they want to submit the same talk, but maybe for another event in the following year or something like that, they still have to complete all that information again. It's not stored anywhere unless they have it stored on their end, which is not very efficient. On top of that, speakers were not receiving updates on the upcoming events. So they tasked me with finding a solution to this database issue to have their events run more smoothly when planning it for their speakers. So a quick little screenshot here of the old version. You just see a little snippet here of the information that they were looking for, such as name, email, if they were a PMI member, the ID for that, phone number, speaker bio, and then furthermore was the talk information. And simply you would click submit, and as I said, you'd be done. However, if you want to submit more, you have to submit all the information again. Not efficient. We wanted something that would store the speaker's information, so when they wanted to refer back to that information, it was stored in a database and they could retrieve it there without having to be redundant, inefficient, typing it back in themselves. So the goal with creating a speaker database was that first, it would organize the information efficiently, so people on the back end organizing the event would have the information sorted well so that it made it smoother for planning. Secondly, we wanted anyone to sign up anonymously. So PMI really wanted to reach out to new potential speakers. And the easiest way to do that is not having them to create an account and sign in, just to show their initial interests anonymously without having to create that username and things like that. We wanted to store the speaker's information, talk details. That's the big one. We want them to be able to refer back to that information without having to refill out a form again and again. And lastly, be able to sign up for multiple events at once. Again, with being able to refer back to that information, just catching that and signing up for those multiple events without doing it over and over. So first I had to do some research and decide if I wanted to buy some kind of platform to set this all up for me or build it myself. So I did some research looking at sessionize.com and at the time how SharePoint Saturday events set up their speaker database and just their system to give me some ideas and decide if I wanted to use something like that. Specifically Sessionize, that's a huge one that people use to submit their talks. But keep in mind, PMI is a nonprofit, and they're a little bit on a budget, at least for me. So my theme's SpongeBob, in case you didn't notice. So with that, we didn't really want to buy a model, so that's how I ended up choosing to build it myself. And that's where we get into these 4 technologies that I will be talking about today that made the PMI database work out. So we have SharePoint, Power Apps, Power Automate, and Forms. And I'm going to be talking about what each one is, a little overview and brief introduction for my beginners, because at the time I was a beginner, I didn't know anything about any of these, and then how to get started with each of them, telling you the pros I found of each platform, and then maybe some cons that I ran into as a beginner that you should keep an eye out for if you're getting started with these as well. So to give you an idea of what the end result was, I'm going to give you a little sneak peek of how the database worked. So first we're starting with the initial form that one would fill out to show their initial interest. Pretty similar to the original form, we get all of their basic information, and then later after this video is recorded, we also get their talk information as well. You can see that the indication with the asterisks, those are required to fill out, versus the other ones we can leave blank for now. We can fill those in later. I hit submit, and then on that front end, I've submitted that I'm an interested speaker for the PMI event. Now, as a back-end admin, I go to my SharePoint site, the PMI speaker database. I'm going to go to the site contents, and I'm going to see a whole bunch of lists, and that's how I organize all the information effectively. So we have different chapter sites, the locations of the events, the sign-up list, which is the interested speakers, the speakers list, which is approved speakers, submissions, all the talks that were submitted. Talks are the approved ones for the events, and then a calendar for the actual event dates. You can see here I have a whole bunch of columns for all of that information I was looking for. I just blocked out the current ones for privacy. And then we can see if we go all the way to the bottom, that interested speaker that just filled it out is already in my SharePoint list from the form. You can see all that corresponding information there. When I go back to my site contents to take a look at my other lists, so now I want to approve that speaker. I think the talk would be very appropriate for the event. I'm going to go to my speakers list. Again, these are the approved speakers. And through quick edit, I can scroll to the bottom to add my new approved speaker. And I have this drop down that looks at all the names from the sign up list, because to be approved speaker, of course, you have to sign up. And I'll click the name there, hit enter, and the corresponding information will fill in. So hopefully that was a really good overview of how this worked. Obviously, I did very surface level of how this worked and how it all came to be, but we're going to get into the nitty gritty of how an interested speaker becomes an approved speaker. All right. Also, I realized I should have comments open in case questions come in. I'll be keeping an eye out for that. All right, so first we're going to start with SharePoint. SharePoint is the browser-based collaboration and document management platform from Microsoft. Also, it's content management system and allows groups to set up a centralized password-protected space for document sharing. So I found companies and organizations will use SharePoint as a central place to upload important documents, and then also just use it as its general intranet. So I'm going to go into first creating your first SharePoint site, and then creating some lists, all the different ways to create a list, and the different data types that can be stored in your columns. So first I'm going to start in office.com. I signed into my account and I see SharePoint. So this is how I easily access my SharePoint online. From here at the top left, I'm going to click on Create Site. And it's going to present me with two different options, a team site or a communication site. I found that communication site is great for sending general announcements and things like that. But in this case, I want it to be a collaborative site because I want my approved speakers to be able to edit their information. So that's why I chose a team site for this example. Pretty straightforward with these steps of giving it a name, a description. It gave me a group email. I can add additional owners and members at that point, but I can also add them later as well. The first small little issue that I ran into as a beginner was that I knew I wanted to add a list, but I couldn't see clearly where add a list was. I'm just going to back up for a second. But I realized that we're just under add an app as well. It has the apps and the lists there. So just keep that in mind when I go up to this gear here. So now that I know that it's under add an app, I can look at all of my different options. SharePoint presents me with a whole bunch of templates that are very helpful if you know exactly what you want. Some that I've definitely used is the picture library, links, contacts, calendar. You saw that I used that for the calendar events, other things like that. In this case, again, I was very much in the experimental phase of creating this database. So I'm going to use a custom list where I can create all the columns I think I need for the list. So this one will be my sign up one. Again, all my interested speakers that are just signing up for the event before they get approved. Now that that's created, I'm going to go under my site contents and then the actual list to start adding some columns to hold the information. So the first way to do it is really straightforward. It says add a column right there. And then the dropdown gives me all the basic data types that could be stored in that column. In this case, I'm going to show you single line of text to set up the first name. Similar to setting up the site, I give it a name, a description, I double check that data type that I want it to be, and then I can also give it a default value. I'm going to save that, so my first column is added. Second way to add it is, again, hitting add column there, but when you click on more, it navigates you to a new page to give you some more advanced options. So we can see some more data type options here, as well as other settings to change below it. So this one I'm going to keep as a single line of text because I'm doing last name. And then we're going to look at some of those additional settings. The first one being if the column requires information, I'm going to make this yes because last name is important. And I'm going to make sure I hit OK. So when you have the option to hit OK or save or apply in SharePoint, do it because it probably won't actually save on its own. Another way to add a column is that if I drop down on an existing column and then do add a column and then the same steps here, it will put that column next to the one that you created. So you can see here that I added an email column and it inserted it between first name and last name. So I found that helpful if you're trying to reorder your columns as you're creating them. On the flip side, maybe you want to rearrange them after you created them, and you can drop down on it and then do move left or right. So email didn't make sense to go in between first and last name, so I dropped down on it and moved it to the right. I found with custom lists that it gives you a default title column and that sometimes it gives you some errors if you try to just delete it or even if you try to rename it. Someone told me that once and I thought it was a good idea, which I think in some cases can be, but overall I found it safer just to hide it and not worry about it. So you saw I did the drop down and then I'm editing the view. So I'm going to unselect title there for it to be hidden. And I can also rearrange my columns here as well. You can see with the up and down arrow. Make sure I hit apply, as I mentioned. If it's there, make sure you click it so it actually saves. So now we can see that the title column is gone and it's arranged in an order that I like. Under quick edit with the plus sign, I can also add a column here. I find this helpful when you're already in quick edit and adding those information. So I just want to touch on that really quickly. I'm showing all of these different ways to show how to make a column because as a beginner, I found this a bit overwhelming with all the different options. But really, it's just SharePoint trying to be helpful with whatever mode you're in, you can create a column. So that's why I'm going over all of these today. So under the quick edit, we still have all of the same options here, which is under quick edit. So that's good if you're inputting a lot of information at once. So another little thing here that I noticed that I wish I was told before I got into SharePoint was that when I clicked on a new data type, you see that little refresh there? Part of me wondered what was happening. And really, it was just refreshing new column settings depending on the data type you selected. So you see here now that I clicked on multiple lines to edit, I now have the options to change the number of lines for editing. Obviously, that's not an option for single line. So that's what it's doing when it does that little refresh, but doesn't tell you what it's doing. I'm going to exit quick edit and show you creating a column in classic SharePoint. So SharePoint has the modern version and the classic to show you two different views of it. And classic was the original one, and they kept it for some reasons that people were used to, but also I found that it was helpful for looking over things like this. So I'm going to back up for a hot sec and see under the list tab and click on list settings, and I can get a great overview of all the settings for my column. So you can see here the different columns. I have the titles, the types, and then if they're required or not. And this I thought was a really easy way to go into them and edit them if needed. So I went back to that title column that was default, and I made that not required. On the flip side, first name, I'm going to go and make that required since I didn't the first time around. Make sure I hit OK. And I can clearly see here, as I mentioned, all of them nicely placed out with what their names are, the data type, and they're required or not. And I really like this view as like an overall check of how things are going. Down at the bottom here is where I can create another column. Shocker. So I'm going to go in here and add a speaker bio, a shortened version. You're going to see me click multiple lines of text again. It's going to do that same refresh that I mentioned. See that refresh? There it is. And then make sure I hit OK. So now, as you saw in modern version of SharePoint, I could create those views. You can also do that in Classic at the very bottom here. I'm going to create the new view, make it a standard view in this case. And I honestly like making the views better in Classic SharePoint because it gives me all of these options here where I can name the view, I can check and uncheck which ones I want to be displayed, and then also change the positioning with the numbers on the right-hand side. So I'm going to make email first because this will be my email view for an email list for keeping my speakers updated. And then SharePoint also provides all of these other options to add for columns. I really like adding the created column because that gives me the date and time a new item was created in my list. We have a whole other bunch of options here that I don't get into in this talk, but definitely recommend checking those out too. So now, when I go back to my modern SharePoint, I can look at all the different views I just created. So right now it's on email view. We can go to all items, which is everything that you might have selected, including that title column. And if I go back to email view, the email one is listed first. So I find that really helpful if you are trying to rearrange your columns really quickly without having to do like separate spreadsheets or anything. You just have different views. So in this case, I have an email view, and that's where I can use to send out emails to my speakers, or I can have name first if I'm looking through it alphabetically. So now we're going to talk about filling in information in these columns. So the first way is clicking new, and that's how you add one item at a time. And you can see here that pesky little title one is still there, and that's because we have to use Power Apps to customize this form, which will be the next demo. But in the meantime, since it's not required, let's not worry about it. I'm going to fill in the rest of the information. Fill it in, my email. I'll even show you the speaker bio. Since I allowed 10 lines, it opens up this rich text formatting. Make sure I go and hit save, and then save at the bottom as well. And then my new information of the new item is put in. As I mentioned earlier, if I'm inputting a lot of existing information on the back end, quick edit is the best way to do that. And I'm going to show you here that if I leave one of the required items blank, in this case, I left last name blank, SharePoint's going to tell me that it's not completed. So it's nice that it actually catches that for me. Make sure it has all the information necessary. So now we have that all together, and we're going to show you the list interaction and also interactions within a list. And that's what I found to be most important about using SharePoint versus maybe just an Excel sheet. So the first is calculated data type. And this looks at other columns already in the list. So in this case, I'm creating full name. Maybe I need someone's full name for who knows what reason, but I don't want my front end user to have to fill out first name, last name, and then full name. That would be redundant. So I can do that on my own on the back end. And using the columns already existing of first name and last name, I'm just concatenating those together under a formula. And then when I hit OK, I can see when I scroll over that those are filled in for me. So that's really helpful. The last one that I want to touch on is the lists interacting with each other, not within it, but with another one. So as I mentioned in the very first demo, the speakers list in this case looks at the sign-up ones, because obviously a interested speaker has to sign up in order to be approved. So I'm just creating a column name of the name of the approved speaker, and I'm using lookup, information already on the site, not just within the list, on the site. And then it tells me where I should get the information from. In this case, it's my sign-up list. I can indicate some other columns I want to pass along with it. In this case, I'm doing full name, first name, last name, and email. And then I'm going to hit OK to save that. So now when I go to quick edit, again, as the back-end admin approving my speakers, I can go into that, click on the empty box, do a drop down of all the interested speakers, and then when I hit enter, their corresponding information fills in. So that's how I would go about being a back-end admin approving my speakers into the new list, instead of having to like copy and paste back and forth between spreadsheets. So that was really helpful, and why that was the biggest reason why we wanted to use SharePoint. So the pros, it has a rich set of features. You saw all of the different ways that I could create a column, and it just leaves a lot of room for flexibility of what you want it to be. You can create your unique SharePoint intranet similar to the first one, because I am basically starting from scratch. I can add the features and whatever I feel necessary to create my own intranet. In this case, it's a database that I know it will be set up to my liking. It enables cross-department collaboration, so more of a broader scale. Companies and organizations will use that to come together to work on the documents all in one place. And lastly, users decide on the best pricing model, which in my case was for free, so that was awesome. Just some cons. The multitude of features can cause a mess. Like I said before, with all of the different options to create a column was overwhelming as a beginner at the time. So I just like to touch on that because I don't want others to be confused like I was getting into it. I feel like SharePoint can definitely be a bit intimidating when you're first starting out. Integration can require extra development effort. As I was talking about with my research, buying or building, obviously with buying, even though it costs money, I could have just bought it and then been done, and I wouldn't have really had an internship. So instead, I spent my summer working on this, which was of course extra effort to do that. If one chooses to do customizations, there are costs and investments that go into that, which leads into the last one that may cause the final build to be heavy, and Mr. Krabs would not have been happy with that. But that's obviously up to you, as you are the developer in this case. All right, so now let's jump into our next one, which is Power Apps. That is what you use to build and share robust apps across your organization and can integrate data from multiple sources and include workflows that automate tasks. So in this example, I'm showing you how to customize the form within SharePoint. Not necessarily making an app in this case, although I definitely could. So I'm already back in SharePoint, just where I left off, and I have the drop down right above, and that's where I see the option to either create an app or customize a form. Again, I mentioned that I want that form to be customized, so that's what I'm doing in this case. It's just loading it up for me. And we can see here on the right-hand side, I have a box for the data source, how I want my layout, and then the fields to include. And in the center, I have what I would actually see as the form. You can see I have all these options here. It presents me with much more options, just like in SharePoint. And here I'm going to start editing. So I don't want that title in there, so I'm going to click on that and then click delete on my keyboard. I can also remove them by just unselecting the check mark under the fields area there. Next, I'm going to show you a little bit of, not an error, but a user thing that I ran into. You can see here I'm demoing trying to rearrange those little data cards within the form, and it wasn't letting me move them on it. But under the fields area, I was able to drag and drop them. So I thought that was interesting that I could do it under the fields, but not on the actual form there. The next thing that I really like to emphasize is the steps to deploy your Power App. You have to first save it, and then once it says saved, you publish it to SharePoint. Make sure I hit that there. And then once I've done those 2 steps, once I go back to my SharePoint, I need to refresh the page. So since here I'm going back into my list there, it's refreshing the page. There's many times I would forget one of these steps and I thought my Power App did not deploy. So I just really like to make sure you know that. So now it looks like how we designed it, much more clean and professional for my users. And that's how my users can then add more information as they go along. This next part that I'm demoing was, again, very experimental. So I was constantly adding and deleting columns. So quickly, as we're zooming through here, I just deleted one of the columns. And when I go back to my form, that column I deleted is still there. It's not updated. And when I save, it doesn't let me save those changes. I even try to save it one more time and I get a more obscure error. You go see here, I hit save. And yeah, what does that mean? So we're going to go back in and change that so we can figure out what the error is coming from. So I'm just going back into my Power App here. And we're going to see that it gives me a little X over the one that I had deleted on my SharePoint. And it tells me another error that doesn't really make sense. Some invalid arguments. What does that mean? So the moral of me demoing this part is that even though I deleted the column in SharePoint, it doesn't automatically delete in Power Apps. You have to delete them on both or add them on both or whatever. So just keep that in mind for those weird errors. And now that I've deleted them on both ends, now it's updated and the error will be gone. The last thing that I'm going to touch on here, oh, there's 2 more things I almost forgot. Another one was that data box and the fields area on the right-hand side seemed really important, right? But there was an option to exit out, so I did, but I wasn't sure how to get them back because it was already appeared automatically when I hit customize through SharePoint. So for the longest time, I would just keep hitting customize in SharePoint because I wasn't sure how to bring it back. And that was really not efficient. I found out the way to get those back for you all so you don't make the same mistake as me. It's not intuitive, right? So to get that data box back, you go under the View tab and then Data Sources. And then for the Fields one, we have to click on one of the existing data cards on the form and then Edit Field. And that's how we get those back. Now, the actual last one I want to touch on, at the time when I recorded this, I thought was a glitch, but I found out then that it wasn't a glitch. It was another not intuitive thing. You can see that I added an option at the bottom here to click to upload a speaker photo. It's a button that I added through my Power App, and it's just sliding along as I scroll up and down. All the other data cards are staying in place, but not my button, and I wasn't sure what was going on. And I found out that you have to anchor your buttons for it to stay in place as you scroll. And I just thought this wasn't intuitive because the other ones are staying in place. I know they're not buttons, but the other boxes, they are staying in place, but the buttons you have to anchor. So pros, you can easily make apps within seconds through your SharePoint or whatever you're working on. You can just create an app. It's really easy. The pages and screens for navigation are easily modified as you're creating your app. And then these apps can be easily shared among your domain and unshared at any time. So deploy out to organization, or if you need to make some changes, just unshare it, make those changes, share it out again. The cons for Power Apps is first that these apps might not be as fast as you might be used to on your smartphone, so Android and iOS. You can't publish these apps to those app stores because it is only for your domain. Similarly, with being not as fast as you might be used to, it really depends on internet connection. I talked about the anchoring buttons and how that was not intuitive personally for me. And lastly, and the most important one for this project, was that it didn't allow anonymous access. Power Apps was meant for just your domain, and so you couldn't send it out for everyone to have access to. And we still needed something to reach out to those new interested speakers without having them to create a login right away. So we still use the Power App for those approved speakers once they did get that login and they wanted to edit their information, add more talk details, things like that. They use the Power App for. However, we still need something else to get that initial reach out. So that's where we turn to Forms. Forms is the online survey creator available from Office 365, and it allows educators to create surveys and quizzes, and then this data can also be exported to Microsoft Excel. In this case, we're using it to get that initial interest from new speakers for the PMI event. So let's go about making up our first sign-up form. So through office.com, I clicked on Forms, and then I click on a new form here. And I found Forms to be very intuitive, really straightforward with creating the title and then a description here. And on top of being really intuitive, I think it's because it was just made to be very simple. So we have just a few options of question choices here. We have choice, text, rating, date, ranking, liker, and then net promoting score. So just a few simple options. And then I'm going to create the questions to correspond with the columns I created in SharePoint. So I have my first name. I can add a subtitle for my questions, maybe a further description. And I can also restrict the answer that I receive. So in this case, if I'm expecting a number, I can say what I want that restriction to be. I can make them required here, and then also a long answer. This next part I like to say how much I like Forms about is that it's smart. It knew that I chose first name, and when I added another question, it gave me suggested questions, last name, and middle name. So it's predicting what I want next, which it's correct. I was going to do last name next. So I select that there, and it saves the options that I had for the first one. So it makes it automatically required for me, which is really nice because that's exactly what I was going to do. So I click on that and add selected. Just going to show you some of the other options here. For choice, obviously I will add what type of question it is. I can add as many options as I like, and I can also add an other option for users to input whatever the other answer is. And I can also give them the option to select multiple answers. For rating, I can change the level and also the symbol, stars versus just a number. I can easily duplicate questions with the little icon there, which is helpful if you have like very long questions or a bunch of questions in a row with a similar format. I can delete them easily with the little trash can, and then also rearrange them with the up and down arrows. So after I show you all of these, I'm going to quickly go through and actually create my form so that it matches the columns in my SharePoint, and then show you what it's like to share it and start getting some responses. So first, before I want to send it out, I want to check that previews. I have the option to preview it on a computer or a laptop, but also preview it for mobile because, you know, all of us have smartphones these days and probably are working on our mobile device. So I can see what it looks like on each one, and it looks great. So now for sharing, first I need to check that I can do anonymous access. So under the settings, I'm going to change who can fill out this form. Anyone with the link can respond. Woo, we fixed it. And I have a bunch of other options here that I can change, but it was really important for us, again, to have that anonymous access. So now with the sharing options, the first one is to send and collect responses, which is the main one that I want for my interested speakers. And I have different ways to send it out to everyone. I can do the direct link. It creates a QR code for me. I can embed it in some code, or I can just send it straight through the email. The next one is to share as a template. So maybe one of your coworkers wants to use yours as a template for one of their own forms, you can use that link to send to them. And the last one is to share to collaborate. So my co-admins that may need editing access to the form, this is the link I'll use for that. And just to show you how easy it is to collaborate on the link, I'm going to use this one and sign in into one of my other accounts, pretending to be my co-admin, and show you that you get all the same sharing capabilities with that link. So I'm going to open up a new tab here, incognito mode, because I am working on my same computer, but we're pretending it's someone else here. And I have that link. I'm going to sign in with my school account, Go Terps. And we're going to see here that I get the same sharing editing capabilities. I can continue adding the questions I need to help my main admin help. And then the otherwise is that maybe I don't work with them anymore. Oh, I forgot to mention, when it's shared with you, it's under the Shared With Me tab. Unless you created it, then it's under My Forms. So just keep that in mind. Forms is trying to sort it out for you. Now I'm going to mention that maybe I don't work with this co-admin anymore. Really easy to unshare, just like with Power Apps. I just use that little trash can button to remove that specific link that I shared with them. And then that user won't have sharing capabilities anymore. Editing, I mean, to edit the form. I'll refresh this page here and you're going to see that it's gone under Shared With Me. No more. So it was really easy to unshare. All right. Really quickly, because I do think we're good on time, but if you do want to try it out, back when we were doing this in person, people were more like, whoa, this is crazy, but we do this all the time now. But just in case you haven't, you can just use your smartphone and hold it up to the QR code. And then if you can see my phone here, you can see through my camera, a little drop down pops up with you to fill out the form. So it's really easy to use these to get feedbacks if you're a speaker for your talks, or maybe if you teach a class or just want to give some information. Really easy to use this QR code that's already generated for them. If for some reason it's not working out for you, use this link, tinyurl.com/csfeedback20 to share some of your feedback with me, and that would be really great. All right, hopefully you got it by now. I'm going to move on, and as you're filling that out, I'll tell you the pros and cons of forms. Really easy to use. It was fast and responsive. As you saw through that demo, it was just really straightforward, and I really liked it because it was so simple. And lastly, and most importantly, it gave us that anonymous access that we needed. So that's what we used to get that initial reach out to the interested speakers. And then from then, they were good to go to use Power Apps from there. Just a few cons is that, again, because it was so simple, you have limitations. First, it was just questionnaires or quizzes. So there's not much more you can do beyond with forms. It has limited features. You just saw those few simple questions. You can't like upload a photo. You'd have to do a linked photo. And I mentioned this through the free version. I believe you can get some more of these capabilities if you get the pro version of forms, but that was not what I was using in this case. And lastly, I forgot to mention that forms autosave. So you just have to be careful with your editing. If you accidentally delete a whole thing, it will just save it right away. So just keep that in mind. Lastly is Power Automate. It's been a while now since they changed the name from just Flow to Power Automate, but I just keep that there just in case, especially since I still say Flow sometimes. But our last one here is the cloud-based software tool that allows users to create and automate workflows across multiple applications and services without the need of the developer help. So it just does it automatically. So I'm going to show you how we get the information from forms into SharePoint automatically. All right, so I'm under Power Automate. I was about to say Flow. And you can create from blank, but I highly recommend using the create from template, because if you're using one that's pretty common and simple, like I am in this case, people have probably already created the steps for it. There are so many templates. In this case, I'm just looking up the trigger, which is a form in this case. And sure enough, the first option is what I want. I'm recording my form responses in SharePoint. So, and you saw the number was before like 20,000 times, and this was recorded a while ago. I think it was over like 3,000 times recently. So again, if you're not doing any complex flows, definitely look at the templates. It sets up all the steps for you. So I'm gonna hit continue. You can see here, as I mentioned, the steps are there for me. I just have to connect it with the correct connectors. So in this case, I'm looking at the PMI speaker sign up form. I'm getting that link for my SharePoint site. There's a second step here as well to fill out the PMI speaker sign up one. I put the site address in. I make sure I'm looking at the correct list. And then it pops down with the corresponding columns in that list. And remember that I mentioned that I made my form to match the columns in SharePoint. This is why I wanted to do that, so that I can just plop them in here, the dynamic content, so that it knows, oh, this answer in my form will go into this column in my list. Really quickly, I want to mention that Power Automate automatically makes this responders email one, and that's looking at if the user signs in. So in this case, because I made mine anonymous, if I use responders email, it would just have anonymous instead of an email. So just keep that in mind if you make an email one instead. Don't use the responders email. But, you know, Power Automate is just trying to help us out. So not that one. I want the email one instead. So I'm going to finish filling those in. And then I want to make sure I save. So Power Automate, unlike Forms, does not autosave. So there's a save option at the bottom there, and then also at the top right-hand corner. I'm going to make sure I save that. The next little intuitive thing that I found was that I wasn't sure how to name my flow. So under Forms, it clearly said untitled, so I knew how to name it. Here, it's where it had that automatic title there. That's how you name your flow. I just thought that was a little slight miscommunication, not quite intuitive. And then just to really emphasize that it does not autosave, even when it's just the name, I tried to exit out of it, and it still didn't save my names. Went back to record form responses in SharePoint. So I'm going to go back and edit it and make sure I hit save this time. No autosave, so make sure I save it this time. And now I'm good to go when I go back. For sharing with the flows, I go under My Flows and then invite another owner. And Power Automate is a little more strict on who you can share it with. With Forms, you saw I could share it with my school email. In this case, I wasn't able to share it with my school email. It's looking for someone in my domain. So I actually used my dad in this one because he's in my domain. So now he's added as a co-editor for my flow. And we go back, and now this flow has been moved under Team Flows tab because now multiple people are able to work on it versus just my flows. So let's see it all in action. I'm quickly going through and filling out a bunch of responses for my form, and I want to see if it actually showed up in SharePoint and what I see on the Power Automate end. So we can see that when I click on the flow, I have a run history of how many times it ran, and then if it succeeded or failed. With each one, I could click on it and see all the really back-end analytics of it. If there were an error, this is where it would pinpoint where the error occurred. In this case, since it ran successfully, I get a lot of green check marks. It's looking good. So the moment of truth, it said it ran successfully. And let's check in SharePoint, and it did. 3 new responses of 3 new interested speakers. So it was really great that now every time someone fills out the form, it's automatically put in the SharePoint for me versus me going back and forth between form responses and then working in SharePoint. The pros of Power Automate is that you can do cross-site and cross-application workflows. In this case, I did cross-application between Form and SharePoint, and it just shows you all the different options you can do to automate these tasks. The reoccurrence is great. Every time my form is filled out, it creates a new item in my SharePoint. And templates, as I said in the beginning of this demo, really recommend checking those out because those are super helpful. Already sets up everything for you. just very few cons for this one. There was a conversation back when we were in person about starting other flows from a flow, like using one of your existing flows as a trigger. And you're able to do it, but with the research I found, it's not very intuitive. So that's why I put it under the cons area with the question mark, because it's possible, it's just not very intuitive, especially for the beginners. And lastly, the predetermined fields issue. I mentioned the one with the email versus responders email. Another one that I don't mention in the demo was you have to be very careful with what data type you indicate under SharePoint. So for example, when I did rating, I thought that would be a number because it's a number 1 to 5. But then under Power Automate, it actually didn't show up. And I found out that it's because rating actually needed to be a choice of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So keep that in mind. If the dynamic content doesn't show up in Power Automate, it might have to do with the type of data type you indicated for that column in SharePoint. Just to end it all, this internship happened, oh goodness, 3 years ago now. I'm getting old. But there, of course, have been changes since then. The first being that they actually deployed using this database. So once the speakers were approved through the form, they were given a sign-in, and they were able to sign into SharePoint and see all of their information and change it and all of those good things. And then we were able to actually use my email list and then Power Automate to automate emails to send out to them about the event to keep them updated. So all of our main goals were checked off the list. If you did fill out my form, I did include a little riddle here, and I just wanted to give you the answer. Why can't cats work on the computer? They get too distracted chasing the mouse around. Ha ha ha. All right, I'm keeping an eye out on the chats, but let me know if you have any questions. If you do think of them after, feel free to contact me through my social media. Again, it's at Sarah E. Patrick. And thank you so much for joining me today. Hopefully you had a great first day of the conference and hope you enjoy the rest of it throughout the week. Thanks so much.
All right, Sarah, that was a great session. You covered so much, and I'm just looking back, and to be honest, you see, I did fill the form.
Yay! I can't wait to check them out.
you gotta check the responses. so the session was great, Sarah. I really loved it. I see you covered a lot of. Session is expensive in all those platforms, so it definitely makes sense for when you go ahead and make the application for them. Apart from that, what really interested me was the beginning. What's up with the solution architect internship? How's that going, and what are you doing over there? If you could just talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so it'll be starting in the beginning of June. I'm actually still deciding if I want to be in person or not because they gave an option to be hybrid and it will be in New York City. So I'm very tempted to do that option, but we'll see. I'm still thinking about it. And yeah, I'm really excited because I think it's going to be a great mixture of using my technical skills, but also my soft skills since I really like working with people.
Yeah, and I see you working on this Microsoft tools and going and working on this on Amazon. That would be great, right? Learning the entire ecosystem of both Azure and the AWS. That would be really great. And I see you also run this Tech Girls. It's a great community, and that all you do for the workshops. Let us know if CSharpCorner can be helpful with that. We would love to go ahead and support in any way it is possible. Mahesh, who is the founder of CSharpCorner, he's based out of Philadelphia. So any help you need with that, we will be more than happy with it.
Oh, that would be awesome. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much, Sarah, for the amazing session. We would love to have you back whenever you're available. And have a great day ahead. And thank you so much for the final session of the day.
Great. Thanks again.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
All right, with that, we are done with the first day of the Power Platform Virtual Conference. And behind the scene, I have I know he doesn't like me to call him, but he has come with a new hairstyle, I feel. Hi, Mahesh, how are you? You're muted. You're muted.
All right. Hey, Simon, how are you? What's going on?
I'm doing great. Looks like you're back to your look when the quarantine started.
Yeah, definitely. You know, my son gave me a nice haircut yesterday.
Looks good.
That's what it is. Yeah. Looks like you had a great first day of conference. I see a lot of great sessions. I think Sarah just finished a good one.
Yeah.
Looks like a lot of people are building awesome apps using Power Platform.
Yeah, exactly. And the fun fact is that we had some of the guys from coming from this Azure MVP, and they've started integrating Power Apps with the Azure Insights and also cognitive services. So I believe now Power Apps is not just like low code, no code. People have started adding it with a lot more capabilities, and it is really getting powerful now. So definitely excited for the next 4 days. It is only 1/5. 4 more days to go. I don't know how I'm gonna do that, but we'll do it.
So tell me more about the rest of the days. We have 4 more days, and you what time is there now? Almost 2 o'clock. Where you're in India?
Yeah, it's almost like 2:10.
2:10. Are you still awake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somehow. So today was day one. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you have 4 more days. You want to tell a little bit more about everybody who's joining is still watching us, so they can continue watching. Also tell about I believe all these recordings will be available on CSharpCorner.
Yes, all the recordings will be available on CSharpCorner. You can find it on the 2020. Where did I put that link? Okay. Yep. You can find all these links at csharpcorner.com/live/virtual conferences. All the sessions will be archived over there. Single sessions if you just want to go ahead and watch a particular sessions, if not the entire conference. And if you go ahead, we just covered the day one of the Power Platform virtual conference. We now move to the day two, which again starts at around 9 a.m. Eastern, where we have people talking about SharePoint, Power BI. Then we also have data words. So day two is kind of very light, where we close in less than 5 hours. So day two is light. Then we move to day three, where we have some of the speakers. We're also going to talk about the AI capabilities in Power Platform, some Office 365. Then we have guys joining us from Microsoft too. Then we have day four. Day four is again a lot of content coming up from Microsoft MVPs and people joining us from the Europe. And day five is the final one, where we have some of our very good friends, Gokan and Deepak and Riza, who's going to talk about some cool things, AI Builder and Data Words. So every day or next 4 days is going to be 9 a.m. Just mark that time, put the calendar, as you will see me coming up for next 4 days. And yeah, it should be exciting. And we have some giveaways. Take a selfie and post on social media, and we'll make sure that we ship the goodies to your doorstep.
Yeah, and everybody who's watching the conference, if you feel like your friends or coworkers will benefit from this, please let them know. This is a free conference, live streaming, also on CSharpCorner and all social media channels. Definitely let your friends know about this. And I believe you have some goodies, giveaways every day. What's the deal? When are you going to announce those?
So we have been announcing the winners through the comments and through the live conference, and we have asked them to reach out to us via Twitter DMs. So we are giving aways, and pretty exciting day. Looking forward for the next 4 days. And yeah, do you see something new in my background? Do you see something new in my background?
Yeah, what's that?
I got a new laptop.
There you go. I hardly see it. It's a little far. It's kind of tiny, but
Okay.
I see it's sitting far away.
You want me to go ahead and pick it up?
And maybe tomorrow we'll do that. I will let you go sleep now. It's too late. But yeah, everybody, thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully we will see you tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow same time, 9 a.m. Eastern, we'll start the conference for day 2, and see you soon. Have a good day ahead.
All right, Simon. Good night.
Good night.